Hey guys! Here's part 7 of Uchiha Naruto, the Sage. Full fanfic is already out over on Patreon. Anyways, enjoy. 32, Monster? God? The Sage. You are leaving, it was not a question, but an observation. Mei was looking at Naruto who was getting dressed, he had already taken a shower before that. It was still early in the morning, she was in no hurry to go to work. She had thought he would at least stay for breakfast. But a woman was not going to get everything she wanted. How disappointing. Yes, I have 2 problems to deal with today, they should be dealt with by the end of the day. For that to happen, I need some time to meditate before looking to dealt with Naruto responded quietly. He had told Obito that he would not see the end of today. He would hunt the man down and torture him. He also had to deal with Iwa Shinobi. They will be good for Genoa pigs though. Ah, so much for a lovely morning, Mei heaved a sigh as she got out of bed. She looked at her blonde, it would have been a little better if he pretended to check her out. But he never makes the effort. Sometimes she wondered if he really was normal. What do you have to deal with? I have to kill a nuisance and test something with Iwa's army headed towards Otogakure, Naruto responded so casually, that you would not guess to think he was actually talking about killing someone. More to that, Mei knew that the army was surely going to see some impossible things. Iwagakure is planning an attack on Otogakure? I had thought that Tsuchikage would do something like that. It seems he has beat the Raikage to it since I have not heard anything about him. I have no doubt that A is aware of a Honki's army heading towards Oto, Mei responded not too surprised about the matter. He is aware of this. He must be waiting to see how Iwagakure will do. Naruto responded calmly. Jiraiya too had to know of this, so the Raikage was also aware. The man would not do anything until he could see the battle between Oto and Iwa. Too bad he was not going to get it. Iwa would face an immovable mountain and that mountain would crush them. You know this will raise the tensions that already exists. Iwa and Kumo will all think that Konoha is becoming too strong. They will feel threatened. Konoha already has allies in Suna and Kiri, Mei stated looking straight at Naruto. There is nothing to worry about. I will handle everything, Naruto responded with a small wave of his hand. He had finished dressing up by now. He walked towards Mei, and kissed her on her forehead. The next time I appear it will be with Yu Gao. Mei smiled warmly. You know, I could get used to this, she said in a sweet tone. Naturally, Naruto looked at the woman with an impassive expression for a moment. But his lips twitched into a small smile. But he did not say anything, though. He just disappeared. It sure feels different from when he was still a jackass. Well, he still is, he is just getting a little better with other people, Mei muttered to herself with a soft smile. A question sneaked into her mind that made her smile. What if these was all just a phase? She had no doubt that there was some kindness in Naruto's mind. Or perhaps she just misunderstood something in him as kindness. Mei shook her head, ridding of the troubling thoughts. Since she was already up, she may as well take a shower and resume the usual order. 3 hours later, Otogakure. This place has the kind of quietness that attracts me, Naruto said, loud enough for everyone close to him to hear him. But there was no one close to him as he spoke those words. There was little activity within this palace, this makes this place much more tolerable than other places. It was surely a place for him to dwell. He walked into the office that housed Guren with his natural look on his face. But he was surely calm given all the meditation he had been going through for the past 3 hours. Naruto, good, we have been trying to get hold of you. Zetsu has not been appearing here over the past days and we have enemy alert coming towards us, Karen stated looking straight at the blonde. But by your presence here, I guess you already know of the problem, Guren stated. She knew that the blonde would be here because he knew of the impending problem. It was a bit of a relief to see the blonde. There was no way to get hold of him. That had brought her to think that she really needs something that could connect her with him. But still, it was a bit unsolved for Zetsu to disappear for a while. He was always checking up now and then. But this time, he had not stepped a foot into her office. I know of the problem, Naruto responded as he took a seat. How do you suggest we handle this? Otogakure cannot protect itself from the army Iwa has heading towards us. And the special corps won't be here for about a week. The normal shinobi are still deep within their training, Guren spoke, in a firm tone. It seemed that she had grown attached to this village than he had thought. The thought that another village may attempt to crush her village seems to be putting her on edge. Naruto did not comment on it though. I will deal with it. You just have to continue with the normal order of things, Naruto spoke, with a wave of his hand. That said it, the case was closed. Have any of the projects Zetsu brought been started, yet? No, Guren shook her head. We have still been sorting out a few things, and how we are going to finance everything. We may own a lot of business, but they don't make billions in a month. Financing the projects would take much of Otto's funds, and in this state, I would rather not have that. We are at a critical moment that we cannot allow anything to go wrong. Everything needs to go perfectly. If things are not handled well, we may find ourselves in deep trouble. She explained carefully so not to offend Naruto since he was the one who planned for the projects. With the funding currently available, we can only start building, expanding the shinobi quarters. Anbu quarters have already been completed, so has the special corpse quarters. The residence of shinobi has been built, but it is not enough to accommodate all the men we have spread across the elemental nations, Karen added, holding a file closely. Whatever that she was holding seemed to be very dear to her. Zetsu had left some details in the reports he gave him. It seems having to limit his reliance on Zetsu was a good thing. He could see that without him, he would be totally lost. Karen's department will have to wait. The research building will be moved somewhere. I imagine that the building for hosting guests, and your research facilities, would be the ones requiring much funding given the equipments each would need. Guren nodded. The research facility would cost a lot of money. The technological equipments that Karen is planning to have from the Snow Country cost a lot of money. And her own personal lab will be demanding, financially, to equip. There is also the fact that a huge portion of the facility will be built underground, she explained lightly, with eyes slightly narrowed towards the red-haired Uzumaki girl. To be able to conduct groundbreaking experiments and research, I need all that I need, Karen defended herself in a firm tone. She sent a slight glare to the other woman. Your needs will leave the village bankrupt. I have shown you our financial structure. I saw it and there is enough finances. You just want to use the money for expanding the village since it seems that more people want to live in here. I want to extend because when people come here, they will have to buy the land. And I don't want to do something like that. Leasing outstanding buildings will ensure that we keep the land and continue to receive money. No one will buy much land and start to become brave enough to challenge our authority, Guren explained, now glaring down at Karen. But if we sell, we get quick funds and all the projects can proceed without any problems, Karen argued. If Naruto was amused, he did not show it. Guren does have a good point, and her reason carries more weight. What? Both Karen and Guren spoke at the same time. And they both had different reasons. To add to that, Guren is the leader of this village and has done remarkably well to get this village where it is. She does what is best for her child while you are more worried about research, Naruto added, earning a betrayed look from Karen and a grin from Guren. How could you? I thought we were family? Naturally, Naruto merely shrugged. Nothing has already been decided, yet. Guren, you can leave a land that will be put for sale. The land of sound is huge, but you can also build houses for the purpose of leasing them. What of the sound daimyo? Now that I think of it, I last heard of him when Orochimaru was still alive. Guren said in a thoughtful look. She had been used to doing everything she wanted without having to worry since Orochimaru owned this place. The sound has no daimyo. There will only be one leader of this land. When it is included as part of the land of fire, it will be renamed again to the land of rice fields. You are going to have this land under the fire country? Guren asked, showing her surprise in the move. Naruto shook his head. I never said that. I said it will be part of, not under. The fire country will have no control over it, he explained lightly. Karen, if you were listening to me, you would have heard that I said your facilities will be moved. Where to? Uzu, I was thinking of having you move there, but it seems that you really want to be like Orochimaru. That is not to say that you won't be moving into the island. You will still do that, and it will be your home. Aside from being your home, it will be used for research and experiments. Yes. The Uzumaki exclaimed loudly. She almost fell off her seat. An island all for myself to do whatever I want. This is truly a dream come true, she wiped a tear off her left eye. I was planning on moving into this palace and making it my home. But you have made it your home, have you not, Guren? The woman gave a slight nod. I have to change my plans again, since I had planned for you to leave with Karen and Uzu. But it seems that this is your home. You will remain in charge of this village. I will build myself something in the Uchiha compound. Isn't it still inside of Konoha? The Uchiha compound is secluded from the rest of the village. This makes it living there tolerable and it is no infested with Anbu. The compound is a holy ground. It is unlike any other places within Konoha. However, it will not be my home. I will build myself a majestic palace in the sky. Naruto paused for a moment. You should begin making plans for Uzu. But you will have to see it first. I will take you there, soon. I will be in charge of this land. Karen and Uzu, what of you? Guren questioned, looking straight at the blonde. She was indeed curious to what he planned on doing. He was giving them places to rule. She had thought he would take over her soon. There is much that I have to do. And Konoha still needs to be repaired, if it is willing. Besides, I would rather not bore myself with the kind of work you do. Naruto gave a light response to the question. Uzu will require much work to do. But you will just have to build living quarters and the research facility. Their other projects in here can be stopped. You will only build the structure and equip your own lab. We will see about the rest afterwards. Before I forget, I received a letter from the Kazekage. He wishes to speak with me, Guren stated carefully. Speak to him. You have shown that you are a capable leader. You no longer need my permission to do the job of the leader, Naruto spoke. Guren smiled in appreciation. Thank you, she said. Naruto shrugged, again. You may also have to speak with Konoha, the blonde stated. Oto is not the only village in this country. Guren send each village leader a message to inform them who leads this country. Guren nodded. This country will not remain the land of rice fields only, it will be named, the Imperial Kingdom of Rice Fields. Oto will be its capital, and you will be charged on the whole country as well as the capital. Imperial Kingdom? I like the sound of that, Karen stated with a small smile. If I can get the other villages within the country to follow me, I can make them prosper like this place. Guren added, smiling. Naruto was not oblivious to the fact that Guren presented her words in a way that sounded like she was the one to make everything possible. Things will become messy from now on. But don't allow it to affect your work. I will handle all enemies while you continue to ensure that this country thrives. He was gone after that. He did not see the huge satisfied smiles on the woman he was speaking to. Looks like we all get what we want, Guren stated with a grin on her face. Naruto praised you more than once, which itself is a miracle. And he also gave you free reign in this country. And I got an island, and get to build my own research facilities. Yes, I am happy. Karen added with a smile. What do you mean facilities? Guren asked with narrowed eyes. I only know of a facility? Not facilities. And if you don't tell me everything I might give you little funding. If you have forgotten, I will remind you, Naruto gave me free reign over everything in this country. Karen glared. Later. Fang country, the army from Iwagakure had marched into the country and were moving close to the borders of the Sound. But it would take some time to get there given their pace. It would be foolish to spend all their energy in running towards the battlefield. If they lost all energy on the way, what would they fight with? Going into the battlefield without energy would only lead to their defeat. They were not expecting much of a challenge though. If intel they had been given was correct, it would be an easy job to defeat Oto and claim victory. The village had no military power to protect itself. Their leader was impressive, but it was nothing special or anything that would bring about fear to them. They would not become overconfident though. Becoming overconfident would only lead to arrogance, and that would surely be their downfall. Halt! The man leading the pack yelled, causing all men to stop in their tracks. He had seen a black hole open just in front of them. He did not know what it was, but they could not avoid it, hence he had stopped his men. What is it? Another asked, looking at the portal carefully. It was not every day that space was ripped apart in front of you. It was not something normal to be seeing. It looks like a portal, one muttered. Just after that, Naruto appeared from the portal before it closed. He had slowed his appearance considerably to make a good entrance. He had never tried it before, but he just thought making it a bit dramatic would make things interesting a bit. He narrowed his eyes at the hundreds of men in front of him with arms folded across his chest. He gazed unto them in his iconic impassive look. You! One yelled at him, pointing a finger. Get out of our way, fool. We have a mission to complete. Damn, we were not told this guy would appear. Didn't you hear what he did in Kiri? We are all going to be slaughtered. It was not very surprising that there was gone be a coward in the group. Fear was a beast that could bring anyone to their knees. When one was consumed with fear, there was no moving forward. Shut up. That was the leader, silencing everyone. Remember your training. Regardless of how powerful he is still a man, and can be defeated. Hi. Was a resounding response the leader got from his men. Uchiha Naruto, you should not have crossed our paths. But I cannot say that it is a coincidence that you just happened to appear when we are on our way towards Otogakure. Could it be that you are behind the village? Our Tsuchikage was suspecting something of this, but he could never prove it. Apparently, the leader was a smart man. Naruto was quick to notice this. Interesting, he stated, speaking his first word since appearing. It appears you are not stupid. But I have little interest in indulging your curiosity. It is fine then. We can just make you tell us what we want. We have been training vigorously over the past years. We were being prepared for such situations. History will not be repeated. What your Yondaime did back then will not happen again. The man seemed confident in his words. The others seemed to nod in agreement with him. Naruto took out the three-pronged kunai he knew they would recognize. You mean when he used his thing? He could see their gazes harden. Minato became famous by slaughtering a bunch of weak fools wearing Iwa headbands. Well, you could say that it was genocide he committed. Interesting, isn't it? A simple leaf was able to grind down a rock into nothing but sand, which was blown away into the desert of Suna. That must have been one hell of an entertaining show to watch. To add on to that, he was smiling. Bastard. It seemed they were ready to bisect the blonde. Don't be tricked into losing our calmness, the leader soothed calmly. Battle formations, within an instant, they readied themselves. Surrender now or face your doom. But I would rather if you did not surrender so we can humiliate you. Naruto was no longer smiling. He was now looking at the army before him in disdain. I have already thrown myself before an army and attacked it head on, so I have done something like this, and slaughtered everyone who was lucky enough to be on the path of my jutsu. Since I have done this, I no longer have interest in doing it again. He paused for a moment. How should I go about this without, Hundreds of kunai went flying towards him. He did not move though. Shinra Tensei, he repelled all the kunais away from him. The blast was not that powerful. He had only put little power behind the jutsu. Its purpose was to repel the kunai so that he was not pierced. It would be annoying to be dodging the weapons with pure speed. Given their numbers, he would not have managed to dodge them all. Damn it. What the hell was that? One of the men yelled, looking straight at the blonde before them. Naruto was still folding his hands across his chest. He had not looked threatened, even for a second when the kunai went flying towards him. And to show why he was not threatened, all the projectiles flung towards him were repelled by some force. This is not in the bingo book. I don't know about any technique that can do that. What we know is the sharingan, Mukuten and ridiculous fire jutsu. This was not in his bingo book entry, another stated. Naruto had been put inside Iwa's bingo book, but it had yet to be shown anyone outside of the village. In fact, the new bingo book was only available to a select shinobi. Don't lose focus. If we do that, we will be Kiri all over again. I do not need to remind you that Iwa does not need another humiliation in the hands on Konoha. This will not do well to our image and pride. No matter, we have to stand firm. The battle has yet to even begin. The leader of the army stated in a steel voice laced with full confidence. There did not seem to be any hidden fear within the man. If I wanted to, I would play with you while I break down your confidence and fighting spirit. But that will require me to sweat a little over you. I don't want that. He paused for a moment, watching their reaction. Before he could say anything, the leader spoke again. You sound confident that you can deal to us the same damage you did to the Yondaime Mizukage's army. But let me assure you, we are not weak like those mist shinobi. We are strong, and it is us who will break your confidence and parade around the world with your head. There was a sick grin on the man. He was already picturing Naruto's head on his hands. Really, the man should differentiate between a dream and a fantasy. Stronger than Kiri? I see. I guess you will be guinea pigs then. His Susanoo flashed to life and stood tall, with him inside of it. He did hand seals simultaneously with his Susanoo. Tengai Shinsei. It was then that the sky became dark, and something blocked the path of the sun. Clouds had already formed above the army. They all looked up, sensing something. A sense of dread began to fill them as something big seemed to be coming down towards them. No one moved or said anything. The feeling in their guts just could not allow them to do anything other than stare into the heavens, and waited. What the hell? One of the men yelled as a large meteorite appeared above them. The thing was ridiculously huge. There was no way of stopping such a thing. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. This was one of the things that you did not just dream of, even in your nightmare. Who could have thought that a large meteorite could come down from the sky? It was just ridiculous thinking about it. Holly! Another muttered, falling down on his knees. This was unbelievable. They were not even expecting to clash with Uchiha Naruto. But even so, they had been alerted that they could clash with him, thus every known abilities of his was drilled into their heads. But there was nothing about this. This was not even ninjutsu. Perhaps they were in some sort of genjutsu. Someone seemed to have the same line of thoughts with him. Is this real, or are we in some sharingan genjutsu? It was possible for the genjutsu of the sharingan to trick them. The dujutsu was notoriously known for its power genjutsu. What he was seeing just did not seem real. It was unbelievable. This had to be an illusion. It feels real. Yes, it is real. This is no genjutsu, he was a sensor. If it had been a genjutsu, he would know regardless of how powerful it may have been. It was real, and the bastard blonde had pulled it. He had felt his chakra spike considerably when he was going through hand seals. But it was perhaps nothing compared to how much chakra the blonde had. This is ridiculous. We can't outrun this thing. It is too big for any of our jutsu to destroy it. Is this even ninjutsu? There was one thing common in all these men who spoke: fear. The thing was getting closer, and even though they could not outrun it, they started to run around in all directions. One man in the midst of others knew that they could not outrun this thing. He glared murderously at Naruto. Bastard, you will kill us all. Even you can't survive this. You said you were stronger than Kiri. This is something stronger than what I did in Kiri. Let us see if you can survive this. I highly doubt it though, but if you do survive, you will be crippled, emotionally and physically, Naruto responded as his Susanoo disappeared. Don't complain. You said you would humiliate me, you said you were not weak. If you are strong, you stand firm. You will burn in hell for this. Naruto had already opened a portal beneath him. If I do go, I will ensure to be your king in there, and I will make you miserable. He was gone after that. A bunch of earth jutsus were thrown into the fray as the large meteorite crashed down the ground and crushing everything beneath it. Its crash shook the entire Fang country and also in the Sound country. Some in the Fire country felt it given that it had happened close to the borders of the country. It took a while for everything to settle down. In the land of toads, Jiraiya had wide eyes and he was shaking slightly. He had been dangerously close to the thing since he had been moving with the Iwa army in a close distance. He had been using his camouflage jutsu to hide from sensors. He had done a good job in hiding, and Naruto appeared. He had moved a bit closer so that he could see things perfectly. But Naruto had just done something that was impossible. He had never seen anything like it before. He had lived past 2 wars, and nothing had come close to what he had seen today. Had it not been for the toads, he may also have been crushed. The sage toads looked at the Sannin worriedly, as they knew the blonde had the power to change the world. And without doubt, he was going to change it. Naruto appeared above the large rocks that had been part of the meteorite he had pulled down into the atmosphere. It had crashed down and broken into some pieces, large pieces in that matter. It did not do any good to the surrounding landscape. Naturally, the blonde smiled looking down at the destruction. This is beautiful. It would have been even more beautiful if I had used it on a strong foe. His eyes narrowed at his right as he sensed some chakra. His eyes could see very well. There were about 50 survivors. They must have buried themselves underground, he thought, going into a distance where they could see him. It was applaudable that they had survived. The leader of the group was amongst them. But none looked to be in a position to fight. See, Commander, is that man a G-god or a normal shinobi? The fear from the voice could not be hidden from the voice of the trembling man. I don't know, but he is not normal, the leader responded in a defeated tone, laced with fear. His former confident tone was all but a memory. In one swoop, the confidence was gone. But for somehow, it seemed to return as he forced himself to stand up. But we are still alive. We will fight until we are dead. His previous fear was all gone. It seems there is one strong-willed one, Naruto stated looking down at the survivors. It is unbearable for a leader to watch all his men die in front of him while there is nothing he can do to stop it. What are you getting at? The leader did not have a good feeling about this. Most of your men are dead already. There are only 50 left now, and I will make you watch them perish helplessly. Naruto raised his right hand. Before the man could figure what was going on, a black hole formed under him and it sucked him inside of it. He should be in a perfectly little world where he can watch everything. Monster. You will pay for this. Naruto was not fazed. Very unlikely, he responded calmly. For the second part of this test, I should try another impossible feat, he muttered before holding out both his hands. Chibaku Tensei, he said as a black sphere went up to the sky. This one will do. The ground began to shook as earth chunks, regardless of the size, they began to be lifted up into the air. The remaining 50 were also lifted up into the sky as the black sphere pulled everything towards it. They could do nothing to stop the flight as more rocks piled up into the sphere to create a large ball of rocks in the sky. The thing stood high above the sky in a size that almost rivaled the one of the meteorite he had pulled down earlier. It looks nice when you are the one making it, Naruto said to himself looking above the sky. Next time I should make one doubling the size of this one if I am making only one. He paused for a moment trying to think if he could leave it there in the sky. He decided against that. His perfect Susanoo flared to life in seconds and flapped wings before jumping into the sky in a movement that caused a shockwave to strike where it had been standing. The ground shook because of its takeoff, but Naruto did not mind all that. The Susanoo got hold of its blade as it reached its target. The sword was swung in a blur, something that was unbelievable because of the size of the Susanoo. The sword hit its target with so much power that seemed to distort the air around it. The Chibaku Tensei was split in half by the monstrous Susanoo, and it began to break apart. Naruto deactivated his Susanoo and looked up as it rained rocks. He watched it all for a few moments until it settled down and the ground became still. He snapped his fingers and a portal opened above him, and a shaken man fell down. Report to Onoki what you have seen. He stated turning around to leave. I don't take orders from you, the man snarled furiously. Naruto turned around to face the man. In a blur he appeared before him and kicked the man hard across his chest sending him flying away into a considerable distance. By the time he hit the ground, he was out, cold. I wish there was more of them to test more jutsu. But there weren't any more of them for him to test his jutsus on. But it was no trouble, more opportunities like this were to surely come up in the future. He would use them effectively well to test things. He could not use them test his limits since they were not worthy of it. He would dance with the Kija soon. As soon as Onoki hears of this, he will be bubbling with anger. The world would know of it soon. It was another humiliation in the hands of Konoha. The villagers would not like it one bit, so will that stubborn fool. But he was not worried about anything. Naruto looked up into the sky, the atmosphere had really settled down. With all that he had done, the earth had taken a beating, but it had calmed down. The piles of rocks and holes were still present. It was a sight that was somewhat exciting for one who loved the thrill of a battle. Despite everything, he had not battled anyone. He could not call dropping a large meteorite on a bunch of Iwagakure shinobi fighting. That had been the usual order of his training. He had accustomed himself with the Rinnegan and all its powers before he even awakened. Madara had more knowledge with other things, but he had also done his research for find more information. It was not only the Rinnegan that he had knowledge of, he also was adept to most if not all known abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo alone was a very powerful weapon. It could do things that were extraordinary. Perhaps Madara was right to say the eyes were blessed. A swirling vortex made him stop looking at the sky and at the vortex. He was already familiar with Obito's Kamui. He could never mistake the man's presence with anything. He had also almost forgotten that he had to settle a score with the masked Uchiha, almost being the key word. You are here, Naruto said lightly, folding his hands across his chest. It seems you have been busy here, Obito said looking around the place. He went back to Naruto's statement. I thought I would save you the effort to look for me and present myself to you. Naruto looked at Obito, straight into his yes. He was not surprised to see the man armed with a gun on his back and a new mask that showed both his eyes. The Rinnegan was also not surprising. You seem well prepared for a battle with me. Didn't Zetsu tell you that I would not be fighting you? He did not mention anything about the Rinnegan. It did not really matter to him if the man had the eye or not. So you are aware that I have been speaking to Zetsu, yet you continued to trust him. You even handed him the Rinnegan, and by that look it seems you were expecting him to give it me, Obito stated calmly. He was a little surprised of this. He had not suspected that the blonde could think about something like that given how much he seemed to trust Zetsu with everything he owned. You never lost contact with Zetsu. You have always been speaking to him, even before I met Madara. He also can go anywhere he likes and you can do the same. Who is not to say you met every now and then? Naruto paused for a moment. I trust Zetsu with the things that truly belong to me. I know he will never put anything that belongs to me at risk. Anything I have use of, he will not touch. But you should have known that already. The former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is not so stupid after all. I had been thinking you could be easily manipulated. Zetsu had done well to befriend you, and he did so much that you could even trust him enough to pose as you, Obito stated in a smooth tone. He seemed to speak in a mocking tone when he started talking, but it changed as he went on. I am beyond manipulation, Naruto responded simply. But you should not think that Zetsu is loyal to you. He only speaks to you because it serves the purpose of his master. You are a fool to think you are beyond manipulation, especially since you lived with him when you were a little boy who was looking for affection. He gave you the affection you needed and was like a hero to you as he gave you the power to protect yourself, and something which you needed the most, family. I have to say, Madara did play the part of a grandfather better than I would have thought. Perhaps I ought to give him an award the next time I see. The last part was said in a thought. But it was said loud enough for Naruto to hear it. Naruto's lips twitched into a small, a bit cruel smile. There should be no reason to smile. The reality is that you were a little emotional boy who was broken because Konoha hated him. You could have been easily manipulated by anyone at that time. It is a bit amusing that Madara asked you to be Hokage of the very same village he saved you from, and the village you despise. Obito had his own smile as he spoke, but it was hidden by his mask. You are indeed correct, I was just a little brat who needed some love, and I have you to thank for all that. You were the one who made the Kyuubi attack Konoha. But then again, I would not have been standing here, Naruto responded calmly, his smile never fading as he spoke. Don't give me all the credit. I really wished Minato-sensei had survived, he was a good person. However, even if you had still gotten both your parents, Madara would have still come to you, Obito replied. The smile he had could be seen through his eyes. I see, Naruto responded shaking his head. Well, I guess it is not too surprising. He paused for a moment. It does not change your punishment though. But before that, let us look at this. You say I was just a little brat who could be easily manipulated when Madara took me in. What about you then, Obito? He saved your life and had White Zetsu gossip all about his grand plan. When you wanted to leave, he told you that you would return. And you did return. But that was after you had watched your best friend pierce your girlfriend through her chest by his prized jutsu. Poor love-struck Obito was so heartbroken at Rin's death that he lost all control and slaughtered those around him, before returning to Madara to request that he be trained in the ways of the Moon of the Eye plan. Madara was quite effective despite being at that age. I mean, he had manipulated those Kiri shinobi and set up everything so that Rin could be killed and you would watch that happen. I have to admit, I could have never planned anything like that myself. Poor little Obito did not have the heart to kill Kakashi. But he could not live without his girlfriend. He could not live without his beloved Rin. Rin was all that mattered. When she was gone, poor little Obito snapped and kneeled before awaiting Madara. My grandfather must have been pleased to see all things work according to his plan. I have grown tired of this useless talk. I will rid of you and prepare to the Moon of the Eye plan, Obito stated after a few moments of silence. He had not commented on anything the blonde had said. There was no lie in anything the blonde had said, a part of him knew that. Don't you mean you want to rid of me so you can finally be with Rin? So you can finally get that kiss you always wanted from her? Do you know what would be amusing? It would be if Kakashi had stolen her first kiss. Naruto never stopped giving his small, cruel smile. Despite the lack of outward physical reaction from Obito, he knew the man was having some emotional troubles. But let us get this over with. Naruto rushed towards Obito in full speed. He appeared in front of the masked man and attempted to punch the man straight to the face, but his punch phased through the man. Just as it did, Obito suddenly caught Naruto's hand on his wrist. The blonde merely smiled though. Before Obito could figure out why the blonde was smiling, a shock of electricity hit him from his hand throughout his body. Had he been a normal person, he would have surely been fried. The electricity Naruto had released was very much powerful. It could be rated as A rank. And a normal shinobi would be paralyzed for a few moments. But Obito was only paralyzed for a second, before jumping away from the blonde. Naruto did not attempt anything. You have armed yourself with the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. But, as Madara told you, the true power of the Sharingan is locked when both eyes are used. You cannot use the true power of your Sharingan because it is missing its other half. You cannot handle the power of the Rinnegan, that is why you only have one. But because you only have one eye, you cannot use its full power. Your Mukuten is also half cooked. Your power is not enough to match mine, the Rinnegan does little to change that. Naruto charged at Obito again. He attempted a kick at the man, but Obito was equal to his speed. He jumped away for avoid the blow. Naruto moved faster again, and formed a Katen Rasengan. He disappeared in a blur of speed and appeared in front of Obito. The Rasengan seemed to phase through his chest, but before it could that completely, it disappeared. The result was Obito's cloak blowing up on his chest where Naruto had hit with his Rasengan. Obito jumped away from the blonde, again. You see, Obito, I have studied Kamui for a long time now. I studied it from both your eyes. Using my own Sharingan, I have discovered that both your worlds and Kakashi are connected. But it should be obvious given that they are your eyes and it is the same technique. I could never enter your dimension because my Mangekyo could not. But, my Rinnegan could. All I needed to do was for you to use Kamui with my Rinnegan activated twice to be able to invade into your dimension. I don't have to explain to you how I was able to hurt you. I am also positive that you can also invade my dimension since your Sharingan has those capabilities, Naruto explained lightly. That still means nothing. I had expected you to have figured out the workings of my jutsu. It is no surprise to me that you can counter it, Obito responded, not too concerned by this development. As expected from a student of Madara, Naruto responded calmly. You cannot defeat me, Obito. I can counter everything you throw at me. Both our Rinnegans make ninjutsu useless. How do you suppose you can defeat me? I have that sorted. I don't have to tell you, I just need to show you. With that, Obito disappeared in a blur and appeared before Naruto. He swung his gunbai towards the blonde, but the attack seemed to be a farce as the gunbai phased through the blonde. Just as the gunbai passed, a sharp root appeared out of nowhere and rushed to pierce through Naruto. But the blonde did a quick Shinra Tensei to repel the attack. Obito was not moved as he seemed to have become intangible again. He moved back from the blonde, but just after that, large trees sprouted from the rock beneath Naruto. Naruto quickly disappeared in a burst of speed. I already told you, Obito, I will not dance with you. You are not my equal. You are nothing more than a mockery to those of us who have both Senju and Uchiha DNA. You don't even deserve wield Madara's Rinnegan. Nagato was able to use it well, that is why he never told you to take the eyes from him. He knew that you could not. Naruto paused for a moment. I know that should I kill you, you might sacrifice your right eye to use Izanami to rewrite the reality. You may even do it as Madara did when he was killed by Hashirama. What do you plan on doing then? Obito almost sounded interested in actually hearing the answer from Naruto. But of course he was not. The blonde was being awfully talkative today. He had said more words to him than he had ever said before. Perhaps the blonde was in a good mood. Naruto answered, anyway. Even though he knew Obito was not interested. I will deactivate your Sharingan, permanently, and I will seal the Rinnegan to ensure that you don't use it. I have already told you that I don't plan on fighting you. So, I will take away all your weapons and then talk with you. Ensuring that you cannot use your Mangekyo will come at a cost. It is not possible to do something like that. And even if it was, it would cost you to deactivate your Sharingan, permanently like mine. It is possible. Even though I expected Zetsu to give you the Rinnegan, do you think that I would leave it as it was without tempering with it? I do think that Zetsu knows I did something, he may not have told you. You are rather talkative, today, Obito said, trying to figure out what the blonde had done to the Rinnegan that gave him confidence. He was curious, it could be tricky and possibly spell something bad for him. He was not going to take any chances. Perhaps if he stalled for some time the blonde would tell him what he did and he would be given enough time to work around the problem. He could not solve what he did not know. You think so? Naruto said, holding out his right hand. He had not noticed that he had been talking much more than he usually did with Obito. Well then, let us get with this started again. The blonde then walked towards Obito slowly. The masked Uchiha did not move an inch. He merely held his gunbai on his right hand firmly as the blonde made his way towards him. Just when Naruto had gotten close to him, Obito swung his gunbai across Naruto in a speed that made it impossible to dodge, even more to the fact that Naruto was very close to him. Obito knew that the blonde had not expected him to attack, and he could have used the same tactic as before when he allowed the gunbai to phase through him. The gunbai smacked Naruto in the face and sent him flying away. But Naruto flipped several times in the air before landing down the ground. You are being a bit hasty in your attack all of a sudden. I just wanted to get close to you for a few seconds, Naruto stated, but Obito was not listening. He rushed towards the blonde in fast speeds. When he had gotten close to Naruto, his eyes locked with Naruto's. Naruto merely smiled. Shinra Tensei. Obito was not blown away like the last time. But Naruto was not done. As the attack was still blowing, He brushed off the hair on his right eye and revealed it to Obito. Unlike the left, which was the Rinnegan, the right was just a Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto held a single hand seal. The right Mangekyo spun around wildly for a few seconds while Obito was frozen in place. He could not move for a second. What the hell? Obito thought, trying to move. He was intangible, he could not have been touched by anything. But he could feel that he had lost his intangibility. The vision on his right eye became blurry before disappearing and he found his movement again. He jumped away from Naruto. He could see that it was the same with Naruto, his right eye had closed. To kill the other Mangekyo, I have to sacrifice my own. But I need you to use it while you had eye contact with mine. Naruto responded, allowing his hair to fall into place. It was actually real. His Sharingan was no longer activated. He tried activating it, but nothing happened. He just could not activate it. But if Naruto sacrificed his right eye, it would weaken him. He did not think the blonde was capable of weakening himself. Naruto was proud of his power, he could not sacrifice it even if it meant killing him. What did you do? He already knew the answer, but this was just unreal. His whole fighting stance was based on his intangibility. He always made battle strategies based on the ability of his right eye. Without it he would have to change his battle plan. But he would not be the one to have lost something. Naruto also lost his right eye. I took away your right eye at the cost of mine. But don't think I have lost one of my eyes. I replaced my eternal Mangekyo with my original eyes. I replaced it this morning. But this means that I only have one remaining eye from my originals, but it did not matter anyway. He could take back the eye he replaced this morning later on after all this. Moving about with half power of his power would not do well with him. Obito gritted his teeth. He would have to do with the Rinnegan only. On the good side, Naruto could not use his Susanoo with just one of his eyes. But he did not know about the Rinnegan. Still, both could not use their full power, which was good for him. I had certainly not expected things to turn out this way. You had planned for this more than I had thought, he admitted quietly. Now then, shall we get to the other part? Naruto held out his right hand. He formed a Rasen Shuriken and began to charge towards Obito. He then threw the jutsu towards Obito, who had tried to move away before he threw it. But the jutsu moved faster that would require one to be fast as a Raikage to dodge it. Without his intangibility, he could not let it phase through him. It made him realize how he relied too much on his Sharingan power. He had never thought that he would lose it one day. He also could not dodge it because of the speed. Another thing that had made it impossible to dodge was that Naruto had closed the distance between them before throwing the jutsu. He knew that the jutsu was powerful, so he was forced to use the Rinnegan to absorb the jutsu. But the fact that Naruto had said he did something to the Rinnegan made him hesitant, but he was left with little choice. Gakido, he held out both his hands. He never saw the smirk on Naruto's face. He did see it after he had absorbed the jutsu, but the blonde was already holding a hand seal. To activate everything, I needed you to absorb my chakra by using the Rinnegan. We can begin the main show now. Chakra receivers sprouted around Obito's body, this left him immobile and frozen. When did this happen? Naruto ignored the question. He moved closer to Obito and removed his mask. He jumped back to get some distance. Are you being rhetorical? He finally responded. Obito gritted his teeth. If you could do this from the beginning, why did you even sacrifice your Sharingan? I just wanted to take away your prized eye and I was interested in seeing if the jutsu really worked. See, I had yet to try it before. Naruto stopped before continuing. Let us introduce the character of this play. He snapped his fingers and a portal next to him. A woman at the same height of Naruto stepped out, looking a bit nervous. She looked straight at the man in front of her as if she had not seen Naruto. Obito? What is going on? What happened to you? Rin? A wide-eyed Obito stuttered. He quickly recognized the concerned tone he had missed so much from her. It could not have been a genjutsu, the Rinnegan could tell him that. Genjutsu did not work on with the Rinnegan activated. It was not sealed as Naruto had said. And no, you are dead. Rin looked confused. What are you talking about, Obito? Are you referring to the incident with Kakashi? No, you are dead. I saw you, I held your corpse in my hands after you had been killed. Rin walked over to Obito and hit him on his forehead. She smiled at him. Don't talk like that, she seemed to be scolding him like she usually did when they had still been a team. Naruto interrupted the show by pulling Rin towards him. The sound of chirping birds that Obito remembered too well came to life. Don't think that this is just one of Zetsu's clones. You see Obito, as your Rinnegan can tell you, she is quite alive. You allowed me to take these eyes so that I can see everything clearly. You knew that if I did not have the Rinnegan I would merely assume that she was just a clone, not the real thing. Obito gritted his teeth, glaring down at the chirping birds on Naruto's right hand. Naruto did not deny it. The Rinnegan gives you a precise view of reality. Yes, nothing can be hidden from the Rinnegan, it sees all truth, these are the eyes of legend after all. How? Naruto knew what Obito was asking. Everything looked real back. Kakashi killed Rin, he failed to keep his promise to protect your precious woman. Even more to it, Minato was not there when there was trouble, as always. I do believe this is the reason you had Kurama attack Konoha. After venting out your anger, you held her corpse, you smelt the stench of her blood. Yes, she was dead. You never dared to think that it was a genjutsu. You had your sharingan activated, so did Kakashi. Are you saying that the incident that happened long ago was a genjutsu? Not at all, Naruto responded, shaking his head slightly. It was real, and so is this. Life and death is in the hands of the Rinnegan, you should not forget that. Who brought her back? I don't know. Naruto shrugged. This is how it happened back then, isn't it? Naruto held out his right, which was still crying in a heap of chirping birds. He had still managed to hold the jutsu while he talked to Obito. He moved to strike Rin through her chest. The woman had wide eyes at this, just like last time. Obito could not have that. Even though Naruto's chakra was restraining him, he still managed to push it back for a moment. Naruto was only amused when Obito jumped in front of him to take the blow through the chest. He had expected the Uchiha to do something like that. The Chidori pierced through his chest, but he was still alive. I knew you would do something like that. Obito only glared. Rin went to him, giving him that look of worry she always did. Back then, he had always insisted that he was fine, but how could he say it now? Are you all right, Obito? But before she could say anything else, or he could muster a response, an orange blade pierced through her back. And her eyes became wide again. This is the second time you have failed to save her. You are a failure, Obito, pathetic even. Back then you blamed Minato for not being on time to save her. Yet you were alive, why didn't you save her? Even now, she is going to die, who are you going to blame for your failure? Will this only steel your resolve to initiate Tsuki no Mi? If so, have you forgotten that you can't do anything? If that was not enough, Naruto ripped her apart, but not before driving his right hand back through her chest, removing her heart. Obito could only watch in horror, as Naruto crushed Rin's heart like it was anything. Naruto then made sure that nothing of her was left. When he was done, he kicked Obito like a dog on his chest, leaving the Uchiha to fall down on his back. Poor Obito, his girlfriend was accidentally killed by his best friend, his sensei could not save her, neither could he. And so with her death, he wished to create another world where she could be alive. You also wanted Kakashi to live in this new world because despite everything, he is still a friend to you. What a cruel and kind child you are. Obito gritted his teeth. He was out of options, but, when Madara returns, he will end up killing you. Even if I die now, Naruto crashed his foot on the Uchiha's chest, shutting him up. Don't think too far, Obito. I have not yet done anything. I thought this would be enough to punish you, but it is not. I will save your soul, for now. When I become God, I will revive you, and then take you back to the beginning. I will make you watch Kakashi kill Rin over and over again. I will make you experience what she felt when it happened. You will experience how she wished you could save her, how she was disappointed that you allowed yourself to be killed and left her alone. You will watch her die, and each time I will make you feel helpless, I will make you beg for me to stop it or save her. La. Well, that was certainly worth all the trouble, Naruto stated, looking down at Obito's corpse. He felt oddly happy and a bit more alive with Obito now dead. The trouble and his sacrificial of his right eye had been worth it. Akatsuki was dead at the moment. But there was still Kisame. He was just one man, so he could be handled as time went on. I have to agree with you. That was certainly interesting. I had never thought I would see Obito looking like that, Kabuto stated as he appeared a bit away from Naruto. It was a good thing to keep his distance away from Naruto. That is until he played down his card. Kabuto, Naruto said, turning to face the man. I am not very surprised to see you here, he stated, looking straight at the man before him. I was supposed to have killed you some time ago. But it seems like that you are like your master, Orochimaru. But I will make sure that I remove you. My Naruto, there is no need to be hasty. Kabuto said, never grinning as he went through hand seals. It would not be well for his health if he did not do an insurance to ensure that Naruto did not move towards him. The blonde could kill him, and he was not looking forward to that. He had escaped death once, he would rather not be in a place where he had to escape death. He did the Edo Tensei, which Naruto quickly recognized by the hand seals as he had done. He was a user of the jutsu, he could very recognize it. A coffin sprouted from the ground and stood still in front of Kabuto. When it opened, Uchiha Madara could be seen, with his eyes still closed. It took a few moments before the man's eyes snapped open and he stepped out of the coffin. He looked down at his hands to see his current state of body before looking around. I had thought either Obito or Naruto would revive me using the Rinnegan Tensei. But it does not matter anyway, the man muttered looking around the place. This landscape does bring back some memories. Obito is currently dead, he has not been dead for more than an hour, Kabuto reported with a smug grin on his face, and I don't think your grandson would have revived you since he does not follow your footsteps. Who are you? Madara asked, narrowing his eyes at the former subordinate of Orochimaru. He could solve being revived in this state. But it was a little surprised to see that he was revived in this state. But nothing was out of plan. The fact that Obito was dead did not surprise him at all. I am Yakushi Kabuto. I have been working with Obito over the past months, Kabuto responded, giving the legendary Uchiha a slight bow. Madara said nothing. His eyes moved until they were locking with Naruto's. They seemed to be on a staring contest. Naruto did not seem the slightest surprised to see his grandfather brought back to the living world. But Madara was the first to speak. You certainly are my grandson, those were the words he could say to the blonde. I had expected that I would be seeing you again, grandfather, Naruto stated calmly. He turned his eyes to Kabuto. Why did you this? Nagato is dead, so is Obito. And you don't like me very much. I have no place to hide, but with him I can even the score, Kabuto replied with a smug look on his face. He held his ace now. He had stayed with Obito long enough to obtain some valuable data that would be beneficial to his research. But with his benefactor dead, he needed someone else to back him up before Naruto made his move. You think you can control Uchiha Madara? Foolish child, he did not seem angry or anything. I have allowed you to live long enough. Are you forgetting something, Naruto? If you kill me, the Edo Tensei will not be undone, and I am sure you do not want your powerful grandfather walking about the nations, Kabuto spoke in a smooth tone, while Madara watched everything with an unreadable look on his face. He knew that Naruto would not care for such thing. It was a matter of how he would deal with Kabuto. I do not care about that, grandfather can live, he and I have a score to settle. You will die here, but he did not seem like he was going to attack Kabuto. Naruto turned to his grandfather. Zetsu should be making his appearance in a few seconds. Naruto was proven right as Zetsu appeared after a few seconds. He did not seem to side with anyone though, as he appeared from a distance away from the two Uchihas. However, both Naruto and Madara knew who the thing was loyal to. This is certainly interesting. I cannot say that I am surprised to see you, Madara. Well, I would have revived you rather soon given the situation in this world. Your presence is quite needed, and I have no one to call an equal, only you have what I have. Naruto stated, repeating what he had already said, walking towards his grandfather with an impassive gaze. He then sat down on one of the rumbles, looking straight at Madara. This is to be expected, Madara stated, folding his hands across his chest. He was not the least surprised that Naruto expected this and was not even showing a tiny bit of surprise. In fact, he seemed a little bit excited by this. But that was also to be expected. Well, at least you are not a failure like him, he stated, referring to Obito, who had his soul ripped away from him by Naruto. I was never a failure to begin with. But if the compliment is coming from you, I will take it, not that I have little doubt of my abilities. He paused for a moment before going on. I have to say, it feels a little good. Madara did not comment on that. I would have liked it if I was brought back using the Rinnegan. But I guess it can't be helped. He could not feel his blood in this body. He wanted his real body, in that state he could feel pain, a body that could get tired. An immortal body would not even do it if he wanted to become the Juubi's Jinchuriki. Don't complain, Madara. You could not have been brought back at a better time than this. Obito is already dead, your eyes are waiting for you, you just need another pet to give you a new body, Naruto explained lightly. Well, he was certainly not going to do that for him, even if he had the power to do so. It should not be a problem for him to find a pet. And Naruto had no Baijuu inside of him, he was not late for anything. It would have been a little troublesome if the blonde had taken any of the Baijuu. You are giving them without a fight, I expected that. You are bored without any equal after all. Naruto nodded. I can't fight at full power with anyone. And I have grown tired of throwing useless jutsu around. I am sure you would also be bored if you had no one you could call an equal. I had Hashirama during those days. He certainly did best me. He was not even the slightest bitter about the fact that Hashirama could defeat him, even with perfect Susanoo. Hashirama possessed a ridiculous amount of chakra that he was not afraid to say was more than his. If Naruto did not take his training lightly, he could have certainly grown to possess chakra comparable to his former best friend. Yes, you did. It is a pity that he is not here. I want to fight him too and see what he can do exactly, Naruto stated. He had entertained the thought of fighting the legendary Senju. And if he were to be honest with himself, the thought excited him. Hashirama never disappoints. Well, you could bring him back if you want to. He had no doubt that Naruto could pull out the Edo Tensei. Hashirama's corpse was still sealed in Konoha, the blonde could access it and do what he pleases. It would certainly be a blast if the three of them gathered for a last dance. Or you could do it, Naruto looked at Kabuto, and then at Madara. Should you not take care of that before we can talk? Madara did not respond in words. His Susanoo sprang to life, and Kabuto found himself being pierced through the chest by one of its blade. Foolish child, he thought he could actually control me. Children are naive to the things that they do not fully understand regardless of how intelligent they are. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. Now let us get to business. I see the situation in this world has not bettered. Not that I expected it to. In this reality, there will always be conflicts, winner and losers, and the result will be something like this, he said, pointing at what remained of Naruto's jutsus. You have killed some, and those left behind will seek revenge. They will come after you to kill you. No doubt they will die, but the hatred will still remain to those left behind. And it will be an endless cycle of hatred. Naruto was quiet for a few moments. You are certainly correct. There is no way in this world that a human will forget hatred. There will always be evil, yet there will always be good. In a world where the strong and weak exist, there will always be light and darkness, and the two are bound to collide. I understand why you chose Tsuki no Mi. Within that Tsukiyomi, there will no chance for evil or darkness. Infinite Tsukiyomi is the only place to where humans can live in understanding of each other. This was a bit unexpected. Madara never thought that Naruto would understand fully. What he was certain of was that Naruto was not naive, but the blonde had never seemed thrilled about Tsuki no Mi, but he was also certain that there was a but. There is a flaw in Tsuki no Mi, Naruto stated, firmly. Madara seemed interested. Come on with it then. Hagoromo died despite being the Jinchuriki of the Juubi. You will also suffer the same fate, and when you do, the Juubi will be freed. Since all humans will be trapped within the infinite Tsukiyomi, there will be no one to stop it from doing what it pleases. And I am positive that the Juubi will destroy all humans, trying to retrieve its chakra. And when it does, it will be the end of the human race. Naruto looked up at the skies. Yes, the infinite Tsukiyomi will bring an end to the world. This did not come as a surprise to Madara. He knew everything that entailed Mugen Tsukiyomi, he even taught Naruto about. Nevertheless, he always had an answer for everything. Like you said, Hagoromo died because he was mortal despite all his powers. If I don't wish to die, I have to become immortal. You do not have the answer to immortality, grandfather. Being the Jinchuriki of the Juubi will give you a long life, but you will age like everyone else. And when you do, you will die like everyone else. Being the caster of the infinite Tsukiyomi, you won't be suspended like everyone else. Since you will use nativity of a world of trees, everyone else will be able to live forever due to the life force of the tree. However, you will not. You are the only one who can live in both the genjutsu and reality. There is also something that you forget: we are not the only ones in this world. And even if you do make yourself immortal, you can't be arrogant enough to believe that you will hold back the Juubi for all eternity. The more you use its power, the more its influence over your body grows. I don't suppose you have the answer. I do have an answer to immortality. I will tell you about it when we dance for death. And I don't think whoever planted the Shinju to begin with will be happy about the situation. Naruto said, smiling a little. Oh, it made him proud knowing that he knew more about the world than Madara did. Now, tell me how I came to be. Obito called my mother a rejected Uchiha. I am curious about that. I see, I never told you about it back then. Well, it would have made things a bit difficult if I did, Madara stated, as he too sat down, away from Naruto. You can start talking now. Only you have that information. Naruto was serious, Madara could tell. I know for certain that you were not interested in anything of this world. You could have never thought of making a child within the world you loathe unless there was a reason behind it. A reason? Yes, there was certainly a purpose for the birth of your mother. When I left Konoha to pursue my dream, I soon realized that time was not on my side. I could not have anyone to take things up for me. If I died without having trained someone to take up Tsuki no Mi in my place, it would be an end to my dream and this reality would continue to corrupt this world. With that in mind, I looked for an Uzumaki woman and swayed her. I have to say, it was not that difficult, especially when she wanted a child badly. I wanted a child of my own because I saw no one capable of initiating my plan. I knew for certain that a child born of me and Uzumaki would be a powerful child. That child would be the one I trained to continue with my plans as my life was coming to an end. I waited patiently for the child to be born, but I was left disappointed when the child turned out to be a girl. A girl was not what I wanted. And so I rejected the woman and her child to look for someone who I could use. Your grandmother also rejected my blood flowing through Kushina's veins. She made sure that Uchiha genes inside Kushina never dominated. I did not really care since I had already rejected them. But I did keep an eye on them from far, just in case something happens. Madara explained lightly, looking straight at his grandson whose expression had not changed as he talked, not even the slightest. I see, so this is why Obito called her the rejected Uchiha. Well, that is understandable, you rejected her after all. Funny, Konoha also rejected me as her hero, Naruto stated, cocking his head. Despite Kushina being useless, you still kept an eye on her. No doubt this was done so that nothing could happen to her. Despite your outward appearance, you would not have allowed your only child to be killed. Madara did not comment on Naruto's words. You must have been mad when Obito called your mother a rejected Uchiha. Naruto did not deny anything. I was angry, a little. But there is nothing to be angry about now since I know for certain that it is the truth. Now go on. After the plan to make a child to take from me failed, I waited for years. That is until I found Obito and shaped him. While at the same time, I knew what was happening to Kushina, I knew she had been made the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. But it did not matter since she possessed a strong life force that she would survive if the Kyuubi was to be extracted from her. When I found out that she was going to have a son, I waited patiently to take you away from her. But of course, she would have been allowed to raise you until I could take over. The night you were born, Obito went on his own and decided to destroy Konoha with the Kyuubi. At that time, he was not aware that Kushina was my child. For Obito, this world no longer mattered, he did not care what happened to it since he had lost his Rin. I could have sent Zetsu to take you after everything. But I wanted to see how you would develop being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Despite going out on his way, I still allowed Obito to start with Tsuki no Mi while I worked on you. For the first years I watched your every move inside Konoha. It was not pleasant watching, but it proved to me how cursed this world is. After I had seen enough, I then took you in. I sent Obito away. While teaching you what was necessary, I realized that I should have taken you from Konoha that night the Kyuubi was sealed in you. By the time I took you, I could no longer shape you into a shinobi I wanted you to become. Even with how Konoha treated you, you were a kind child. But that kindness could still be discarded like it was never there. Even if you cared, you can still harm and kill. You are kind just as you are heartless. My death in your hands only intensified this, I was certain of it. I knew for certain that you were capable of ignoring everything around you, even your own feelings. When I saw the kindness in your heart, I knew for certain that you could not become what I wanted you to become. Since I knew you could erase the kindness, I could have shaped you. However, I realized something wrong with you. But I still trained you and allowed Obito to have his fun. If Obito was smart, he could have gathered all the Baijuu before you got too powerful for him to handle. But he decided to play around and see if my efforts with you were worth it. I did know for certain that you would kill Obito, and I would be revived. Zetsu was also there to ensure that if Obito strayed too far, he would have to be reprogrammed. My idea of you becoming Hokage was to put you into a position where you could see the true colors of this world through your own eyes. Then perhaps we may come to an understanding, but it appears not. Well, I had also planned to fight with you. It would have been boring if I was revived without anyone to rival me. Naruto nodded, calmly. As I said, I would have revived you anyway. It is not just for a battle, but you are useful. We will get to that at a later date. Still, he was not surprised that his grandfather knew him this well. Interesting, Madara stated, curious to how Naruto planned to use him. It does seem our battle will be even bigger than the one I had with Hashirama. Naruto nodded in agreement. What stops me from being excited is that despite being alive, you are still dead. I will be happy when you are not in that state. Naruto had already said he was not going to use the Rinnegan Tensei, so it was no use trying to convince him otherwise. Do you really plan to become Hokage? I wanted to. But my patience with Konoha is wearing thin. Like you said, even if I wanted to, I can still discard it if it becomes a problem for my plans. Naruto stated, rather calmly, still facing his grandfather. You said you noticed something wrong with me, what was it? You see, when I found that I could not manipulate you like I did with Obito, I searched you thoroughly trying to find out how to get you to behave. You were capable of smiling to someone honestly this minute and still kill the same person the following minute. You hated Konoha, yet you could still live in that same village. I told you to become Hokage, yet you entertained the idea of leading a village you so despise. I asked myself, how is this possible? To answer the question, I questioned how you handled your emotions towards Konoha. With how much you loathed Konoha for what it did to you, you could have snapped at burned the village long ago. Yet, you still lived there. I was led to realize that you should have really snapped long ago when Konoha was still bullying you, or maybe when I told you about your parents. But you did not. This led me to realize that you were different. To stabilize yourself, your emotions, to manage things well in a way that you would not lose yourself and become unstable due to your traumas, you divided yourself into three, Uzumaki, Uchiha and the other one I never saw. You kept Uchiha in the front most of the times, but sometimes Uzumaki took control. The day you could not control him was your birthdays. Uzumaki represents your pain, suffering and your other emotions, while Uchiha has nothing of those. He is just indifferent towards everything, cares for nothing. I do believe that over time, you lost the ability to control this personality and they ended up merging, giving a little light to Uchiha Naruto. The third personality is the one that escaped my eyes, but I know it is there. I do wonder how your mind handles all these. Well, it could be that the third is pulling all the strings tied behind Uzumaki and Uchiha. All that Naruto could say was, interesting. Is something like that even possible? Can someone really form multiple personalities like you say? If you did it, then it is possible. You must be bitter about the fact that I am beyond your control, despite the fact that I am here because of you. But that is irrelevant. It no longer matters since we are here. Naruto did not confirm or deny anything about what Madara had said. It is relevant. My failure to control you has led to this situation. You won't just sit back and allow me to capture all the Baijuas to initiate my plan. You are going to stop me from doing what I want. This is your world, after all. My world? What makes you say that this is my world? I don't know of its origins, I don't know how everything came to exist in this world. How can this world be mine? It is fine if you don't want to play, Madara stated, waving his hand dismissively. It was obvious that Naruto was not going to indulge on the subject further to lead him into revealing something. Your observation is almost right. But do not make it sound like I have a personality disorder, I have nothing of that. When you say that I have 3 personalities, you make things a little creepy. Well, guess he was going to talk. As you said, I was a kind child in the beginning, but there was some darkness that lay deep inside of my heart. I have never really given much time to explore it all. I am emotionless when I choose to be. I can deny myself what I feel, even though my heart says otherwise. The fact that I have emotions means that I am human, normal like you. You are not emotionless, you feel excitement, anger, and pride. I also feel those things. What makes us different is that my heart is still capable of loving, unlike yours. And there is also the fact that I can flip a switch to shut down my emotions. I must admit that it has become difficult these days since I have attached myself to others. That is to be expected, Madara responded calmly. He had a feeling that Naruto hated all the emotions he felt. He felt that the blonde no longer wanted to be human. Once you have formed bonds, it is not easy to break them, especially given someone with your background. Despite having me, you were still quite lonely. But I don't think you realized it since you always kept focus on the objective rather than trivial things. It seems so, Naruto conceded. Emotions really do spiral out of control sometimes. And it is a problem for someone young like me who is not experienced. But they do have their uses. They are the easiest way to manipulate people, but you refrain from doing that. I do wonder why though. You are not bound by principles formed in this world, you certainly have no care for morality, yet you don't like manipulating people. Madara looked thoughtful for a few moments before continuing. Even though you may not have different personalities, as I had assumed, there is still something dark inside your heart. You have admitted it to me countless times that your heart is cold. What stops you from manipulating other people? It is not that I don't like the idea, but what I do not like is depriving people of their free will. I am not against manipulation. If it sweets my end, I will engage in it. But free will is something that I respect. However, my concept of free will is quite different from the world's point of view. I will always give options, even if they are limited. This is why if I wanted to initiate the Mugen Tsukiyomi, I would offer it as dinner at the table, and give people a choice to eat it or not. My actions will depend on their choice. That would still not be fair, and who is to say you will not only offer options that will sweet you? Let us say for an example, if I put Konoha in the same position as they did to me, if I make them suffer the same torment as I did. I would ask them in the end if they wanted to take revenge for the torment or if they would rather have their tormentor apologize and move on. If they say revenge, you will also tell them that they should have no complaints if you seek revenge, because that is exactly how they would react. You do to them what they wish to do to you. Do you plan on doing that to Konoha? Who knows? Naruto merely shrugged. Wouldn't that be fair, though? If you want revenge, then you should not hold any grudges if someone seeks revenge against you. If you kill, you should be prepared to be killed. If you hate, you should be prepared to be hated. This is just the way I see things. It is a win-win for both sides. But it does not end the cycle of hatred. Hatred is something that will be ended easily. I do agree with you that men are vile creatures. If they are not shown the way, they will continue to be evil, even when they know that they are doing wrong. Naruto paused for a moment. He found himself suddenly losing interest in the train of his conversation with Madara. Do you know what is funny, grandfather? What is it? You are so proud of manipulating others that you never saw that someone was also manipulating you. He did not use darkness to manipulate you, no, he used your love. This plan of yours was formed when Izuna died. Even before that, you have lived and trained to protect your little brother. You could have joined with Hashirama before your brother died, but he told you no. If you had joined with him back then, he would have healed Izuna, and things would have turned out differently. Izuna was your love, and when he died you hated reality and chose to seek a world of dreams. Aren't you like Obito in that regard? No, Naruto shook his head. Obito only wanted to live with Rinnegan, but you truly wish for peace. Perhaps your actions have not been manipulated by your love for your brother. He contradicted his thoughts and answered his own question before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Madara looked at Zetsu. Naruto has developed in a way that I have not thought would be possible. And it seems that he may have already surpassed me. He paused for a moment. Can I assume that he has the Geto Mazo? Zetsu nodded. And I don't think he will allow you to summon it. That is fine, I will just allow him to collect all the Baijuas for me. Naruto may be strong, but I know the workings of his own body more than he does. I created his body after all. Chapter 33. For the past week Naruto never hadn't bothered to return to Konoha. He had been staying inside the capital of Rice of Fields, away from the world. The Crystal Palace was the only place he could sit about without anyone disturbing him. The basement levels of the palace were also sealed and free of Zetsu. The whole week he spent without seeing the sun or the moon, and seeing the light again brought a little smile on his face. Surely the hidden villages were in disarray now, given that Uchiha Madara had returned. He was positive that no one had watched, no one had been present when Kabuto brought the infamous Uchiha back using the Edo Tensei. This meant that if no one was watching, then no one could have known that he had returned. It raised a number of questions as to who spread the word. Unless Zetsu was responsible, spread out the word. Perhaps it had been made by Obito. The dead Uchiha wasn't stupid, he had been trained by Madara after all. Perhaps Zetsu had done it, he thought that, thinking it would make things a bit easy for Madara if everyone knew he was alive. Surely, his grandfather would probably disregard anyone except for him. Perhaps the only people who could interest him were the Kages, but that would only be their power. He also doubted that his grandfather would spend much time hunting the down Baijuas when he could do it for him. It didn't matter one way or the other anyway, it worked in his favor. This just worked well for him. Madara wasn't known to be a good person. In fact, even if he were to walk into Konohagakure, they would most likely attack him. They branded him a traitor after all. Right now, they were both shared the title of most feared shinobi. No, he was evil, and even if he walked into Konohagakure, they would probably attack him. They branded him a traitor after all. Right now, the world feared two shinobi, Madara and him. However, unlike Madara, he wasn't known to be a power-hungry fool who was after the power of other Kages. In fact, he was known to be of some help some of the other villages. Between him and his grandfather, he held a better image, but such things didn't matter to his grandfather, especially when he, Madara, hated this world. But they were the same in this regard. He also hated this world. His recent activities with fighting Nagato, and destroying Iwa's army had not gone unnoticed. It seemed that whoever began to spread the news of Madara's return also let slip the rumor about everything. What was most surprising was that the report was actually accurate, which led him to believe that it may have been Zetsu's doing. While the citizens of Oto in the capital of Rice rejoiced that their leader saved them from Iwa's army, some of the other nations on the other hand weren't happy at all. Obviously the Sandaimate Tsuchikage was downright furious at the embarrassment of his army. It only took him to destroy the army, an army that had been in training for many years. Iwa's defeat by Naruto wasn't the first time they suffered a humiliating loss at the hands of a single individual. Minato had also slaughtered over 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi on his own. This was losses that were surely not doing well to helping the village's image. If more than anything, one would find Iwa to be weak if its army could be killed by just one man. Other nations were keeping a critical close eye but at the same time not saying anything. It was that much obvious that no village wanted to be the one to start a war. But however, should it happen, they would certainly jump into attack. And as it stood, if the other nations were to unite, they would do so in order to eliminate the both of them, him and Madara. Both of the aforementioned Uchihas had ties with Konoha, everything had to do with Konoha, it seems. Killing more shinobi would be an annoyance, one he was not looking towards. He wasn't looking forward to fighting the average shinobi. At the same time, he would do everything he could to ensure that a war didn't ignite. Though, if it couldn't be helped, then he would stand against those seeking an early death. But if it could not be helped, then he would in no doubt have to slaughter more shinobi. But if war blossomed, then Konoha would be caught in the middle of it and the village was surely not going to escape unscathed. Well, that is if it can manage to hold off the forces of several villages. He didn't want the village to suffer any damage, unless it was by him. He had lived so long ensuring that the village stayed in one piece so that the village as a whole could be redeemed. Should the plan to redeem the village fail, then it was another story, with a different ending. An Anbu appeared at Naruto's right hand, on top of the Hokage monument where Naruto had been standing. He had just returned to the village. "What is it?" "You have been called to the council's chambers," the Anbu curtly stated before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The Anbu reported and disappeared away from the monument. That was quick, Naruto thought mildly. It had been less than 10 minutes that he spent standing on top of the monument, and Tsunade had already called a council meeting. Perhaps she had been waiting for his return, that is why she had done it so quickly. Council chambers. The doors opened, and a calm-looking Uchiha Naruto walked into the council chambers. The moment he entered, the atmosphere became tense. He could see it in the eyes of the Hokage, clan heads and Jiraiya that there was something that was bothering them. They wanted to inform him something which it was obvious they thought he would not like. The doors swung open and the atmosphere quickly changed as Naruto calmly strolled into the council's chambers. He could see it in their eyes as they tensed, everyone from the clan heads to the Hokage, and Jiraiya, there was something bothering them. It was obvious that whatever it was, they were sure he wasn't going to like it. "Interesting," Naruto stated of the tense atmosphere in the chamber. "It has been long since I walked into this room and I felt it so tense like this. But then again, the situation outside the walls of the village is also tense. It has to be expected," he was speaking to himself more than to anyone really. "Interesting," Naruto commented. "It's been quite some time since I last walked into a room as tense as like this. Then again, the situation isn't much different outside the walls of the village either. It's to be expected," he stated more to himself than the room at large. Once the blonde had taken a seat, Tsunade spoke, "I'm glad you finally decided to show up on time." Whether she was being sarcastic or not, Naruto really didn't care much. "What is it then?" "I just returned, and I find myself being told that I am wanted," Naruto stated, looking at everyone inside the room. Tsunade seemed to gather some confidence before speaking. "I'll get straight to it then. The council feels we should distance ourselves from you for the time being. Recent information from an unlikely source has forced us to consider our standing with you. Along with word that Madara's return, evidence has been brought forth forcing us to question the nature of your relationship with the traitor. Your continued association with the village will only do more harm than good. That is why this council has come to the decision, Uchiha Naruto, from this moment on, until everything settles, you are hereby banished from this village. I will not put the lives of those within the village in the line of danger due to your actions. This is my verdict, you have until sunset to be out of the village limits. I'll get onto it straight, the council feels that it is better to separate ourselves from you for the time being. With the information we received from an unlikely source and the fact that Uchiha Madara has returned, who we received evidence that you have some relations with. Your stay in the village does more harm than good. That is why we have come to a decision to banish you from this village, it is only until everything settles. We do not wish to be drawn to any unnecessary battles because of your actions, this is why we have decided to banish you, you have until tonight to leave. Unbelievable, Naruto thought as silence filled the room, no one dared to speak as all eyes were focused on him. So it came as a complete surprise to everyone when a smile broke the expressionless mask as a low hollow laugh filled the chamber. The unexpected reaction from Naruto, he smiled, and then chuckled, a hollow laugh. That is rather unexpected. I never thought that you actually had the spine to tell that to my face. I guess I should applaud you, the blonde spoke in a tone that was just blank void of his previous mirth. Tsunade gave him a glare for the jibe. However, it was Jiraiya who spoke. Are you going to leave peacefully? Or will we have to use force? The Sannin questioned. If the stern expression the man wore was any indication, the man certainly wasn't in a happy mood. Naruto didn't bother to respond to the question by Jiraiya. Is Kabuto this unlikely source who informed you of my relations with Madara? He inquired. He knew there was no way Zetsu could have done something like that, nor even Madara. Of all the people who knew, no one could say anything other than him. But the fact that since Kabuto was dead, it meant that he'd set up arranged things just to screw with him should he die. Kabuto is dead, you made sure of that apparently, Jiraiya responded calmly, though not answering Naruto's question either. It seemed the old man decided to return the favor. Since the blonde also did not answer his question, it was only fair that he do the same. That damn Kabuto. Even in death he still manages to disrupt things, he's just like his former master. I should have killed him sooner when I learned that he survived the encounter when I killed Orochimaru and brought the base crashing down. Again, he wasn't talking to anyone specifically. He seemed to be talking to himself more than anyone. You still have yet to say anything about your banishment, Tsume stated, looking straight at his face. As much as indifferent as you are to most things, you can't possibly be indifferent about this. Even she could not be like that. They were practically tossing him to the den of wolves. I doubt he'll make a fuss if things are going his way, Jiraiya muttered a bit bitterly. It was frustrating that Naruto could remain calm like this after being told that he was being discarded. No doubt about that. Tsunade trailed off stated, agreeing with her former teammate. If Naruto was going to make a fuss, they would deal with it quietly. She had already made preparations in case for everything to deal with the issue if Naruto didn't wish to leave the village peacefully. You're relatively calm about all this, but a few moments ago you were all tense. You had prepared yourselves to deal with any kind of response I would have given if I refused to leave. Then there would be a dance party to enjoy. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. If I decided to just run along as you all want of me, and I know that's what some of you have wanted for some time, will be planning a life without my aid? You know all that, you know that now we firmly wish for you to leave the village until things settle down. Though we need to know what you intend to do? Shikaku questioned with narrowed eyes, yet the bored expression never left his face. Naruto poked his chin for a moment before responding, this is certainly brave of you. Given our past, one would think that this is just an excuse to finally get rid of me. A tool is only worthwhile when it is useful. When it's no longer useful, it has to be discarded. Not that I am a tool, but that is something that Danzo would have said. You understand that we're not backing away from this, the fifth Hokage stated, knowing aware that the blonde Naruto acknowledged this fact. The question was, how is he going to react? We shouldn't even give him a chance to speak, Tsunade. I don't even understand your reasoning why his banishment is only temporary to begin with. We don't need him, he's just trouble, Koharu stated in clear disdain for the blonde. From today on, you are no longer a part of this council, no longer a Konoha shinobi, and you should return the QB as it belongs to us, is this clear, boy? Naruto wasn't the least bit amused. What gives you confidence, elder? Koharu kept silent. You think because I'm now banished, I have become weak and without power. Because you have removed me this council, you now think you can. The unexpected happened, Koharu cut him off while everyone watched, I do not assume anything. You no longer have any authority in this village, and it would please me greatly if Iwa and Kumo gang up on you and kill you. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the fool and spoke in a low growl. Do you know that I can kill you right now, and no one would do anything about it? Koharu dared, I would like to see you try. Koharu let the challenge hang. Naruto remained impassive as he looked around the chamber with his Rinnegan. Ah, it seems that this chamber has been made bulletproof. With the number of Onbu around this place, amongst other things, it is understandable why you feel so confident, Koharu. It seems you have finally realized the nature of your surroundings, the older woman smirked. Jiraiya resisted the urge to smile when Koharu stated those words. He was the reason that she could speak so arrogantly without any fear. Although it could be said that he went through extreme measures to secure the chamber, he could not see anything else that was enough to guard this place against Naruto's possible wrath. He did not want civilians to be caught up in anything that happens in here. Naruto might not care about them, but everyone else in here cared. Sume looked at Naruto with an impassive gaze. His reaction of this was nothing less of what she had expected of him. But she wondered if Jiraiya's measures were enough. Even though he took notice of his surroundings, he did not appear to be too bothered about it. His look was only telling her that what he was not enough to contain him. The realization made her uneasy. Naruto ignored Koharu for a moment and addressed the others in the room. The fact that you're all just watching the show tells me you're all testing my patience. I doubt any of you, except for Homura, would care if Koharu died. He paused for a moment before continuing, I don't fear of anything that you might have set up in here. However, given your confidence, I have no doubt that it is something nasty. But just remember, I know where you live and can return whenever I feel to any day into this village, and kill you, but that would be unlike me. His words were just a proof to Tsume that Jiraiya's efforts may not have been enough. The uneasy feeling never left her, and looking around at her fellow clan heads, she could see they too had the same thoughts as she did. She just hoped that Naruto did nothing that would require them to take extreme measures. Before Koharu could say anything, Tsunade silenced her enough. Came the firm-spoken command. Are you going to leaving peacefully? She questioned, looking straight at Naruto. I will, Naruto responded quietly. This works better for me anyway. He then paused for a moment. Iwa will be hunting me down because of what I did. It's also possible that Kumo will do the same, but with Iwagakure, the village would probably get to go through Konoha in order to get to me. Another war between the villages would arise, and you don't want to involve your children in a war if it can be helped. Tsunade nodded, still in her commanding tone, she spoke. This is what we should have done from the beginning when we learned that you were behind Otto. I thought that things would be manageable, but they're not. And I don't wish to send any of my shinobi to their deaths because of something someone started. It would be been fair if Konoha had started it. You shouldn't color it like that, Tsunade. Boy, what the Hokage is saying, is that you're more trouble than you're worth. You're useless to us now and we no longer need you. It's a pity that after all you went through in your childhood, we have to throw you away like trash. However, it can't be helped, your arrogance is at fault here, and you still haven't responded to my demand towards about the Kyuubi. Again, Koharu spoke arrogantly, while her former teammate shook his head. Given the assurance that Naruto couldn't leave this place unscathed, Koharu was saying all that she wanted. Your preparations in containing me are based on preconceived notions on what you know of my power. You have no hope of containing what you can't understand. I am not invincible, I know that very well, but none of you can defeat me. And on the topic of the Kyuubi, it does not belong to this village. Though if you insist on having it, I'll be more than willing to summon it here, and see if it agrees with you. Naruto paused for a moment to allow the words to sink in. Woman, I have allowed you to speak until now, but that is enough. Continue, and I will watch you burn, slowly. The tone was calm, yet so deadly that everyone except for Koharu knew he was being serious. Uchiha Naruto did not make idle threats after all. You wouldn't dare attack a council member like this. That's ground for imprisonment or execution. Not even Danzo would dare do something like that, Koharu rebuffed. She folded her arms across her chest. All logic dictated that she was correct, but she was forgetting something. Amaterasu, it was that simple word that had Koharu screaming in agony as the black flames burned her slowly. The poor woman fell off her chair trying to put off the flames to no avail. Naruto. That's enough, the god Im exclaimed, banging the table with her fists. 3 Onbu appeared and surrounded the god Im Hokage, but Naruto remained seated in his chair, not the least concerned by their arrival. Although she took it a bit too far, what you have done is a serious offense. One that will be punished, do you understand? Jiraiya stated in a tone of authority. How boring, Naruto muttered in a mask of indifference. However, Jiraiya, do you think I care? He turned to look at everyone else in the chamber. You have banished me anyway. It's only fair that I let her suffer for rubbing salt to the wounds. He paused for a moment. I will return when I decide to, but until then. He was gone with a snap of his fingers. Should we go after him, Lady Hokage? The Ananbu with a tiger mask asked. No, Tsunade gritted her teeth. Get me Uchiha Sasuke, now. Quick before the old fart burns to ashes. Hi, they chorused before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The poor woman was probably going through third-degree burns by now, and there was nothing she could do. If Sasuke didn't come quick, and if Jiraiya couldn't find a way to seal away those flames, if it was at all possible, then there would be nothing they could do as she turned to ash or succumbed to infection. I will return when I decide to. Hiashi repeated those words that Naruto left behind. Does this mean that he does not acknowledge that we banished him and he is just leaving because he has other things to do? Homura swallowed hard. It is most likely that he is leaving peacefully because Madara is out there. The intel we received informed us that Naruto was trained by the Uchiha. It could be that he plans to do something with him. Inoki spoke words that Jiraiya did not want to hear. We cannot allow this treachery to escape unpunished. Naruto killed a member of the council and that cannot be left unpunished. I doubt that the villagers will allow him to return once they find out he is involved with a traitor of the village. Uchiha compound. That was unexpected, Naruto thought to himself as he made his way towards his room. The words replayed themselves as he thought back on the meeting he had just fled from, the same words he thought when Tsunade told him that they were banishing him from this village. It would have been laughable if it were indefinite. But it wasn't a huge concern if it did not matter to him if he was banished or not. His banishment didn't affect his grand plan at all. Yes, it was irrelevant to him if he was banished or not. He could still do as he pleases. Though he no longer needed proof that Konoha wouldn't change their ways, this unforeseen banishment was not totally without merit. He would now have the chance to see their reactions when he did return. If they reacted as he knew them to, their chance at redemption would be lost and the punishment would be severe. He was not going to force their acceptance of him, but he would have them know the same loneliness and pain he felt and accept that they were the worst sort of people alive. Still, for those fools to actually plan to throw him away like trash was a bit unexpected. But they would not have made the choice, if they knew he would handle this calmly. They could also be lying about the fact that they would lift his banishment after everything is settled with Kumagakure and Iwagakure. He would have to wait and see what would happen after that, that is if he felt like it. With this new development, news would soon spread, and there was little doubt since Konoha wiped their hands of him, his enemies would seek him out. More to the point, Anaki. Temporary or not, the old man would jump at the chance to attack him without having to fear retaliation from Konoha. Instead of fearing for his safety like any normal person, Naruto smiled at the thought. As he always said, he never likes anyone fighting his battles. Perhaps he did not like someone else fighting his battles because it would make him feel weak. Only the weak were those who could not fight their own battles, or so believed. He could deal with all his enemies without having to ensure that Konoha was safe so that Project Redemption could be launched. It certainly wouldn't do well if some of the shinobi were to perish before he could initiate the plan. Naruto had his grandfather, they were certainly going to mess around a little before taking the floor for their final dance. The name of Madara's once made men tremble, and now his name it would do so once more. The shinobi world would surely become chaotic than it already was if they got to know that Madara was his grandfather. Now he waited, he wondered how much chaos would spread, people were to learn the exact nature of their kinship. Hunter nins from all over would flock towards him seeking the right to claim his head. Certainly, hunter nins from everywhere would be all over like flies trying to get his head. It was not like they could actually do anything to either of them. With the power of the Baijuis under their control, and their own ridiculous power, they could enslave the world without anyone to stop them. The gods themselves would have to come down to the world to free them. Though something like that would be very unlikely to happen. Madara was bent on achieving his dream of enslaving the world under an illusion of peace. It didn't take long for Sasuke to appear before him. The Uchiha stood leaning against the door frame of his room with his hands folded across his chest. Naruto was first to speak. "You returned sooner than expected," he stated, settling down on his bed, everything already packed and sealed. Jiraiya handled the problem, he looked indifferent about whatever the problem may be. "That was cruel of you. I mean, you just set her ablaze with flames you knew no one would be able to extinguish." Sasuke knew too well how painful a burn from Amaterasu was. Those flames were for enemies. He was sure that even a Baiju'u as mighty as the Kyuubi would roll about the ground screaming in agony. There was no extinguishing them, but Jiraiya had dealt with them by sealing them away. "I told her that if she continued speaking, I would watch her burn, Naruto responded with a shrug. Although he didn't stick around watch her burn entirely, he did watch her for a few seconds before he left the chambers. He didn't feel that it was worth his time to watch a worthless old woman burn to death, that is if Jiraiya was willing to see her die. She's suffering from 3rd-degree burns and is currently in a coma. She'll probably die in the next few days. Sasuke just thought he should let the blonde know of his handiwork. He was sure that the blonde wouldn't care either way, but he just thought it was best he let the blonde know that he was most likely going to the cause of another death for another of Konoha's council members. Although Danzo was executed, it was Naruto had caused the execution, and if Koharu were to die, which was highly likely he was sure was going to happen, it would be the second death of a council member he has been involved in. Homura was probably running scared thinking Naruto was after him, being that he was now the only one left in the group of elders. He would be running scared thinking that Naruto was also coming after him. It almost amused Sasuke how some really old people still wished to live despite having so many years under their belt. There were those old people who'd even sacrifice the lives of the young ones to preserve their own lives. Couldn't the elderly people understand that they should just die and allow the next generation younger ones to live? People were not made to live for eternity, death was the debt all men paid, and everyone had a date, whether it was today or the next. The point was not being afraid when your time comes. Not everyone is supposed to live forever. Everybody had their expiry date. The issue was not being afraid of that date, even when you did not know how it was going to come. At least I would have given her a beautiful death. If she somehow survives, she would be haunted by the pain for the rest of her short worthless life. Fitting, don't you think? You have to expect him to be indifferent about the whole matter. He couldn't care less, cared not if she lived or died. It didn't matter, if she dies, her pain was enough, but if she continues to live, it was more pain then. Sasuke nodded in agreement. While he didn't like some of Naruto's views about important matters, he shared the same thoughts as the blonde on something. They were both indifferent towards death. Be they Konoha shinobi or someone else, they didn't care. I'll admit, I am surprised that she's still alive given the burns she suffered. I would have thought that she'd have died due to extreme pain, Sasuke stated, not showing that he was at least surprised as he said he was. Tsunade was there. She is hailed as the best medic nin in the elemental nations after all, and old people surprisingly have strong wills to survive. That should be expected since they have much more experience in life and other things, Naruto explained calmly. Sasuke nodded. What did she do or say rather anyway? Not that her death means anything to me, but I am surprised that you attacked her in front of everyone. She was annoying, and I no longer had the patience to deal with her. I could have just as easily ripped off her jaw and cut her tongue to ensure her silence. She never speaks again. But that would have been too much of an effort. Yes, he could say such things in a calm tone without any hint of malice or killing intent. He could say it so perfectly like as if it were something discussed every day, it was a normal subject to him. Sasuke showed no disgust to Naruto's thoughts, he held no love for the village elders. If anything, he could have killed her himself. The Uchiha massacre was not something he could forgive easily. Added to that, his brother had been made to suffer because of Konoha. Of course, when it came to the deaths or pain of the people who were responsible for it, he would not pity them. I can't imagine Jiraiya would have allowed you to do something like that in his presence, not to mention Tsunade. The Nara clan head would have in all likelihood used his shadow binding technique to hinder you for a moment while the others did something. He was not going to say exactly what. That would have mostly likely happened. I chose to burn her because I didn't want to go through the ordeal. If I had been forced to it, things would have gone badly, Naruto responded, still keeping his mask of indifference. Oh, you can make smart decisions that eludes a fight to occur, sarcastic the Uchiha was, but he still kept his expression blank. Sasuke saw no difference in burning Koharu and a fight that would have occurred. Either way, Naruto left a council that was not pleased with him. Naruto didn't respond, nor even acted like he heard him. Sasuke knew that the blonde indeed heard him. Tsunade told me. Of my banishment? Not so surprising. Why? You have to be specific, Sasuke. I don't have the patience to assume what you're thinking, Naruto spoke, his tone still that of a mask of indifference and his eyes never leaving Sasuke's. I know that for certain Konoha is just throwing you out to avoid getting so that it does not get involved in any of your mess. If Iwa retaliates, attacks you for what you did, Konoha will not come and rescue you. They'll allow you to be killed. It doesn't matter if the banishment will be lifted, the fact is that Konoha is cutting its losses with you because they don't want to be caught up in war. What those leaders have done is literally throw you into the den of lions. With these words, I hope you survive, and I'm sure that some of them wish for your demise. In this situation, out there, no one will be afraid of attacking you knowing now that you no longer have Konoha. Naruto was silent for a few moments before he finally spoke. They are indeed throwing me into a ring so Iwa can do what they please. Despite how they see it, that is the reality, but what is your point, Sasuke? You're obviously not worried about my safety, but you dislike how the village has handled things? I dislike it, but I see the logic in it. With things done this way, it will make sure that there are no unnecessary deaths and Iwa doesn't end up fighting Konoha. If they're smart, they won't even send half the village and army after you, they'll only send elite shinobi, and might even hire mercenaries to avoid losing the bulk of their forces, Sasuke explained, seeing that things would ultimately fall that way if they paid attention to how Naruto has dealt with armies. Sasuke explained. I can see it happening that way. If things happen that way, it'll mean that there won't be battles of any large scale and less destruction to tend to making things interesting. It should also make things a bit interesting, Naruto added, making a slight thoughtful expression for a second. What are you after, Naruto? Given all that Konoha did to you and now this, I don't think anyone would allow this to go unpunished. Even I wouldn't go down without a fight. I would die fighting. Given the enemies you've made have, it can be said that it's not safe for you to be without the backing of Konoha. Sasuke paused for a moment. Unless things are going his way or still manageable, Naruto will leave without a fight, that's what Jiraiya and Shikaku said. What's going according to plan in this picture? Nothing, but I always make contingency preparations for things that may happen against me, likely scenarios that may arise, I make precautions for those, except for what I deem impossible, Naruto gave an explanation. Are you making Ado a replacement for Konoha? Not at all, Naruto responded calmly. Ado has its own uses. He just made sure that he was prepared for anything, and this worked better for him, so he had no complaints whatsoever. And should they decide against uplifting your banishment? Sasuke questioned with narrowed eyes. Then, something has to be done about the issue, Naruto stated standing up. Since I'm going, you'll be in charge, and will take my seat at the council. However, I will still send you those Anbu I told you about. What a way to change the subject, Sasuke thought, eyeing his friend. I figured your responsibilities would fall to me, but it's nothing I can't handle. It will certainly be easier now since you've removed the weeds for me. Sasuke didn't care how it sounded. Your grandfather is back amongst the living, what are you doing about it? Are you asking me if I'll be teaming up with Madara for whatever scheme he comes up with? Naruto asked. Yes, Sasuke responded without even so much as blinking. No, but it would be fun if I did. However, grandfather and I don't agree on certain things, and neither of us can adapt to the ideals of the other. Naruto paused for a moment before looking back at Sasuke. Where is Yugao? She left with Kurenai's team 3 days ago on a mission. She should return before the day's end, Sasuke responded. Naruto hadn't been home for a few days, but he was curious if Yugao would leave with him. I guess I will speak to her later on then, Naruto said, readying to leave. Sasuke spoke before he could do so. What if Konoha doesn't agree with your banishment? Not everyone dislikes and fears you, Sasuke said, watching Naruto carefully so not to miss anything. Naruto's body language gave away nothing for him to read. Tsunade would tell Sei if they wanted me back, they're more than welcome to follow, they can go after me, but they should know if they do, Iwa would come after them too. Kill their children, destroy their homes, and finish them off. If they use the excuse that I would protect them, she would counter it by saying I should be fine without backing from Konoha, and if I couldn't protect myself, how would I be able to protect them? Naruto disappeared, having had his last word. Tsunade can actually say that just to shut them up, Sasuke muttered, leaving the room. Capital of Rice. This will have to do, Naruto said to himself as he walked towards the gates of the village that would be his home for the time being, or perhaps forever. He could very well see the gates from this distance. His presence in the village would require a bigger military force to deal with the challenges that will be coming ahead. Iwa now had him in their bingo book, and had placed a hefty sum on for whoever brings his head. Junkies would be coming after him, trying to get rich quick by going after his bounty. Some ignorant fools didn't even care if the status of their targets was flee on sight or engage at your own risk. It was die trying for the truly desperate. He finally reached the gates. Looking at them, he could clearly see that they lacked some crystal and there were some obvious holes in its defense, and needed to staff more Anbu and guard rotation. If he was going to do this, he would not be sending the current Anbu to training, and aside from the 50 that had returned to the village, he would have to recall the remaining 100. The others would stay for a month or so. Their residence had yet to be finished. He couldn't bring his men without homes prepared for them to rest, but if they could finish quickly, they would all return. As soon as he neared the gates, 3 men appeared before him, all kneeling before him. They all wore dark blue cloaks that seemed to blend in with the shadows around them. The only other visible piece of clothing was long blue pants nearly the same shade as their cloaks. The cloaks were written Special Corps on the back. It was the uniform mark them of the special Onbu branch he had created. They would have to be distinguished aside from normal Onbu when they didn't wear masks. Naruto-sama, we were not expecting your presence, the leader of the group stated, standing up to look straight at the blonde. At ease, Captain, Naruto stated calmly. There's been a change of plans. The captain responded. I would imagine so, he said. Allow me to lead you to the palace. They were still closer to the gates of the capital. With him leading the blonde, there would be one at the gates to question anything. Naruto followed the man from behind quietly. The other 2 disappeared to follow in the shadows while Naruto walked with the captain. Has everyone settled in well? Yes, we have settled well. Our general is still working with Guren-sama on how we are going to be assigned. There are currently 50 of us who returned, including the commander. 16 teams were formed, but one of us was left without a team. The commander assigned him to be Guren-sama's guard. Naruto nodded before responding. Good, I would hate it if Guren and a general showed incompetence. Even without me, they've started to get things moving. Well, I should expect them to be competent. I did select them as leaders because of their potential. The general takes his job very seriously. No doubt he is yet to sleep since we returned 4 days ago. The other 4 are the same in that regard, like that as well. The captain responded calmly as the 2 walked through the lively streets of the capital. How is the security? Naruto asked as they walked past the gate guards who naturally bowed slightly at his entrance. Tight, we've been able to tackle every attempt at infiltration. We know of everything that occurs near the village, and the general wanted to speak with the commander of the Onbu to have him assign a few of his men to watch over the borders so we would know whoever enters the country. Not a bad plan, Naruto stated, as some people waved at him while walking towards the palace. He saw a young girl walking about the streets. She seemed really happy, but she was walking barefooted. It was obvious that not everyone had money enough to buy whatever they wanted within the capital. Ever since I returned here, I've seen that girl walking around the streets with that same smile. I know for certain that it is not a mask. She is truly happy, even though her parents are poor, the captain stated looking at the young girl. You don't like it knowing that there are other people who are poor in the capital, Naruto stated, deducing this from the tone of the man's voice. To most of the citizens, it is not a big deal to be without money. With that building, he stated, pointing at another building that was the tallest within the capital. It was a building that housed the homeless, and controlled social affairs of the citizens. Everyone can afford to smile. Even when you look after this place, you have nothing to complain about because you know that the leaders take care of their people. When you know that even if you die on duty, your family will still be taken care of, you always give your best for your home without care of your own life. Not everyone is equal, and there are winners and losers. Guren knew this. To ensure that those who are losers didn't suffer or aren't made to suffer by the winners, she built that building and created laws binding everyone to a certain way of living. She knew that without laws, the rich would oppress the poor. This would make the poor resent the rich. If it came to that, hatred, jealousy, and greed would be birthed within this place. But when those officials in those buildings teach the rich humility and encourage them to give to the needy, the poor learn to appreciate the rich and smile with them. When this is done regularly, an understanding is born, and people learn to live with each other. Though not everyone is willing to understand, that is where the law comes. There is also no corruption within the capital. Crime is almost non-existence. When you do your job faithfully, you weed out the corrupt and ensure that the nation is safe and the poor are not robbed of the little they have. When the poor are free, they can live happily within these walls with little to be bitter about. When a leader is corrupt, so will his nation. Naruto finished talking and looked at the heavens for a moment. The captain was surprised that someone so young could speak so wisely. Even Naruto's next words didn't make him think any less of the blonde. That is what Guren believes anyway. Her ideals relate to a senju and it seems to be working. She has created an environment that accepts everyone. What do you believe, Your Majesty? Perhaps some other day I will answer your question, Captain. It seems that I have spoken too much and we have reached our destination, Naruto responded. They had neared the Crystal Palace, where he was heading to. It appears so, the captain stated, as they went inside the palace and went on towards Guren's office. Guren's office. The captain and his men disappeared as Naruto walked inside the office. Guren was alone. Karen was probably somewhere within the capital looking over the projects that are being handled. Naruto, what a lovely surprise, Guren said by way of greeting, standing up to greet the blonde. A surprise indeed. But I do not think it is lovely, Naruto responded, taking a seat. He sat down and leaned against the chair, looking comfortable. You must be surprised about my visit. I am, Guren said, nodding to herself. Even more to that, Zetsu had continued with his disappearance. I will be sleeping in the basement, just as I have been in past days, for the next few months, Naruto stated, which Guren merely nodded. Konoha has banished me, the blonde then added, shocking the woman before him. Ungrateful bastards, she hissed. We will not allow this to go unpunished. You cannot let them throw you away like trash because things are tough. It is unacceptable. Naruto merely waved his hand dismissively. It is okay, Guren. I will still return to Konoha when I choose to. The banishment means nothing. It still does not change the fact that they are spitting me out like a gum that has lost its taste. Guren nodded in agreement. No matter what you do, if they considered you one of them, they would have never banished you. I know for certain that I would stand by my men and never betray their trust, as long as they have not done anything wrong. Those bastards are just scared, and in order to save their own skins, they are throwing you out. Naruto was silent for a few moments. Trust? Betrayal? He never looked at it in that way. He was always thinking that it was okay as long as things were manageable. I never trusted them, so they never betrayed my trust. I was a shinobi of Konoha, one of the leaders, and because things weren't looking too bright they have decided to cut their losses with me. If I was useful to them, they would have stayed with me. My presence in the village only makes them nervous. So I am a liability, that's why I was thrown out. He paused for a moment. Now, that is a bit sad. He certainly did not look sad. Guren nodded. What are the terms of your banishment? Never bothered to ask, but should things cool down within the elemental nations, it will be lifted, Naruto responded quietly. You see, because you don't look at things the way other people do, you fail to understand that what Konoha has done is show you that they will only stick with you if can help them. You fail to see that saying that your banishment will be lifted is just said to make you happy. If your enemies gang up on you, Konoha won't come to rescue you, will they? From what I've gathered, they won't, but I could be wrong. It is not like I need their help anyway. Naruto responded with a nonchalant shrug of his shoulder. That's not the point. If they believed in your power, and the fact that you wish them no harm, they would have stuck with you. If I believe that you wish for this place's safety, I would never abandon you because I know that when danger strikes, you will fight to protect our home. Even if some shinobi died, it would be okay because you were fighting with us for the same cause. If I thought like Konoha, wouldn't I say that you should also leave so that your enemies do not destroy this place? You would, Naruto responded, calmly. But Konoha's actions could be interpreted as that they believe that I can survive on my own. Basically Tsunade has sacrificed me for the lives that would be lost should Iwa and Konoha fight because of my actions. It sounds reasonable for a leader. But it is not of consequence to me and what I hope to achieve. That may be true, but another question would be for how long can you hold out on your own? You know as well as I do that battles are not won by power only. I lived with Orochimaru long enough to know that power without brains doesn't guarantee your survival. That man would become so weak when his host expires, that even I could have killed him quickly, but he could still act and talk like he had all the power, Guren explained, knowing full well that one could not always rely on power. Orochimaru didn't even have to do anything to accomplish anything, he would just talk and things would go his way. I know that very well, Naruto stated. But it seems that I have been relying too much on my power without using my head. He also relied too much on Zetsu, and without him, he would struggle. It was good that he had realized that flaw earlier and attempted to fix it. I have noticed, Guren said carefully. Your banishment will shock the world. Those who favor you won't be happy. They'll only see as an act of betrayal, and may abandon Konoha. An example is Kiri, they are tied to Konoha because of you, with you gone, and the alliance may crumble since I'm certain Kiri benefits little from Konoha. It will be so unless I convince them otherwise, or Konoha comes up with something to convince them that they are not only abandoning me because of my enemies, Naruto said, knowing that something believable would have to be said to convince otherwise. Guren nodded. I suspect they would say you did something unforgivable to be given for forgiveness, and added to your enemies, they might even look good. Naruto took a thoughtful pose for a moment. I did set a council member on fire before I left. It's most likely that she is going to die. I guess we can expect them to take advantage of this if things don't go their way. When everything else is cleared, they can always pardon you or come up with something incriminating about the woman to justify your choice in killing her. Guren spoke, not the least surprised that he set a council member on fire. We'll see when it happens. Right now the stability of this country is of concern. I will retire to my floor now. The whole underground floor was his premises. He had designed it that way. Oh, before I forget, there is a guest. Who? Princess Koyuki. She's currently residing in a hotel. She had some trouble since her life was being targeted by someone. I've already sent a team on it to remove the problem. When they return, she will be able to leave. Naruto nodded. Suddenly this place has become small. I was thinking of extending it anyway. He was talking to himself then to Guren. Get me the man who built this place. I want 2 more underground floors added, and 2 more above. I also wanted this place to be extended. I was also thinking of enlarging it. This place does not even have a personal training ground. It would be great if we had one. She was sure that Yukimaru would love to train here. She also needed to relieve some stress at times. Get it done, Naruto stated, leaving the office. After Naruto left, Guren was left to her thoughts. He did not feel as cold as the other times, she muttered quietly. Later that day, Konoha. Tsunade gulped down her sake before enjoying the burning sensation in comfortable silence. She looked at her former teammate sitting across her. They were at a bar within Konoha, just the 2 of them. They did this sort of thing where when the situation called for it. Right now, the situation called for them to share a few drinks, and get the day over with as they wait for tomorrow when the storm finally comes. The news of Naruto's banishment was so far kept a secret, only for today it would stay so long enough for them to do damage control. It was only the council members and Anbu who were new of this situation. The rest of the villagers had yet to be told about it. But tomorrow morning though, they would come to know about the events that have happened today. Everyone within the village would know, and so would the rest of the elemental nations. She knew most of the villagers would just be indifferent towards the whole thing, so long as she gave a good the reason for his banishment was justified, there would be little outcry. Those who feared Naruto most would likely sigh in relief tomorrow when they are told that his presence will no longer be available within the office. Those few who cared, will not be so pleased as those who don't give a damn, but she was prepared for everything. They had spent days discussing the matter before coming up with a decision. There was no turning back. Why the long face? Tsunade questioned, looking straight at Jiraiya, who was displaying a number of emotions. The most one that identifiable being was appearing the most was guilt. I just threw Minato's son at the hands of 2 his enemies, and told them to do what they pleased with him, he stated, very much bitterly. That was what he had literally done. Although there was no doubt that Naruto could handle himself, he couldn't help but feel guilty for abandoning him. We talked this through, Jiraiya, Tsunade said. Although it appears as an act of betrayal, we had no choice in the matter. You know that Naruto doesn't care for the villagers, and should they have attacked him within this village, we would have been forced to defend ourselves, and this would result in deaths. Despite agreeing that Konoha would be involved, and I know full well that we would have ended up getting involved in the matter, especially after your report from Kumo. Even if we told everyone that we were remaining neutral, no one would believe us. We would be in the center of all the attention. With him, Naruto, being a shinobi of this village, there was no way to speak his name without Konoha coming to mind. Now that we were cold towards, we've cut ties with him, his enemies won't harm innocent people looking for him. It would have been a different story if this was because he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but what is happening now is his fault. Jiraiya was silent for a few moments. Tsunade's words didn't make him feel any better. It just sounds to me like we're afraid to fight, and to avoid it, we were willing to sell out one of our own. Perhaps it may be that way. But you and I know that there's nothing but pain and hatred in war. If this village was to be involved in war because of Naruto and many were to die, you know those who lost their loved ones will blame, Tsunade responded. Being the less emotional of the 2, she held no attachment towards the blonde, and a decision was taken and there was no turning back. I understand that, Jiraiya said before pausing to take a sip of his sake. It would only be too easy for them to turn the blame onto Naruto, for it given their past hatred of him. They blamed him to the deaths of their loved ones, even though it was not his fault. How much more do you think they will hate him should their loved ones die again because of his actions? Just remember, this time they would be right, in a way, it will be his fault. How much will they hate him if they learn that it was his fault? Tsunade questioned, knowing that things would get nasty in the village when the villagers realized that it was Naruto's fault that their loved ones died, again. It will probably be enough to have them turn on them, and kill everyone one of them, Jiraiya said without a single doubt in his mind tone. He knew that if the villagers pushed too far, Naruto would flip, and the fallout wouldn't be pretty. I know that even with this, if Naruto doesn't handle things carefully, we may be forced to go into war. If a war break out, we will only involve ourselves should we be forced into it, but when we have a choice, we won't do it, Tsunade stated, knowing that everything was possible. If Iwa did manage to get Naruto, they may come towards them for revenge. But Shikaku said it was unlikely that a war would break out so soon. He did say that if Naruto were alone, Iwa wouldn't send an army towards for him, but they would send a few strong men after him, Jiraiya stated calmly. That's most likely to happen. We did make this decision after discussing a lot of the facts, Tsunade said. Aniki had seen what Naruto had done to armies. He wasn't foolish to send another platoon of shinobi after the blonde in attempts to kill him. The worst case scenario would be if Iwa and Kumo teamed up together to destroy Oto Gakure, like what happened to Uzushio Gakure. It's obvious that they can't share it, so the logical conclusion would for neither of them to have it. We would be forced to act if things came to that, but only if they combine their army. I doubt it would ever happen though. Aniki and A don't exactly see eye to eye, Jiraiya responded, feeling a bit light. Tsunade nodded. There's only a little small chance of that happening, and if it does, it would be a miracle. The god Im smiled slightly at her own choice of words. I just hope we made the right choice and this won't come back to bite us. I hope so too, Jiraiya said, shaking his head slightly. We have yet to deal with this Madara issue and what his relations are with Naruto, since we know from Kabuto that they met when Naruto was younger. Madara is even a bigger problem. Kakashi said that after Naruto's battle with Sasuke, he stated that only Hashirama and Madara were shinobi he could fight seriously with. From what we've seen from Naruto, we can conclude that Madara was the strength that is perhaps above Naruto's. I know that my grandfather was strong, I just don't know how, Tsunade responded. A dead man only returns to the world of the living to finish what he did not finish during his lifetime. At least we have a vague idea to the extent of Naruto's abilities, yet we know nothing about Madara. We can only speculate that he has powers like Naruto, and we don't even know his objectives, Jiraiya stated. We were never even able to find out the objective of the Akatsuki. Though I think it's safe to say Madara was somehow related to the organization, but that just raised more questions. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Right now, we have too many questions that only Madara and Naruto can answer. The latter is not an option since we know he won't tell us anything unless he wants to, and we just banished him. We don't know where Madara is, even though we haven't seen him. I have little doubt that he has returned. I almost wish Sensei was here, Jiraiya said, smiling sadly. He always knew what to do in every situation. He wouldn't have been sitting here like us if he was in our position. Tsunade snorted at the thought of her former sensei. Despite everything, she knew the old man was always thinking ahead. He hadn't been called the professor for nothing. Ikaraku Ramen. Hello Ayame, Naruto greeted the older girl as he took a seat. Naruto, Ayame smiled at him. It is so good to see you again. How are you? I'm well, you? I'm good. I haven't seen you come here at this time in a long time, the young woman smiled. The sun had already set, retired, giving way for the night stars to reveal themselves to the world. It certainly has been a while long, Naruto responded with his own smile. When he was younger, he came here much often. Before his meeting with Madara, ramen was his livelihood. This was the place he came to eat even when he had no money. This was the place he felt truly happy every time when he sat down and ate. We don't see you often these days anymore, especially given that you disappear a lot from the village now. This week you're here, and the next you are not. I just hear rumors about you. She understood that being a shinobi meant that he was mostly busy with his duty to the village, but with everything she has heard, it seemed that Naruto kept himself busy with his own duties. I always have much work to do, and when I return, I rarely have time to rest, Naruto responded calmly. Ayame nodded. Well, you'll have to take me to Oto Gakure one day since it's your village. I heard a traveler praising it one day recently after her last visit there. I have to see this adult amusement park I hear people talking about. She paused for a moment before speaking again. What is inside the park anyway? Nothing fancy, there are just 2 man-made waterfalls, man-made, a few hot springs, a cinema, a space for parties, a space for couples, and another for camping, Naruto responded, with little interest in what he was saying. However, I will take you one day. Promise me. Naruto merely gave her a smile. Have you gone to enjoy your day there? No, Naruto responded. Aside from the Crystal Palace, there was no other place he used inside the village. That didn't mean that he hadn't not seen everything the village had to offer. Ayame sighed. I forgot that you have no sense of fun, she said, shaking her head. So, what can I get you? 2 bowls of miso ramen and another of pork please, Naruto said, giving Ayame that small smile. Ayame was immobile for a few seconds. Something had to be wrong. Ever since Naruto changed, he'd not ordered more than 1 bowl of ramen at once. Now he had ordered 3, moreover, this was the longest time she had ever seen Naruto smiling. His smiles never lasted for more than 3 seconds. Something was wrong here. It almost felt like he was saying goodbye to her. Though that was just ridiculous, right? Naruto would never leave her, right? Uchiha compound. Hello Yugao, Naruto greeted as he walked inside his former room. The purple-haired woman was lying on the bed looking peaceful as always. Naruto, she sounded relieved to see him. I thought you weren't going to come back. Sasuke told me that you would return, but that would explain why she sounded relieved. Why would I decide against returning? Naruto asked. He made his way towards the bed, then he settled down, looking at Yugao. I don't know, I never can figure out some of the stuff that goes on inside your head, Yugao responded with a slight shrug of her shoulders. It was just not that important, hence the shrug of her shoulders. If you want to know what goes on inside my head, you could just ask and I could show you, Naruto stated as if he could actually do that for her. Really? No, Naruto responded quickly. Yugao wasn't surprised. You're awfully calmer than I'd expected given the fact that I've just been banished, Naruto then said, changing the subject quickly. If Yugao had not been expecting it, she would have been surprised. I've had a lot of time to think, Yugao responded, turning up to face him. I still can't believe that you've been banished from the village. What does this mean for us? Regardless of how much you love me, you cannot leave Konoha. Your attachment to this village goes beyond anything. You're willing to sacrifice your happiness for this village, you would even go as far as to die for this village. Yugao was silent. It's not very surprising, really. Shinobi who've ever been on Buu, value the village above all else, that doesn't mean that they can't make decisions for themselves. Not everything you do and think is for the benefit of Konoha, but leaving the village is another story, Naruto continued watching the woman in thought. I don't want you to leave, I don't want sleep in my bed alone without you beside me, she managed to keep her composure as she spoke. After tonight, there's a possibility that you will never sleep in the same bed again, it was a possibility. Things had fast-tracked with the return of Madara. He could not enjoy his humanity when his grandfather was staring down at him. So you are leaving me? It appears so, but know that you will always be in my heart, Yugao. If things are handled quickly, you may end up living with me at my village, Naruto offered a smile as he spoke. Yugao pulled Naruto towards her and lay on her back. Will you stay with me for the night? She pulled him in for a kiss. She had missed the touch of his lips, feeling the warmth his warm breath gave to her skin. The thought of him leaving caused a wave of emotions to hit her, some she couldn't even explain. She wanted to feel the warmth of his body. She wanted him if only for one last time. Sure, Naruto responded with a small smile as he settled atop of on top off Yugao. Chapter 34. Naruto found himself being dragged into another world. Time didn't seem to matter around here, and the world just seemed empty of anything, except for who knew had dragged him here. What do you want, Hagoromo? Naruto questioned, folding his hands across his chest, looking straight at the legendary Sage of Six Paths. You're not even surprised about my presence. Well, last time we met it was in your set conditions. Hagoromo stated calmly, as he floated in front of Naruto. With what he's seen of the blonde, he really shouldn't be surprised about this. I guess it is to be expected from someone like you. Someone like me, what is that supposed to mean? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. In all truth, he had expected this man to appear before him one day. The last time he saw the man, he was the one who appeared before him. Given everything, he had to appear before him. You know very well what I am talking about. You're even more power-hungry than Madara. You have no desire for peace. The very thought of achieving peace is even laughable to you. Despicable. I know for certain that the only strong emotion you hold is your love towards your mother, and that other girl. But that is also fading, little by little. Isn't that you wish to destroy all your emotions? Have you been reading from the same script as I, Hagoromo? Have you searched deep into my heart and seen that I don't love as you claim? Can you really say that I don't care for you, Gao, Karen, and even Mei? Naruto threw a fit of questions to the sage in front of him, but he already knew the answers to his questions. Yes, you can love and feel all these other emotions that makes you human. However, that isn't who you really are, no? The current can feel because you have allowed it to happen, you've allowed yourself to feel while you seek to create the real you. There is that sickening darkness that lies deep inside your heart. Hagoromo paused for a moment. But we both know that all those names you mentioned can be discarded if it sweets your end. Where do you get this that you speak of, Hagoromo? I see that you're still amused by this, the sage shook his head. You started exactly like the Shinju, watching while humans kill each other without care, only interfering when it sweets you. Despicable. Sometimes I really wonder how you can love with what is deep inside your heart. You're trapped in a prison of your own making, you have yet to realize it, but you will soon, and when you do, you will discard everything. Madara said something like that, Naruto responded, looking thoughtful. You're wrong though, I certainly do care for those I say I care for. But you are indeed right, I've been playing this game far too long, it has gotten to me. I had to play the Uzumaki role and the Uchiha role, while at the same time I played the other. You've to agree with me that it puts a certain strain towards the mind. You're still wrong though. You mistake my desire for power and hatred towards this world as darkness. You don't want to believe that the power I seek will be used for good. History doesn't favor me, but your assumptions are based what you perceive of me. The problem with that is you don't understand me fully and you'll never do. Don't you see that the current me is enough for this world? If I'd not done what I did, I would have destroyed Konoha and everything that stood in my way. This state and this mind have made me fall in love and somewhat made me a good person, shouldn't you be pleased with that? Pleased? Look at what you've done to this world. The hatred inside of me for this world burns deeper than Madara's. Uchiha Naruto cares for nothing, and without the heart of Uzumaki Naruto, I would have burned this world. I despise it and it disgusts me. Because of the system of this world, my mother died without even raising me, I was frowned upon, never enjoying life. This world has turned my loving grandfather into a cold-hearted monster that will do anything to achieve his dream. Naruto stated, holding out both his hands. Say what you wish about me, but this hatred of this despicable world is what you mistake as darkness. Hagoromo shook his head. It is indeed true that I don't fully understand you, but nothing good will come out of that hatred and power you seek to gain. Look at the state of this world. A war will surely break out soon. I don't want war, Hagoromo. When I get the power I want, this state of the world won't matter. Yes, you don't. However, that is only because it doesn't suit what you've planned. I just hope Madara realizes it soon enough before you collect those two parts that will make you the being you so desire. If things stepped out of the way, he would have to break a few rules for the future of this world. He didn't wish for Naruto to become like his mother. She too desired godlike powers, and look at what happened to her. You misunderstand me, Hagoromo. I'm not evil as you claim, I have a heart, and I can feel any emotions. I used to cry when I was younger, I cried when I realized that I'd killed Madara. I'm alive enough to fall in love, or are you just gone say that this is all just an act? It certainly isn't an act. You are being honest with yourself, everything you feel is genuine, but power corrupts. The kind of power you wish to obtain will corrupt you. I've seen it happen once and it will happen again with you. This is something that I cannot allow to happen. I see that you're incapable of understanding me. Tell me, Hagoromo, what do you want from me? What you are planning to do isn't right. Look at things carefully and analyze them well. You will to control powers and do things that you don't fully understand. What you will do will upset the balance of things, and there will be consequences to that. If that isn't enough, this power will corrupt you and you will turn on the world. I fully understand what I'm doing, and I'm prepared for anything. It is you who doesn't understand things. I'm not a confused child, Hagoromo. Besides, should you of all beings lecture me about interfering with the balance of things? Perhaps not, but you'll just do things the way my mother did. Kaguya was a failure. She is an insult. Do not compare me to her. I am not like her. Nothing is beyond me, nothing is out of my reach, nothing is out of my control. I'm your successor after all. I have no care for the balance that is created by other beings, I will create my own balance. Now, go away Hagoromo, and mind your own business. You shouldn't interfere with this time, you have already lived your life. I am a sage, it is my duty to ensure that this world does not fall under the tyranny of a single being. Your view of the world isn't right. My mother's view of things wasn't right. That is why we were forced to seal her away. Do you wish to follow the same path? You're the catalyst of this current world, Hashirama. Nobody was there to stop you from teaching this world ninchu, no one was there to stop you when you chose to seal the Juubi inside of you. It was your fault for splitting it into 9 parts. Because of you, the Baijuus have been the center of everything. When fools look for power, a Baijuu comes to mind. Every village wants to own a Baijuu for their power. Had you been fair, you would have allowed the Shinju to take back what truly belonged to it. But you judged that it was evil and sealed it away. You were not fair. If the Shinju had taken back its chakra, there would certainly have been less bloodshed to the generation that followed. If it had taken back its chakra, the Shinju would have left humanity to continue doing what it pleases. Are you saying that without chakra humanity wouldn't fight? Naruto shook his head. No, humans are despicable. They are even viler than demons. Even without chakra, a man will find a way to make a weapon to fight. As long as there is jealousy, a winner, and a loser, humans will continue to kill each other, unless there is an intervention. Bandits commit evil without chakra, and they are even more twisted than your average criminal of a shinobi. Your mother ate the fruit of the Shinju to end endless wars. That just shows you that even before chakra, humans were feeding the earth with their blood. Chakra isn't the matter, whether there is chakra or not, humans will always feel the way they do. But, chakra intensifies these feelings. You're to blame because it is the seed you planted that brought out much of the shape of the world. If you had not made your older son feel jealous, Uchiha and Senju wouldn't have fought so much, and Madara would have never thought of the dream world. Your sons were after you to be born with chakra, no? They are the ones who taught humanity to fight using chakra in their wars. Aren't they the ones who gathered the world and fought in their sibling rivalry? You are blaming me? I said you were to blame, I never said I blame you. Humanity is flawed species on its own. Whether you were there or not, another world would have appeared. But I like to think that it would have been better than this. There are various scenarios that we can play and they all lead to finger pointing and the same conclusions. This is why I will tell you this, I don't care whose fault it was that brought the world to be like this. Everyone does what they think is right. The Shinju believed it was right to destroy the world while it attempted to retrieve its chakra. You thought it was right to protect humanity, denying the Shinju what truly belonged to it. People have different ideals, principles and beliefs, but we all think we know what is right. But what is really right? What is really wrong? Was it right for you to deny the Juubi of its freedom? If I had allowed the Juubi to run free, it would have destroyed this world. Not really, it would have killed all humans who had chakra, and then reverted back to its normal form. Humanity would rebirth again, and many would resent the Juubi, but what would they do? Didn't you tell Madara that if the Juubi was to be free, it would be the end of the world? A contradiction. Naruto stated, smiling a bit. But why do I tell you that allowing the Juubi to roam free wouldn't have ended the world, and Madara that it would end the world? I wonder. You have a different view of the world than Madara. Madara trusts no one, and doesn't believe that any good can come from this world. You trust people and believe that something good can come out of this world. If I tell Madara that if the Juubi breaks free, it will destroy this world, he will work towards containing to ensure that it will never be free so that his dream can come true. If I tell you that the Juubi would have only destroyed some parts of the world, it will make you question yourself. And yet to tell me all that. What is it that you truly believe about these all? I told you, I don't care, but in all truth I find this world to be filthy, along with the humans that crawl about it. No, it is the humans who've stained this world. No wonder I feel nothing when I end their miserable lives. I'm not the one who started it all. I concern myself with what I've played my hand in, and with what I wish to achieve. Your flaws are of no concern to me. But, I will correct the Juubi's, and Kaguya's flaws. Hashirama shook his head. You are beyond repair. You say that because you are misinformed and lack understanding of what is in front of you, but you cannot do anything to stop me. You are dead after all. And this natural balance you respect so much forbids you from making a physical appearance into this world. I'm not stronger than you, but that is only temporary. Although I cannot do anything now, I know that there will always be good that will rise up to take you down. I'd thought that talking to you again would at least change your mind. But I've yet to even start convincing you, and you've already shown me that there is no changing you. Hashirama shook his head slightly. You said the current you was good for the world and you would have destroyed Konoha if not for the current you. Are you saying that you will eventually destroy Konoha? I don't know. However, the issues around it will have to be solved. Should the plan for redemption fail, I will see other options. Naruto paused for a moment. What gives you the right to say that I'm evil? Look at what you've done to this world. If you pursue the Baijuas, another war will surely break out, and if things suit you well, you may just sit back and watch while humanity destroys itself. Is that what gives you the right to say that I'm evil? You said that there will be good that will stop me. Should I defeat this good, will it mean that I was good and those who tried to stop me were evil? I've not enslaved any human. I've not denied any human their freedom. Even so, you still continue to call me evil. You plan to deny your humanity, destroying every little thing that deals with emotions in you. Hagoromo shook his head. No man should be allowed to look down on other humans and judge them. With the power you wish to gain, there will be no one to judge you when you do wrong, when you misuse your power. No human is allowed to stand above other people and make himself their god. I'm glad you phrased it that way. When I look down on this world, I won't be a human. You said it yourself, I will deny myself my humanity. But it doesn't matter what you or the world think. What matters is the order I plan to install. Your order is based on your beliefs, and your beliefs are wrong. And I say that your beliefs are flawed and wrong. Naruto paused for a moment, shaking his head. Hagoromo didn't understand that he had no plans to install his beliefs for this world. Although the order and balance will be by him, it will not be he who will change this world. There are people he has selected for that purpose. Well, he wasn't going to correct the man. This leaves us on an impasse, and the one with the stronger will prevails. He shook his head slightly. I shouldn't really put my will against yours. You are dead and no one in this has your will. This leaves you out of the picture. But you are certainly fun to converse with. Is this what it is all to you, fun? Yes, Naruto responded without even skipping a heartbeat. You have no interest to give me a chance or even understand me, and I don't listen to you. I've nothing to gain or learn from you, and other than fun, there is nothing that this conversation benefits me. Iwaigakur. Are you positive about this? Aniki questioned, looking straight into the eyes of his informant. He was just being told that Uchiha Naruto was no longer inside of Konoha, but he was at Otogakur. Of course, it came as a surprise to him that he would leave Konoha. Hi, Tsuchikage-sama, the informant responded quietly. Although the top officials within the village have neither denied nor confirmed it, there is also a rumor that Konoha threw him out, instead of him deserting the village. That is a surprise, Aniki stated, looking thoughtful for a moment. I thought that given all that is happening around, they would think of holding on to him tightly. As a military weapon, he is valuable. Indeed he is, another man stated, walking into the office. For someone who fears no army, he is quite a valuable asset that I would treasure. But he is our enemy. You are excused, Jin, Aniki stated, dismissing his informant so he could speak with the man who had just entered his office. Jin left without any word said further. What do you think of this? If it is true that Konoha deserted him, then it works better for us. However, it could be that Konoha doesn't want to be involved with our fight against him. It isn't a surprise to me that they could do that to one of their own. Given the village's history, it isn't much of a surprise. The man paused for a moment. A fool would think that Konoha has just given him / her Naruto to kill, but it isn't as it seems. What do you mean by that, Toru? Naruto has proved to be powerful than what you had first calculated. Given everything that we received from the survivor of the assault army we sent towards Oto, he is capable of doing things we thought impossible, and dealing with him will not need an army. Konoha knows that he isn't someone who can be taken down easily. I've also received word of an army that is marching towards the Imperial Kingdom, as they now call the Sound Country. My sources tell me that they are part of Oto's army, and be sure that they're not your average shinobi. If they are truly an army of Imperial Kingdom, we can expect much from them. I've no doubt that Naruto would surround himself with competent shinobi. Given his status and how powerful he is bound to be protected by strong shinobi. This only makes it much difficult to bring him to justice. Aniki nodded quietly. So, Konoha is confident that Naruto can protect himself and his village. Although it appears to look good for Naruto's enemies, it isn't like that. Naruto cannot be taken down easily, and they know this. This works well for Konoha because whatever happens with Naruto, they won't be involved anymore. While our numbers thin as we attempt to deal with Naruto, Konoha will be watching, preserving its own military power. Moreover, who is to say that they won't attack us while our army takes a hit from Naruto? Toru was certainly not underestimating Naruto. He knew for certain that if they were to engage Naruto again, they would lose more of their men, and what was stopping the blonde from coming to their village to drop one of those meteorites on them? The fact that Naruto is dangerous only intensified Toru's desire to work towards removing his existence from this world. No one should be as powerful as Naruto is, and if left alone, Otogakure would only become much stronger than it is already. When people confirm that with Naruto they are safe, they will flock into his village, increasing its power. Crime was dealt with without pity at the village, so he heard, that was surely attracting the weak people. If left alone, Otogakure would certainly compare to the great villages in the next years. Aniki was thoughtful for a few seconds. The current Konoha cannot do something like that, he stated confidently. Perhaps if Danzo had been alive, then we could expect such a thing. But that woman cannot take such a measure unless we're the ones to draw first blood. With how she dealt with Sunagakure after its betrayal, I know she would rather settle things calmly than over the battlefield, because she knows that in war, each side loses, even the winner. There is pain and suffering in each side. I know that, Toru said with a nod. I believe that this puts things to our advantage. However, I suggest that we do not attack Naruto, for now at least. Surprisingly, Aniki nodded. Despite the embarrassment our army faced before him, we will have to swallow our pride and act wisely from now on. I know that sending another platoon will only result in more embarrassment, and it won't end well for the image of the village. Toru nodded. In those old days, you would have certainly forced more men to assault Otogakure again. I've learned my lessons. Aniki stated, a bit bitterly. From now on, unless Naruto makes a move towards us, we won't engage him. We have to gather allies and learn everything about him. My contacts are busy with that. When were you planning to tell me that the 5 tails was taken by the Akatsuki? Have you even located the 4 tails Jinchuriki? Aniki shook his head. That fool keeps evading my men. However, I will increase the search. I've a bad feeling about this. I also have the same feeling. This is why I'll do what I can to get our remaining Jinchuriki back to our village. I'll send a message to the Raikage to find out what he thinks about these all. It does appear that he'll be our ally. Sunagakure and Kirigakure are both allied with Konoha, and I don't believe neither of them are prepared for war. If war breaks out, they might likely stay neutral unless the situation forces them to enter the battlefield. Then what about this issue of Madara? You've faced him before? Aniki's look became a bit bitter at the thought of Uchiha Madara. He is very strong. He isn't someone to take lightly. His strength was comparable to the late Shodai Hokage back then. You cannot forget that no other person could rival the Shodai Hokage. This is indeed troubling. I've heard that he and Naruto are very comparable. Can we also presume that their strength is also comparable? Yes, doing anything less would be a foolish stance. If you look at both of them, you cannot separate them, you have to put them in the same boat. However, dealing with both of them at the same time will be difficult for any army, but not impossible. Do you think they are working with each other? Just after Madara returns, Naruto leaves Konoha. We cannot rule that out. Konoha. Tsunade sighed, leaning back against her chair, she stared at her former teammate. By his posture, she could tell that he was being miserable. No doubt he'd spent the whole of yesterday stoned after Naruto left the village because of their decision. She liked to believe that she had done the right thing, for both Konoha and Naruto. It may seem like she was deserting Naruto because things were becoming tough, but she understood things well enough. She knew that Naruto could take care of himself. He'd even said that he didn't want anyone's help. He seemed to dislike the thought of someone fighting his battles. She was giving him the chance to fight for himself, alone. Perhaps he may learn that he couldn't do anything by himself. No one in this world can do everything by him/herself. Even the great manipulators or those who have caused the greatest changes in the world were never alone. Orochimaru was sick in everything, yet he never did anything alone, not by himself. He knew that 2 hands couldn't do everything. But Naruto didn't seem to realize that, yet. It was just a matter of time. She hoped that he would learn something. You don't have to look so miserable, Jiraiya. Seriously, you are taking away my joy, Tsunade suddenly spoke, in a stern tone, with her face complementing her tone. It isn't like we are truly abandoning him. If things get rough for him, there is Sasuke, Kakashi, Guy and you to deal with anything. If Naruto is facing major problems, we will help him out. I know that, but I just can't help myself. Tsunade, what would Minato say if he was alive? What would Kushina do to me about this, if she was still alive? He would probably be disappointed. Tsunade decided to go with the hard truth, and Kushina would have beaten you to death. But if they had been alive, we wouldn't be in this kind of position. I don't think that this is the time to be making regrets or second-guessing our choices. If you are going to decide on something, be prepared to face the consequences. We made our choice, Jiraiya, for the good of this village and for Naruto himself. Still, Jiraiya stopped talking when he saw the glare Tsunade was giving him. He gave a small frown before speaking again. Do you think that he'll come back to this village after everything? It was Tsunade's turn to frown. To be honest, I don't know. Naruto has said that he wishes to become Hokage, but I wonder if he was being honest or just saying it. Some of the head clans are also gunning for his head. He has to be aware of this. After everything, I don't really know. Jiraiya nodded, and looked outside Tsunade's office for a moment. Perhaps he'll deal with his feelings towards the villagers. It is a possibility, but we don't know anything. It doesn't seem like he'll become Hokage even if he returns. Most of the villagers fear him because of his power. We don't see this often because he doesn't go near them, and those who abused him live in constant fear, thinking he may remember what they did to him back for then. A few are happy with him, and there is also the fact that Naruto himself doesn't like the villagers. He cannot become a leader of this village if he still hates its villagers. You must not forget that Naruto is not the one to take advice from anyone. He is like a dictator. If he is put in charge of the village, many will be displeased. This is why I told him that he had to change if he was going to become a Hokage. We may have caused more harm than we intended, Jiraiya stated. I also don't think that Naruto will change. However, I think he knows that he who is recognized by the villagers is the one that becomes Hokage. The head clans also won't nominate him, for they know that if Naruto becomes leader, he'll get rid of the council, robbing them of their power. There is also the Koharu issue. More reasons why he should change his ways of doing things. Tsunade frowned. What would happen if Konoha decides to deny Naruto the seat of Hokage? Will he try to take it by force, or will he just leave? Jiraiya was thoughtful for a few moments. Well, that remains to be seen. But I don't think being Hokage means a lot to him. In any case, we'll have to take precautions when moving forward. Tsunade nodded in agreement. What did you mean when you said we may have caused more harm than we intended? The reason we allowed Naruto to go was because we knew that even if Konoha becomes involved in war, we will survive with or without him. Another was that if Konoha is forced into because we are trying to protect Naruto, some villagers may come to resent him even more because they'll surely lose their loved ones. In war, causalities are bound to happen. We know that we can survive without Naruto. Although we have no intentions for war, if we do get pulled into one and end up in victory without Naruto, the villagers will have that thought, we did it without him, so we don't need him. His trouble is more than his worth. Tsunade shook her head, her frown deepening. Either way, things don't look good for Naruto. Even if we don't get pulled into war, we will still get through without him. Despite his power, when Naruto is in the village, there are a lot of tensions around. When we get through, they will think they are better off without him, as his presence only makes them nervous. They've not forgotten what they did to him, that makes them live in fear with him around. This is why I was saying that we may have made things worse. Jiraiya paused for a few moments before continuing. Well, at least he is his own country, and I hope that things don't get bad between us and him. He looked as though he was willing to help us in his own way. It'd be a shame if we end up being his enemy. Let us just hope that it doesn't come to that. I hope so too. But we should be prepared for anything. We cannot have a belief that there is something beyond us to deal with. Even if it is Naruto being our enemy, we will have to settle things. Tsunade nodded. I'll call a cage meeting for next week. We have to see if the matters cannot be resolved. We ought not to forget that there is also Uchiha Madara. Although he hasn't done anything yet, we have to be prepared to deal with him. That sounds like a good idea. If you get all the cages, we can work on some things as we move forward. Given the current situation within the elemental nations, they will surely come, Jiraiya said, referring to the other cages. Do you think one may suggest we unite our armies to rid of both Naruto and Madara? It is likely to be suggested. We mustn't forget that both have ties with Konoha. This is indeed troublesome. No doubt we may be blamed for everything they do. We may most likely be forced to clean up their messes should they do anything disastrous. I just hope they are not planning anything of that margin, Tsunade said before heaving a sigh. The capital. You've been awfully busy today, Guren stated, looking at Naruto at the corner of her eyes. They were at the rooftop of the Crystal Palace, where Naruto had been settling down, looking above to the sky. Aside from destroying the wall surrounding the capital and building a new one, he'd also built more than 400 houses using his Makuten. The houses were built within the space he'd created after enlarging the capital. His way of building reduced the funds she would have used building the houses using labor. The only expenses she would have to pay were the ones for furnishing the houses he'd built. The capital had been expanded well by the houses he built and with the new position of the wall. If he added more houses, it would only continue to enlarge the capital further. Given the benefits of being a citizen of the capital of the Imperial Kingdom, she was sure that by the end of the year she would be building more houses. Though she used to detest weak people, she has learned to live with them and appreciate them. She now knew that everyone wasn't equal, and there was never going to be a day that everyone would be equal. However, it was up to her to ensure that everyone was safe and everyone understood their situation. There were laws that people had to abide by. This ensured that the weak didn't become abused by the strong. Oh, there was also a large rock far above the capital. She had done well to ensure that her people didn't panic when it appeared. From down here, it didn't seem to be too big, but when you were up there, you could see that it was somewhat huge. The thing was the size of 2 football fields. Underneath it looked round, but when on top of it was just straight ground. Naruto said he would use the place to build his palace. I've to prepare things for you, Konan and others. For what I foresee, this place will become bigger than any other village and it will become much more powerful than any village. I do the groundwork, and allow you to become fruitful, Naruto responded, his eyes firmly in the sky. It was still noon, he could still do so much. But he had already exerted too much chakra already. Konan. So I'm going to be working with her after all. What of Karen? Karen isn't suited for the kind of work you'll be doing with Konan and the others. This is why I've set Uzushiogakur aside for her to be her playfield. You'll also be working with Mei in the near future. No, it will be soon. You haven't told me what I'll be working on with Konan. Patience Guren, I've given you this capital to rule. You'll be having an army to command soon, and soon you'll be in the same league with the Kages. However, you'll surpass them eventually. Konan also has a Megakure, which will become part of this kingdom. You'll have to work closely with her. I can say that you will be like partners, Naruto said, looking at the woman beside him for a moment. For now, work with what you're given. It isn't like what I've been given isn't enough already, Guren sighed. Well, she was possibly going to become the leader of this kingdom. She was suspecting that Naruto wasn't going to be doing anything. He'd already given her charge of this place, and now he was telling her that she was going to become a leader of his own army. There was no other army for her to command other than Naruto's own army. The other villages that are within this country are not in the same boat or at least going forward as this place. What do you purpose we do about that? For now she could assume that she was the leader of this country, even though Naruto had only said that she was in charge of this capital. There had to be a set of laws and regulations that would have to be set in this country, and she had done so much work with this place, she was starting to believe that she could do anything if the resources are available. I've given you authority over this country, do as you like. I wish not to be involved in every little thing you do. Hi, Guren smiled, she was still being cautious. You know, I never thought I could one day be like this. Well, I guess I've to thank Yukimaru and you for this. Have you become this comfortable around me? Naruto questioned with a quirked brow. Certainly, he wasn't expecting her to spring out something like that and he had no plans to indulge her. Sorry, Guren scratched her head nervously. That aside, you've earned the respect of the citizens of the capital. Once they heard that you had stopped an army from Iwagakure, they were very happy. I couldn't deny that you were behind everything. Your actions today have also raised the bar from the thoughts of your people. Well, I can say that these people now love their emperor, and are even happy that he is no longer in Konoha. I thought I was hearing them say something about Guren-sama, Naruto stated, looking thoughtful. He then shrugged. It doesn't matter anyway. It does matter, Guren argued. These people respect you more than anyone else. You aren't just Naruto to them, you are a savior, and somewhat of a god to some. Your battle with Pain, in Kiri, Iwa's army, and that thing, she said pointing the large rock that floated far above them, has led some to call you god as they believe that no man can do such things. Since this is an imperial kingdom, you are also the emperor, their kind. Naruto did not comment on it. Where are the 4? Guren sighed. She thought he would be at least happy about this. They should be here in about a week. They each decided to return with their army respectively. I've already prepared for their arrival. Naruto nodded. Have you made preparations for what we talked about yesterday? Yes, I ended up telling all the citizens when I was calming them down after that thing above us appeared. I've also signed everything to make it official. By the end of the week, all our allies should be informed of the change. Good, Naruto responded. Tell Karen to be prepared, for when I return, she will be moving to Uzu. He was gone without a trace after that. I wonder when I'll be able to take a break. I can't even leave this place since there is no one who can do my job. Guren thought tiredly. The hideout. Konoha has rejected you again, Madara stated, introducing his presence before Naruto. They were both within the training ground within the hideout. Naruto was sitting down the ground in a meditative position. How much more can you take of it before you snap? Again? You were made a Jinchuriki to be a hero for Konoha, but they rejected you, and now they've done it again. You know as well as I do that they aren't going to change. Even though some of them are indifferent towards you, most of them dislike you and will only continue to hate you. No matter what you do, they'll never change. That village is rotten to the core, those people are diabolical hypocrites and have no shame in doing anything to save their own skins. Madara paused for a moment, shaking his head slightly. How much more of it will you take before you realize that nothing good will come out of this world? Perhaps I've become naive again. That was unlikely though. Even though sometimes his thinking went the other way, he was by no means naive. Arrogance, and prideful, you could fault him? Naivety? Certainly not. He understood what happened in this world all too well to know what was real and not real. This world that they lived in was real, and the one his grandfather was pursuing was a genjutsu. He wasn't going to live inside a genjutsu. Even if this reality was flawed from south to north, he would turn it upside down to correct its flaws. You are certainly not naive, Madara shook his head slightly. You are just allowing it to happen because you wish to achieve something. You'll go through hell, you get what you want. Have you ever been to hell before, grandfather? Naruto questioned, a little bit curious. No, Madara gave a simple response. Why do you say I'll even go through hell to get what I want? You make it sound I'm a shinobi programmed to get results, methods not mattering, but the result, so far, he's never had to struggle or get a headache in preparations for his plans. Perhaps it was simply because people didn't know what he had planned. Surely, if they knew what he had planned, they would have never allowed the capital of the Imperial Kingdom to be built to this state. Villages would have been attacking it from north to south, day and night. But because they did not know its purpose, they could not attack with the same effort as they would if they knew. Well, it was better they remained oblivious to everything. If they were not oblivious to everything, then he would be forced to slaughter more shinobi, but that wasn't so bad. A human can always be born. If there were only few people left within this world, they would fill it up again after a number of years. The world began like that in the first place. That is because you are like that. In this regard, you are somewhat like me. We will do anything to get what we want, regardless of the method. Results are what matter to both of us. The little difference is that you don't manipulate people when there are other methods. However, if it can't be helped, you will dirty your hands, Madara responded, not doubting a single word he'd said. He finally sat down beside Naruto as he'd been standing before the blonde. Only grandfather knows me best, Naruto spoke. However, despite saying it more than twice, his grandfather didn't understand him entirely. No one in this world truly understood him. Why did you really allow Konoha to cast you out like that, Naruto? The act was unacceptable. He no doubt if Naruto didn't have something in mind, he would have not left the village. He would have either destroyed the village or forced the leaders to scrap their banishment plans. I was thinking it didn't matter, and I didn't really look at it much in my point of view. But it doesn't matter. The banishment doesn't make me think twice about stepping foot in Konoha. I can return any time I choose. However, for the next stage, I must be out of Konoha to get everything done smoothly, Naruto explained lightly. Madara shook his head. Sometimes I don't really know what goes inside your head, he admitted. But it was fine, it made things fun. Then, when do you plan on hunting down the remaining Baijuas? Soon, very soon. I have to do something important first before I can think of doing anything else. Naruto responded calmly. He wouldn't take much time though. He would hunt down the remaining Baijuas quickly, without much fuss. Since he already knew where they were located, he wouldn't have many problems. Good, I was beginning to think that you were going to make me wait, Madara stated quietly. If I had the Geto Mazo, I would have already started the hunt myself. He paused for a moment. What did you do to the Geto Mazo, anyway? I knew that you wouldn't allow me to summon it, but I'm curious how you were able to achieve the feat. I merely sealed it and blocked any connection with your Rinnegan. However, I'll unseal it when I begin with the hunt. Just wait for a few more days. That wasn't entirely the truth. Madara nodded. Then, what do you think of the current Kages? Do you wish to test their power? Madara nodded. I'll say that you'll have to test them yourself. For certain, I'm positive that Tsunade will call a cage summit. Their 5 Kages will meet. You can test them there, just don't kill them. It will be fun to see how the current Kages compare to the previous Kages. What are you going to do then? The man was truly curious just what Naruto would be doing when he tested the Kages. He doubted that the blonde would interfere with his fun. I'll watch, Naruto gave a simple response. Aren't you soon to be married to one of the Kages? You will simply watch while your fiancé struggle against me? Well, it wouldn't be a surprise if he did that. He wasn't expecting the blonde to interfere after all. It seems so, Naruto responded calmly. But I did tell you not to kill any of them, and the experience will be good for her in the foreseeable future. Madara was silent for a few moments before speaking. I see. She is part of whatever plan you have. There was no doubt about that. Apparently, and Naruto didn't deny it. The end shall be fun, don't you think? Madara stated, smiling a bit. Both of us are intent on seeing our plans come to life. However, one of us will be the winner. But if you lose, you'll see your plans come true in the infinite Tsukiyomi. It will certainly be, and a few surprises sprang along the way wouldn't be so bad, Naruto responded, looking a bit thoughtful. Would you be satisfied if it is only you who ends up trapped within the Mugen Tsukiyomi? Madara didn't take his time to respond. No, if I wanted something like that, I would have done it a long time ago. The whole world has to live within the Mugen Tsukiyomi. I figured you'd say as much, but it will not matter. If I subdue you and cast the Mugen Tsukiyomi on you, nothing else will matter. In the dream world, you won't know that the whole world isn't within the Genjutsu, you'll only live your greatest wishes. Naruto paused for a moment. Aside from your dream of uniting the world, I don't know what you wish after that. Madara ignored Naruto's last statement. If you're going to do that, you'll have to become the Jinchuriki of the Juubi to make the Genjutsu permanent. As far as I'm concerned, you don't like sharing your body, or have you forgotten that only the Juubi's Jinchuriki has the power to cast a Genjutsu that powerful? No, I've not forgotten. However, you trust what you read too much, grandfather, you shouldn't do that. You never know if someone is pulling the strings. Zetsu chose to appear at that moment. He didn't comment on what they were talking about though. You won't believe what just happened. What? That Tsuchikage had sent a message to the Reikage so they could meet and talk, but after that, Tsunade sent a message to all the other Kages, and it appears that all of them will be attending the Cage Summit. I know for certain that there will be fireworks within the Land of Iron. When is the summit to be held? In about 2 weeks from now on, Zetsu responded. Naruto wasn't surprised, he'd been expecting such a thing to occur. He stood up before speaking. This gives me time to work and capture 3 of the remaining 5 Baijuas. He paused for a moment. I'll see you at the Cage Summit. He was gone after that. What do you think? I think this will certainly be interesting, and I also think that Naruto plans to capture Shukaku, Matatabi and the Four Tails. This will give the Kages a lot to talk about during the summit. Much of the blame will be sent towards Konoha, and they'll be frustrated because they don't know what Naruto plans to do with the Baijuas. Later that day. This had certainly been a busy day for him. After visiting Madara, he'd gone to Kiri and spent several hours with the Mizukage. He'd always known that Mei was something special about the woman. With her, he had all the pieces he wanted. Guren, Mei, and Konan, they all had different personalities, different styles, and different upbringings. Yet, he recognized that when put together, they could work together. I've been looking everywhere for you, Your Majesty. Koyuki gave a slight bow. Whether she was being sarcastic or not, he didn't know, not that he cared anyway. And? Naruto responded, fixing the woman a look. He was currently inside the library within the Crystal Palace going over some things behind his desk. I was thinking that perhaps you were hiding from me. Hardly, Naruto responded quietly. Take a seat and speak your mind, I have to leave soon. Where to? I have to take Karen to Uzu. Oh, Guren told me a research facility was going to be built there, can I tag along? Unknown location. Naruto walked slowly inside a dark passage, with only his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan being the only source of light. The sound that invaded his ears as he walked about was the sound of his own footsteps. He never minded it though. He was certain that nobody knew of this place. He'd been the one to discover it after all. Not even Madara knew that such a place like this existed. Well, it was hidden deep inside Earth. No one could ever find this place regardless of how deep they dug. He was only fortunate that he'd been able to locate such a place. Of course, locating this place had not been easy, especially when he had to search with his eyes also looking for Zetsu. There wasn't everything that he had to know. What interested him was what was inside this place. He had no interest in anything other than what was sealed inside. It had taken him some time to finally get enough power to be able to break the barriers that prohibited him from entering into the depths of this prison. Finally coming to a halt, Naruto activated his Rinnegan. Before muttering a few words, and the large concrete wall that stood in his path exploded into dust. Never minding the settling dust, Naruto walked through the door, what used to be a door, at least. He entered into a room that seemed to be in another dimension. The room was just an empty space with 9 eternal candles lit, surrounding something in the form of a coffin. The coffin itself was wrapped by black shackles. Its height was a bit taller than him. Finally, Naruto thought silently as he took a few steps towards the coffin. As soon as he passed the circle formed by the candles, a bright light erupted around him. A set of seal arrays wrapped themselves around him, binding him. Pathetic, Naruto breathed out, shifting from his Rinnegan to the sharingan. However, after a second he activated the Rinnegan again. He quickly dealt with the seal that tried to seal him away. Whoever made this should have realized that the Rinnegan could absorb chakra. Perhaps the person who made it didn't think that someone with the Rinnegan would ever come down here. Given all the warning signs around the place, one would think that whoever sees the signs would go back, and this prison didn't even give a welcoming feeling at all. It was like hell more than anything. He expended large amounts of chakra, even unlocking the remaining seal that managed to contain some of his chakra. The place didn't seem to be affected by the amounts of chakra he'd released. Anyone around him would have been out cold now by the sheer power he'd released at once, and he wasn't even fighting. Naruto began to go through hand seals in a lightning speed. He did so, making incarnations until he reached the 300th hand sign. After that, he released even more chakra before slamming both his hands to the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. Nothing happened after that. But Naruto waited patiently. After 5 full minutes, the place began to shake violently, and an explosion of chakra occurred. The explosion came from the coffin, and a black mist of chakra began to gather. Another explosion that was stronger than the first dispersed the mist that had gathered. This second one was like a shockwave that shook the place. Naruto was forced to take a few steps back because he was pushed back by the chakra that was much powerful, stronger than his. This was much chakra he had never felt from anyone. Considering that he possibly had the largest chakra than anyone alive, he felt a ping inside his heart by feeling such overwhelming power. It was by no means fear. No, it was a ping of sheer excitement. When the chakra died down, the shackles binding the coffin broke into pieces. The coffin opened, and Naruto smiled when he saw just the woman he was looking for. But the smile disappeared when he felt something behind him. He was quick to disappear to avoid being hit by whatever that nearly hit him. "Zetsu, what are you doing here?" Naruto questioned after dodging the projectile that nearly pierced him. He was looking straight at Zetsu with an unreadable look on his face. He was certainly surprised to see Zetsu here, Black Zetsu. "Ah, I missed. But I should have expected that. No one can catch Uchiha Naruto from behind." He didn't sound very disappointed that he'd missed his chance to get the blonde. He knew for certain that a sneak attack was the best option to deal with Naruto for someone like him. However, it didn't matter anyway. "Zetsu, what are you doing here?" Naruto repeated, "Everything the same." "I never told you," Zetsu mused, absent-mindedly. "I knew of this place, long before you were even born. But I could never break the seal, not without the Rinnegan and the power as you have. I was the one who led you here. Of course I had to make things appear like it was your own doing because you're just like Madara, you're not easy to trick. You know very well that things don't just fall into place. Are you saying that you manipulated me into coming here? For what purpose? What do you have to do with that woman? I believe that I came to know that Kaguya's soul was sealed here without you." Naruto kept his tone calm, despite his surprise. Kaguya merely remained silent as Zetsu did the talking. "Yes, you knew that Kaguya was sealed somewhere as Hashirama and his brother didn't kill her. However, you didn't know exactly where her soul was held. The only knowledge you had was of her body." "I see. You were the one who wrote about the Mugen Tsukiyomi and everything else that delusioned Madara. Hashirama told me that he never wrote those things. Nevertheless, I never suspected that it was you. I've to say, I'm totally shocked by this. I never thought you would serve all three of us to make your own agenda come true. I feel so used." Naruto looked amused despite his words. "So what is your relationship with Kaguya?" "She is my mother," Black Zetsu responded calmly, grinning sickly. While Naruto didn't show it, he knew that the blonde was indeed shocked as he said, "I'll probably be laughing at Madara's expression when I tell him of this. He called you his will, and to think that his will was using him is amusing. I've to say, you are patient." The amused look never left his face as he spoke. "Patience is virtue. It wasn't everyone who could unseal Mother. Originally I had planned to use Madara to summon her back to the living world. But you've done it in another way. I've no complaints though, this has just saved me the trouble doing it myself," Zetsu explained lightly. "I am still shocked that you've been trying to get Kaguya back to life. I do know that the Mugen Tsukiyomi is real, Kaguya used it once before. This is what resulted in those white Zetsus, no? So the path to Mugen Tsukiyomi was one you set up for Madara so that he could prepare everything for the revival of Kaguya. You didn't bother with Obito because he couldn't. You chose Madara and I because we could do it, right? How do you know that the white Zetsus are a result of Mother's use of the Mugen Tsukiyomi? Not even Madara knows that." Black Zetsu sounded curious more than anything. "I entered your head and read it through your mind. It was all blurry, hence I was only able to get this little out of your head. Until now, I believed that Madara knew what happened to those whose chakra is drained by the holly tree, but it appears that I was wrong." Naruto paused for a moment. "I thought you were my friend." That was something that Zetsu wasn't expecting from Naruto, but then he realized the blonde was just not entirely being serious. "Well, I was truthful to you and took care of your things." "That you did." Naruto then looked at Kaguya. "Hello Kaguya, I've to say, I am curious to why Zetsu would want you in this world. I have my own reasons, but I wonder what Zetsu's reasons are." "Well, it doesn't matter anyway, I'll find out sooner." "Who are you? How were you able to unseal me?" Naruto merely smiled as he walked closer to her. "I have my methods. While at some level Zetsu has happened to get the better of me, I'm still Uchiha Naruto, and I simply bow to no men. That said, whether it was your son's intention for me to find you, I'll still carry out my goal." "Do you think you can defeat my mother?" Zetsu questioned as he attached himself to Kaguya. "I don't believe that you are that arrogant." "I cannot defeat her. Kaguya is much stronger than I am. It is even embarrassing to admit it," Naruto chuckled, a bit bitterly. "This is just the truth, she is far stronger than I am. I'm not even in the same level as Hagoromo, how could I even think that I can defeat her?" "Then what is your goal for unsealing Mother? I'm curious, I was never able to get that little detail out of your head." "I want her power and mind." "What?" It was Kaguya who questioned. "My Rinnegan has an ability that allows me to manipulate time and space. I can freeze time for a few seconds. However, it does cost me a little. Each Mangekyo Sharingan births a special ability depending on the desire of the wielder. My desire for great power has given birth to an ability that allows me to consume anything biological. You could say that I can erase anything biological and rewrite it into my being. In simple words, I can and will absorb you. When I do that, you will be fused with me, but because it is I who consumed you, I'll become the base and still be me. The fusion will result in a change of appearance, I may even grow breasts." Naruto stated, looking straight into the eyes of Kaguya, mirth spread all over his face. "This is how I'll take your power and mind. Since Zetsu has been alive for long as you, he will make a great addition. You don't have the ability to freeze time, there has never been anyone with that ability." "Zetsu, I can travel through dimensions, pull meteorites from the sky, do you really think that freezing time is impossible for Uchiha Naruto?" It was a rhetorical question. "I know that I cannot defeat Kaguya, that is why these abilities come in handy. Even though Kaguya is stronger than me, she will be consumed by me." Naruto held out both his hands. "Now come, and be one with me, there is no escape." "Mother, I suggest we leave this place." "Naruto doesn't joke," Black Zetsu advised, knowing that Naruto was not the one to say he had an ability when he certainly didn't. If the blonde said he could do it, then he was going to believe that he could. It would be a bother since Kaguya had yet to regain most of her powers. Kaguya snapped her fingers, opening a portal. She was going to leave this prison. She had just been unsealed, she wasn't looking forward to go through something troubling. "I told you, there is no escape," Naruto stated, snapping his own fingers. Everything around him stopped. "I have a few seconds. Better handle this before her Rinnegan breaks through, and I'm only lucky because she is currently in a weakened state." The only way he could absorb anything is when the person was immobile and having direct eye contact with him. It didn't matter if time was frozen or not. He understood well enough that since he couldn't immobile Kaguya in battle, freezing time was his trump card. Naruto walked over to Kaguya and placed his right hand on her chest. Her body started to swirl as he consumed her, and a shockwave tore through the place. The shockwave was massive, the entire ground shook violently, the entire place that was the room began to tear apart. The very earth shook under the weight of the chakra. Well, it couldn't be helped, Uchiha Naruto was becoming one with Kaguya, the strongest human to have ever existed. The legendary sage of 6 paths wasn't strong as her. The underground prison failed to contain the explosion of chakra, and it began to crumble down. Naruto shot out of the crumbling prison like a bullet. He stood in air covered in a smoke of black chakra. After a few moments passed, the smoke cleared and Naruto was clearly visible floating in the air. The change in his physique was clearly visible. His hair no longer just reached down his waist, it reached down his ankles, but its color was still blonde. It was just no longer bright as it had been. The bang that had always covered his right eye had was lengthened, but it didn't go down through his chest, it joined the other hair behind him from the right shoulder. He'd also grown a bit taller than he'd been. Another change was the large white cloak that hid his body. It was long-sleeved and reached down his feet. His face hadn't changed much, but it had grown into a bit mature to complement his new body. Naruto held out both his hands, and smiled a smile that has never been seen on his face before. I didn't think that I would gain this much power, though, not everything has settled down. But soon, he muttered to himself. I'm happy that I didn't end up having breasts. He then laughed a hollow laugh. It would have been amusing. He stopped laughing when he noticed that he was laughing. Even though it was just a hollow laugh, he never did laugh like that and so loudly. Perhaps it was the effects of Kaguya's personality and his mixing together. But it didn't matter anyway, this was just another step ahead. Once he consumed everything, then he would rid of everything. Perhaps I should begin the purge as well as the redemption, Naruto mused looking over to the skies. But if I start everything else now, I won't enjoy my humanity. I wanted to do that before I rested. What to do? Chapter 35. Hello, Kazekage, Naruto greeted as he appeared within Gaara's office. Naruto, Gaara took a look at the person in front of his desk. It was definitely Naruto, but he was curious. He looked older and his hair had grown much longer. The younger look was all but a memory now. However, that was nothing. What was terrifying was the amount of power he was feeling from the blonde, the power that was far superior than anything he has ever felt from anyone. What happened to you? He could only ask that, even though he knew the blonde had come here for something. Evolution, Naruto responded calmly. I'm not here for small talk. I'd imagine so, Gaara stated, knowing that the blonde wasn't the one who visits people to see their health. Then, what can I do for you? You'll have to follow me. Gaara wasn't given much time to respond as he suddenly disappeared from his office. He appeared within the desert of the Wind Country, a bit far away from his village. I have come for the Baijuu that resides inside of you. Gaara fixed Naruto a stern look. That isn't an option. If I remember correctly, when a Baijuu is extracted, its Jinchuriki dies. I'm afraid I cannot die now, there is still much I have to do. Don't worry about dying. I will still return you to your office after I have completed the extraction. Naruto responded, walking a bit closer to the Jinchuriki. The sand around Gaara began to move swiftly, causing the blonde to come to a halt. What do you plan to do with Shukaku? It is nothing bad. Don't worry, Gaara, I only plan on ensuring that no one can ever become a Jinchuriki ever again. I don't plan on fighting you over this, so will you simply stand still as I remove your burden? Gaara was silent for a few moments. If he was anyone, he would have been thrilled at the prospect of having his burden removed from him. But, Shukaku is no longer a burden to me. I see, Naruto responded calmly. But it doesn't change anything. I will still take Shukaku from you. I thank you for sparing my life years ago, but I cannot allow that to happen. Gaara said. He was indeed thankful that his life had been spared years ago, but he wasn't going to allow this to happen if he could help it. It appears so, Naruto heaved a sigh. I guess I have no choice then. He went through hand seals, before slamming his hands on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu, Geto Mazo. In a monstrous puff of smoke, the demonic statue of the outer path appeared within the desert. Its mere presence was enough to force Gaara to take a step back. Its roar tore through the desert, in a terrifying sound that reached down to the core of his being. What made Gaara's heart beat a bit faster was the fact that despite the obvious power the statue was emitting, Naruto still felt stronger than it. He knew that this was one fight he couldn't win. He'd heard much about Naruto's strength, he had faced the blonde before, but that was long ago. He had grown up now, and it appears that Naruto has grown far better than him. Naruto didn't look like he was going to battle, no, he was standing behind his summon, arms folded across his chest. It was odd. He knew Naruto liked to fight, but he didn't appear to be looking forward to fighting him. Was he simply going to allow the summon to fight him? That isn't just a summon, you fool. Shukaku growled out within Gaara's head. What is it then? Gaara questioned, in a curious tone. You don't need to know, but you can't defeat that thing alone. If that thing is not enough, you have him. You have sensed that he is almost 3 times as powerful as he was when you faced him. What do you suggest then? Let me out. Before Gaara could respond, Naruto was right behind him, arms still folded across his chest. Fast, Gaara thought. But because this was basically his home ground, he was able to get his defenses up. However, Naruto didn't attack him, he merely spoke, resisting is futile. You're only delaying the inevitable, and each time a second passes, your village becomes aware of what is happening around here. They will come and may possibly end up killed. He disappeared after those words left his mouth. Gaara wasn't just going to give up like that, even though he knew that his chances were low. He was a cage, and wouldn't just back down without a fight. And so, he summoned his sand. The largest amount he could possibly, with the amount of chakra he had. But all proved futile as he couldn't break the statue. And when the statue moved against him, it attacked in them in the form of chakra chains that proved powerful enough to pierce through his sand. He was forced to let Shukaku out, but it appeared that it was just what Naruto wanted, as the chains moved towards him with more speed and power than before and when they finally caught him. When Gaara was caught, he felt it happen. He felt Shukaku being ripped out of his body. It was painful, and draining his life energy in large bounds. He felt his life leaving him. He tried desperately to cling on to it, to keep the lights switched on, but it was proving to be much of a bigger task. The only thing that kept him awake for long enough were the screams and curses of Shukaku. The Baijuwu was yelling about not going inside that thing. Its yells grew louder by the second, but they became silent after a few moments. Gaara felt depleted of his energy, he was barely keeping his conscious. Yes, he knew it, he was going to die. Naruto hadn't denied that he would die. But he had said he would take him back to Sunagakure. He just didn't know whether it would be dead or alive. He hoped for the latter. If it was the latter, then it would prove that Naruto wasn't as evil as other people were saying he was. Slowly his vision became blurry and he could no longer keep his eyes open. It didn't take long for him to drift off into the world of darkness. He was dead. A few minutes later. Gaara looked at his hands, his face still had that blank mask he always carried. He was alive. He was alive. I am alive. He looked around him, Naruto was standing just away from him, arms still folded across his chest, but he wasn't looking at him, no, his eyes were staring at the glaring sun. Even though the sun blazed in full power within the desert, Naruto still stared directly at it. Perhaps they were having some sort of contest. There was no sign of that humanoid beast that Naruto had summoned. At that moment, Gaara realized something, he was no longer a Jinchuriki. Do not be so surprised that you are alive even though you know you were dead a few minutes ago. I did tell you that I would take you back to Suna. Naruto spoke, slowly turning his face towards Gaara. Gaara was lying down the ground as he inspected himself. He then stood up before replying. I wasn't sure if you would take me back to Suna alive. You've never shown to be merciful towards your enemies. Uchiha Naruto has no time for petty words. If he was going to kill you, he would have said so. Naruto paused for a moment. And you are mistaken, Kazekage, I am not your enemy. Konoha has banished you, only a few know this. Konoha had not revealed it to the public that Naruto was actually banished. They just revealed that he was no longer a shinobi of their village and that he was part of the Imperial Kingdom of the Rice Country, as it was now called. I had thought that you would hate all of Konoha's allies, especially since I did nothing against your banishment. You considered me an ally because I once shared the same burden as you. The banishment means little to me. I don't need Konoha, Naruto responded passively. I understand that, but if it was me, I would have been furious at the act of betrayal. I don't understand their reasons and I don't intend to, but their actions are not just. Do not concern yourself with trivial matters, Kazekage, Naruto stated, waving his right hand in a dismissive manner. I told you, I have no need for Konoha, and what I have always thought of the village hasn't changed. Gaara wasn't naive enough to believe that Naruto cared very much for Konoha, that even though they banished him, he wouldn't hate them. What was certain was that the blonde already hated Konoha for what it did to him. Tsunade herself had conceded that Naruto has 0% care for the villagers of Konoha. The only ones who were oblivious to it were the villagers themselves. This made him curious though. If they knew that Naruto cared not for the villagers, and still hated them for what they did to him, why did they keep him around? Did they believe that he would forgive them in time? Were they not afraid that this would be the last blow that would drive him to take action against them? Naruto has just admitted it, he has no need for Konoha. Could this be the reason he left without a fight? The logical thought you must have had of Konoha is that of hate. Moreover, you're not a very forgiving person. I imagine that your hatred towards those people is the thing that has not changed. That may be so, Naruto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. I have a question though, what do you plan to do against those people? You hate them for what they did to you, the logical conclusion would be making them pay, from someone like you. I will ask again, what do you intend to do about your hatred towards Konoha? If someone like Naruto decided on attacking Konoha, he would do much damage, so much that would leave the village in shambles. If he was planning on revenge, could it be the reason he was collecting the Baijuas? No doubted it. But it wasn't impossible. You are a curious person, Kazekage. Naruto stated, calmly, and a little smile flickering through his face. So, if I said I wanted to destroy Konoha, would you stand in my way? The most surprising response came from Gaara. It was a rather bitter chuckle. The response made Naruto raise a curious eyebrow. Who knows? Despite my beliefs and everything, the decision I would take would be the one that is best for my village. Ho? Everyone thinks best for their village. The elders of Konoha banished me thinking of what was best for their village, and you would leave Konoha if it meant that your village might suffer because of Konoha's own actions. Naruto sounded a bit amused by the thought. Gaara shook his head. What Konoha did is different from what I would do. You were born in Konoha, and your father was their greatest hero. What they did to you is an insult to your father's legacy. I will not be abandoning them if I choose not to involve my village. Amply, I will be giving them a chance to correct their mistakes and face their own problem. You have a good mind. You will be of some use to the world after all. Perhaps keeping him alive was a good thing after all. In this world, there are those who refuse to shoulder their responsibilities. If you choose to attack Konoha, it wouldn't be because you are evil. It would be the results of their own actions. I believe if they are to learn humility, they must correct their mistakes on their own. If every time they dig themselves into a hole and someone is always there to dig them out, they will never learn and will continue to do as they have been. Sometimes it is better to allow a child to learn walking on his/her own. Konoha will never realize its mistakes. But I am a firm believer of the saying that revenge is not the answer. If you chose revenge, I would try my best to convince you otherwise. Gaara smiled, a bit, at his last words. This is an interesting conversation I wasn't expecting to have with you, Kazekage, Naruto spoke, turning away from Gaara. Let us return to your office. I wish not to cause panic over your village. You have done well in maintaining peace, I wish not to take it all away. This time, Gaara felt like there was something carrying him as he disappeared from the desert along with Naruto. They appeared inside his office. Aren't you going to sit down? No, I have to reach Kumo before the day ends, Naruto responded. Gaara had the decency to look troubled. After what took place in the desert, he was positive that he was going after Kumo's Jinchurikis. The Raikage will surely hunt you down for what you are about to do. I am prepared to face that. So tell me a good reason I should not make you my enemy. While he knew that sending hunter nins after Naruto would only result in their deaths. However, he couldn't allow him to do as he pleased because of that. A new world will come where there will no longer be Jinchurikis, and be happy, now you have the chance to finally live as a normal human. All the Jinchuriki I will face will get the chance you are given, Naruto responded, not really giving the effort to construct something persuasive. I don't believe this is all just to give Jinchurikis a second chance to live as normal humans. Gaara was positive that it wasn't all about that. There was certainly a reason behind all these, other than the one Naruto gave. I wish not to be your enemy. You will prove to be a good ally to Guren. But if you insist, I won't convince you otherwise. Gaara shook his head. Naruto was being much more forward than normal. But the choice was given to him. And he understood the consequence of each choice. Why then, Did you help me to fend off the Akatsuki when they attempted to capture me? You would be dead if I hadn't done that. Naruto gave a short, straightforward response. Gaara nodded, not doubting a single word. Tell me then, do you plan to use the Baijuas for war? Naruto shook his head. No, I have no such plans. I can assure you that if any village plans to attack you because you no longer have the power of Shukaku, I will be there to crush any of them. Can I take your word for it? Naruto merely gave Gaara a blank stare. Yes, then. Hit the training ground in these next days. If not, you will be a disappointment. I like to believe that your power is not dependent on Shukaku. Naruto disappeared after he spoke those words left his mouth. I wonder what surprise I will have to face during the Cage Summit. Although he wouldn't admit it to anyone, he felt light without having to worry about Shukaku. Could he finally be happy? Now he would no longer have to worry about giving his children the burden of containing Shukaku. Could he start planning for a family? Kumo. So this is where you hide, Naruto spoke, floating above Killer Bee and Yugito. They were at a remote island near Kumagakure. The island had no trees, there was just small pile of rumbles. A single glance around the place, and Naruto could tell that this place was used for training purposes. Both Yugito and Killer Bee were surprised by his sudden appearance. Despite his change in physical appearance, Yugito could never mistake his presence. And this time, it was even more oppressing than before. You. Ah, you recall me. Naruto then dropped down the ground, and looked straight at the Jinchurikis. Who is he? Killer Bee questioned, as though he'd never seen Naruto before. Uchiha Naruto, you fool. The former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? He has become much more powerful than before, yo. That much is obvious, Yugito nodded in agreement. Both Baijuas within them agreed on that note. What do you want? I have come from Matatabi, Naruto responded simply. You serious? Although Killer Bee knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. He is serious, Yugito responded to Killer Bee's stupid question. She gritted her teeth. You saved me from Akatsuki just so you could take my Baiju for yourself, it was not a question. By all means it looked that, and Naruto did deny it. It appears that way. Now will allow me to take Matatabi without a fuss? That is not an option. I can't let you take her away from me. And I don't even know what you plan on doing with her, added to that, she belongs to Kumagakure. You can't have her. No, she wasn't going to allow her Baiju to be taken away. She would die, literally, if something like that happened. She had escaped death once and she wasn't looking forward to face it again. What makes you say that Matatabi belongs to Kumagakure? You don't know the Baiju's origin, you didn't give birth to her? When you were born, the Baiju was alive, so what then gives you the right to say that the Baiju inside you belongs to Kumagakure? Naruto questioned the woman who dared to think that the Baiju she carried belonged to Kumagakure. We may not know the origins of the Baiju, but Naruto cut off Yugito before she could say anything else she didn't fully understand. But nothing. Your claim over the Baiju is that you were the ones who captured it. If it works like that, then if I capture it should belong to me. You didn't create it, you found it roaming around the world and made it your weapon. Naruto paused for a moment. You are a Jinchuriki, don't say such nonsense. Baijuas do not belong to anyone. If someone can say that they are his creation, it is Hagoromo. What gives you the right you claim it then? Yugito challenged. She eyed Killer Bee wondering why he was no longer talking. She could really use his help about now. She didn't even know who Hagoromo was. But she got the feeling that the Baiju inside her knew what Naruto was talking about. Because I'm a sage, and anything that is formed because of chakra cannot deny me. Naruto gave his response. Humans take Baijuas as beasts who need their guidance to survive or as just their weapons. But if another species was to come and hold you captive and tell you now that you belong to it, you would be cursing, calling them evil, abductors. You simply don't have the right to say something belongs to you if you didn't birth it. What do you think of Baijuas then, Mr. Sage? You are a former Jinchuriki yourself, and you housed a Baiju that hated humans more than anything. It was Killer Bee who questioned. I do not think that they are weapons. However, I think of nothing of their current form. They are just pieces of something special. He wasn't going to tell them what, but the Baijuas would know what he was talking about. Pieces of something special? What do you mean by that? Samui questioned as she made her appearance. Flanking both her sides were Omoi and Karo. They were here for the training they did every now and then. Naruto didn't bother to look at those that had arrived, he had already known that they were coming. That is a story for another day. But you Jinchuriki understand it better than anyone. Then Baijuus are not just mindless beats. In fact, they are anything than mindless. Killer Bee would know that more than anyone. This guy is ridiculously strong, Amoe whispered, looking straight at Naruto. The others had noticed as well, but didn't say anything about it. We know that. What does that have that to do with what you want? Yugito questioned, staring straight into the eyes of Naruto. Nothing really, I just thought I should waste time talking, Naruto responded with a shrug. Now then, how are we going to do this? Will you allow me to get what I want quietly? Or do you wish to fight an already lost battle? B, we are going to have to be careful. This guy isn't your average shinobi, and he is unlike anything you have ever faced before. Fighting someone with the Rinnegan isn't a really good plan. But it can't be helped. Just make sure we don't lose, Yuki spoke to B, in a somewhat serious tone that caught B off guard. Samui, stay out of this, Yugito stated, knowing what the woman couldn't do much about the current situation. Samui didn't have to ask why. Getting involved in a battle with both Killer Bee and Yugito was something out of her league, especially if their opponent was him. Naruto sighed. Your choice is to fight, then. I really don't feel like it, so I won't amuse you much. My opponent is Uchiha Naruto, I can't go hold back on him. I will show him that I am not just an oversized monster. Yugito thought, transforming into her Baijuo form. Killer Bee did the same, having being already advised that he should not take things lightly by a serious Hachibi, he was certainly not going to fool around. I guess this can't be helped. But I will have to end things quickly, Naruto thought to himself. Baiju Dama. Killer Bee roared, having pulled a fast one. He could see that Naruto was still preoccupied with his thoughts. It was better to catch him off guard than allow him to prepared. The Baiju Dama was launched at Naruto, who merely stood still as the tailed beast bomb made its way towards him. It tore through the ground as it sped towards the blonde. When it flew close to him, he raised his right hand and the ball of energy stopped for a second. Using his own power, he deflected the Baiju Dama to another location, away from him. He didn't bother to look at the explosion that followed. I don't plan on fighting you, children, he stated. He was here for the two tails. He would get the Hachibi some other time, but not today. So Killer Bee had to go, for now. I have no interest in you, so you will have to excuse us. He stated, looking at the eight tails. Instantly at that moment, a large portal opened beneath it and swallowed it. What have you done to Bee? Yugito roared, rushing towards Naruto in her Baijuo form. She did not take long to reach the blonde. His reaction was raising his right hand again. But that did not stop Yugito from attempting to swat him away with one of her paws. To her own surprise, her attempt was a success. She hit the blonde and sent him rocketing into the rumbles of rocks. However, it did not take long for him to recover, and he looked just fine, like a giant paw had not smashed him into a rumble. That was unexpected, Naruto spoke. He hadn't been expecting to be hit, but it happened. He went through hand seals, before slamming both his hands on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu, Getomazo. Once the demonic statue of the outer path appeared, Team Samui was ready to enter the battle. But Naruto sent them to another dimension so that they didn't have to interfere with what he wanted to do. What the hell? Yugito roared again, seeing her friends disappear. If that wasn't bad enough, she had Naruto and his summons to deal with. Did you really think that transforming would give you a better chance of winning? I told you, the battle was already lost. You cannot defeat me, neither can Killer Bee. We'll see about that, Yugito charged at him again. Naruto sighed. How troublesome, he muttered as the Getomazo made its move towards the incoming Baijuo. It didn't waste time as the chakra chains came to life and the two tails was forcefully removed from Yugito. Naruto then sealed it within the Getomazo. I am sure I was dead. Yugito said to herself, holding out both her hands. She looked around, she was still the same place she had been when her Baijuo was extracted from her. She was certain she was dead a few minutes ago. How was she alive then? I told you, I wanted the Baijuo inside of you. I never said I wanted to kill you, Naruto spoke, floating a bit away from Yugito. The blonde woman turned to face him. There was no sign of the thing he had summoned, nor the Baijuo that was extracted from her. Where are my friends? If you have hurt them, I swear to you, I will kill you. Naruto wasn't amused. Do not make idle threats, he rebuffed her. But, your friends are all right. I had only come here for your Baijuo. I will return again for the Hachibi. Do you think Raikage-sama will allow you to do that? Moreover, Killer Bee is a lot stronger than I am. He will not go down easily, she believed it. She was also certain that I will be very angry about this. She made sure to tell Naruto that. The Raikage will be angry with you when he hears of this. When I was angry, things turned out to be nasty for whoever angered him. Why would he be angry? Naruto questioned. If he loves you, he will be happy that you are no longer a Jinchuriki. He should be happy that you can now get the chance to live a normal life. Don't you think that he should be happy that you can now have what you have been robbed? Yugito wanted to say he would be happy, but there was no way. I would be very much concerned about the power he has lost. The Raikage does respect power more than anything. Now she would no longer be of use to him than she had been. She will no longer be a guardian of Kumagakure. Only your friends will look at you as they have been, and nothing much will change with the villagers even though you are no longer a demon whore. They will say once a demon whore, always a demon whore, Naruto stated quietly. I will never look at you in the same way. Yugito couldn't think of anything to say but to blame Naruto for it. If that happens, it will be because of you. You have taken away the only thing that made me useful. Yet it is the same thing that made you miserable. It does not matter. It was all I had. I had accepted my burden, it was my burden, my curse. The last word was a whisper, but Naruto heard her. Forced into a weapon from a young age, no social life given whatsoever at that time. Loathed by the villagers as a demon whore, the very villagers you risk your life protecting. You became dependent to the very thing that cursed you, and now without it, you feel lost. This is sad. It certainly did look like he was sad about the matter, which of course was unlike him. What do you wish for me to do now? The only thing I am good at is fighting. I have given up on most things. Do you even know how much it will hurt me now that I will be hated without a good reason? Her voice was loud, barely holding herself together. Naruto merely shook his head. What have they done to you? Now you think being hated because you are a Jinchuriki is a good reason? You are certainly broken. Looking up at the sky, was the opening Yugito needed before she jumped onto him. However, Naruto caught her fist and allowed her to fall her to the ground as he was floating in air. I guess I must take responsibility for my actions. He stated. If you need power, you know where to find me. I will give you something that will make you useful. Isn't that you like being a useful tool, far better than living your own normal life? Was it really like that? Did she really like being a useful tool that she would sacrifice her own happiness? The lack of answers infuriated Yugito. Am I supposed to be grateful for the offer? Naruto merely fixed her a blank stare. I better return her friends before she starts crying. He held out his right hand. A large portal opened from above. The people he had sent away returned. However, what he was not expecting was a Baiju Dama to suddenly rush towards him. Despite this, he still dodged it and looked back at Yugito. Yugito, are you all right? Kairo questioned worriedly, rushing over to the blonde woman. Yugito did not respond. Physically she was all right, but mentally, she was not. She is all right, physically, Naruto responded for Yugito before looking at Killer Bee, who seemed ready to attack him again. I suggest you transform back to your normal form. I have not come for you. However, if you insist, you will die. Just do as he says, B. Yugito yelled in a firm voice. If they sought to fight him, someone would surely end up dying. She did not want any of that. If they allowed him to retreat, they could regroup and work on a counterattack then next time he comes for Killer Bee. You sure? Yugito nodded. Yes. I have already lost my Baiju and in no state to fight. Our opponent is not just a normal shinobi. You cannot fight him and protect us all at the same time, allowing him to leave is our best option. The thought she had lost her Baiju made her bitter. It was even clear in her tone that she was by far pleased. I agree with Yugito, B, Hachibi stated within B's mind. Judging by his actions, I can say that he'd only come here for the two tails. And don't you find it odd that even though Yugito is no longer a Jinchuriki she is still alive? That is indeed curious. Perhaps Mr. Sage wishes us no harm and is only interested in the Baijuus we carry. It appears that way. Hachibi nodded in agreement and spoke again. In any case, we should do what Yugito says. Though he did not doubt B's power, this was no ordinary opponent. He knew that when dealing with the Rinnegan, things were already not within their favor. And he was certain that the Geto Mazo was summoned here. Fighting with that thing around was a risk. Okay, Killer finally responded towards Yugito and walked over to her before looking at the blonde again. What do you hope to achieve by this? Naruto merely turned away from the group before speaking. I should leave before the others arrive, he was speaking to himself really. Were you serious about the offer? Yugito questioned, getting the feeling that the blonde was ready to leave. Yes, Naruto responded, still looking away from the group. A second later, he vanished into thin air. Yugito, what is this thing about the offer? You should not make deals with the devil. Kaoru was the one to say those words. I wouldn't call him the devil, Yugito said before shaking her head. Now she was defending him? Damn that bastard. Now she was confused because of him. You know what? Never mind. Let us just go home. Even the word home felt oddly strange to her. Was it really her home or was Kumo just her prison? Samui looked at the space Naruto had been at and shook her head. A week later. The land of iron was as cold as it was rumored. May had never been into this place before, but she knew that cage summits were held here since this country always remained neutral to everything within the elemental nations. The samurai never involved themselves in shinobi wars. Instead, they chose to watch and allow shinobi to ruin their world. Perhaps only Aniki had been into a cage summit before, but she was certain those other kages had never been to one. The kages tended not to agree to come to these meetings unless the situation was serious and it would be for their benefit if they came. She could say that coming here would benefit Kirigakure or anything, but she came anyway. It was for the best of the shinobi world. She would do anything within her limits to ensure that this place was a peaceful place for everyone. Mizukage Dono, the voice of the young Kazekage, snapped her out of her thoughts. The young male was with his siblings, as always. Kazekage Dono, it is so lovely to see you, Mei responded, ever so smiling warmly. How are you? Of course she had heard what had happened to him, Naruto had told her all about it. She was a bit mad that he refused to tell her what he wanted to do with the Baijuas. I am well, you? Gaara never lost his usual expression despite the warm smile that the older woman was giving him. I am good. I'm told by the guards that the other kages have already arrived, we are the last ones to come here, shall we head out to meet the others? Gaara nodded, and joined Mei and her company as they made their way towards their destination. They were not here to rest but to get this summit started and see where everyone else was standing. Upper room. So you have finally decided to show up, Aniki greeted the two kages as they appeared within the meeting room. He had been waiting for them to show up. It wasn't good for the young ones to keep the elders waiting. They should have been the ones to arrive first. He didn't even acknowledge Gaara as a kage, yet. Yes, we have, Mei decided to amuse that Tsuchikage in a rather smooth tone that earned her a glare from the short man. Even though she is less experienced than him, she wasn't simply going to allow him to walk over her. Naruto would be disappointed if she did that. As far as my time tells me, we are not late for the meeting. Perhaps you are being like that because you have far more pressing matters to deal with than us, Gaara also responded as he took a seat. Of course Tsunade was surprised that he could say something like that. If anything, she had expected the red-haired to keep quiet. Cocky brat, Aniki retorted. I don't know what you mean by you have far more pressing matters to deal with than us, but need I remind you that you have also lost your Baijuu? Gaara shook his head calmly. There is no need for that, I'm aware that Shukaku was taken by Naruto, I had a good chat with him after he took it away. What I meant was that, losing Shukaku isn't a crisis to me and my village. If anything, people seem to be a little lively since Shukaku was no longer with them. Aniki narrowed his eyes at the Kazekage. Did you simply give your Baijuu away? Could it be that you are working with him? If you are, it would explain why you have not sent hunter nins after him. There is no need to throw suspicions at me, Tsuchikage Dono. I'm not working with Naruto. I did not send my hunter nins to their deaths because I know that he doesn't want to use Baijuas as weapons. If we start suspecting everyone, we can even suspect that Konoha is behind it. Anyone would find it curious because Madara came back to life, and Naruto leaves Konoha. After that, he starts collecting Baijuas. One can assume that this is all Konoha's ploy. Gaara paused for a moment, bowing his head slightly at Tsunade. I meant not to throw suspicions at you, Hokage Dono. I was just trying to prove a point. Tsunade shrugged, understanding him. Behind her were Sasuke and Kakashi. I understand, she said, knowing that Gaara was indeed just trying to prove a point. She didn't think that there was a hidden agenda behind his words. You may all be working with him, Aniki again added the fuel, speaking in a careless tone. Enough of this. I exclaimed, hitting the table with his right fist. His guards, B and Daru, didn't seem to be too surprised by this action. Tsunade's sweat dropped, remembering the similarities between her and the Reikage. If it was her room, she would have been the one doing what the Reikage did. Add more to that, she would have certainly broken the table. I agree with the Reikage, Mifune spoke calmly. As chair of this meeting, I move to start this summit. And please Kages, speak after one has finished speaking. I will not tolerate violence in this place. Tsunade cleared her throat to speak. I had called this meeting to discuss the current situation within the elemental nations. The issues that I wanted us to discuss were Madara, Naruto and Imperial Kingdom of Rice. What bothered me the most was that Tsuchikage attack on the capital of Rice. Regardless of how powerful the country is becoming, attacking it was just provoking violence. I have to agree with Hokage Dono on this one, Mei stated, after Tsunade had spoken. Your attack on the capital of Rice only makes you look power-hungry. And the attack was on Naruto. If anything, he had not done anything against your country to warrant that attack. If he had chosen to take your attempt for an assault as a sign of war, you would have been asking for our help now because he would be coming after you. And I doubt anyone would have helped you out since you started it, Tsunade added, keeping herself composed. Anaki merely snorted in response before fixing Mei a look. You are only defending him because you are sleeping with him. But that is to be expected, everyone protects their interest after all. That was uncalled for, Tsuchikage. My personal relationship with Naruto has nothing to do with my views. Mei stated, not trying so hard to defend herself. Sasuke shook his head slightly, this wasn't what he expected of a cage meeting. Wild accusations were being thrown around the room and it wasn't getting them anywhere. He entertained the thought that if Naruto had been here, he would have surely done something. Yes, when Naruto was present, things got done in time. The blonde didn't have time to throw about meaningless words. If he'd been here, things would have taken another twist, but things got done. At least that was something good about Naruto. While it appeared that something suspicious was going on between Naruto and Gaara, he wouldn't think that Gaara was someone who would side with Naruto if he knew he was planning something bad. That reason ruled out the Kazekage for making a deal with Naruto, and another questionable thing was that Gaara should have died if his Baijuu was taken away from him, but he was alive and well. According to Tsunade, the Kazekage wasn't telling what had happened. Thinking hard, Sasuke could assume that Gaara may have been brought back from the dead. Naruto had died before and then came back to life. If he was able to make himself come back from the dead, what was standing in his way from bringing others to life? This kind of meaningless talk was starting to get on Ai's nerves. The bigger problem was that Naruto was hunting down Baijuu and they had to deal with that problem before he started doing anything evil. An attack on one of his shinobi was a personal attack on him, he wasn't going to allow Naruto to get away with it. You are all forgetting the bigger picture here. It now no longer matters if Anaki provoked a war with Naruto. Naruto has become a threat too great that we cannot allow him to roam free about this world. If he is not enough, we also have Madara to deal with. Have you all forgotten that Naruto has been successfully hunting down Baijuu? The Reikage spoke in a loud firm tone. Finally, someone with some brains, Anaki mumbled silently. I would advise that you refrain from making such comments, Tsuchikage. I understand that you are older than your fellow Kages, but that doesn't give you the right to make such disrespectful comments, Mifune stated in a stern tone. As the neutral party in all these, he was going to try his best to ensure that these talks were peaceful. Anaki merely shrugged in response. Perhaps this isn't of concern to you because you have all lost your Baijuu. However, this is a serious matter that has to be dealt with. If anything, Naruto should be branded an international criminal. He is wanted for his crimes in my country and the Tsuchikage's village. I was looking directly at Tsunade. What are you expecting from me? Tsunade questioned in serious tone and composed expression on her face. He was your shinobi. Hand on over everything you know about him as well as Madara. Should you refuse, we will think otherwise, the Reikage was firm in his tone. It was obvious that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Tsunade eyed her guards, Kakashi and Sasuke for a moment before she sighed. I'll hand over everything you want. However, I'm afraid I'll not offer any help in dealing with Naruto unless we confirm that he is planning something that is not good or attacks Konoha directly. Nevertheless, I'll offer my help in dealing with Madara, as I guess we all agree that he is a threat that we cannot allow to live. I'll also send my help in dealing with Madara. However, like the Hokage, I will refrain from igniting war with Naruto, Gaara stated. He had confidence in his belief that Naruto wasn't going to suddenly come to his village and demand what he wanted. He would only fight if it came to that. But for now, he would take Naruto's word. The same can be said for me, Mei stated, calmly. She was not going to start a manhunt for Naruto. He was her fiancé after all. Are you that afraid of his power that you will simply turn a blind eye even when he attacked you? Aniki questioned, looking straight Gaara. Not at all, Gaara responded. I have my reasons and you cannot possibly understand them. Tsuchikage and I will talk about Naruto. Since we all seem to agree that Madara is also a threat, how do you propose we deal with him? I said, his eyes darting around the room to see who would come with the first suggestion. Combining our top shinobi to deal with him would be our best option. Mei suggested in a thoughtful tone. Gaara nodded in agreement with her, as well as Tsunade. Tsunade added to what had been said. Naruto has proven that an Amri is not an obstacle. Then if Madara is like Naruto, sending an army after him would only result in countless deaths. Before anything could be said, the devil himself burst into the room through the roof. He settled beside a wall facing everyone. Why don't I make it easy for you? Deal with me now? This saves you the trouble of hunting me, and you Kijis are the strongest of your villages, who better to deal with me than you? The reaction from everyone was instantaneous. The seated Kijis stood up and prepared themselves for battle, while their respective guards got hold of their weapons. Uchiha Madara, it is really you, Aniki stated, glaring down at the infamous Uchiha. The sight of the man infuriated him. It made him relive the embarrassment of long ago, making his blood boil to dangerous degrees. This will be fun. I hope you've improved, Aniki, Madara stated, standing a bit away from the Kijis. He was standing next to the wall, with a window. Let us wait for Naruto to appear. He stated, ever so calmly, folding his hands across his chest. On cue, Naruto appeared next to his grandfather. However, as soon as he appeared, the Raikage was in front of him in lightning speeds. On reflex, Naruto brought the gunbai he was carrying for Madara. The Raikage's lightning punch hit the gunbai, and never reached the blonde. Seeing his surprise attack blocked, I retreated. I forgot to hand this over to you, Naruto stated, handing Madara his gunbai. The legendary Uchiha took it without a word. However, he noticed Naruto's change and increase in power. Sasuke and Kakashi narrowed their eyes at this view. Naruto's new appearance was something, and those two looked more alike. The gunbai that Naruto gave to Madara was the same that he'd always used before. The fact that he'd come here meant that he knew that Madara would also be here. Sasuke knew that Madara is Naruto's grandfather, and the one who trained him. He wasn't surprised like this in the same way as Kakashi. Could you be the reason behind Black Zetsu's disappearance? Madara asked, so casually. Yes, he is dead. Naruto responded in the same casual tone as his grandfather. There was no longer such a thing as Black Zetsu, he had consumed him. That is unexpected. But it does not matter anyway, he served his purpose. You're doing well with the hunt. And you seem to have gotten a power boost. I must say, I never expected you to hold such power, Madara stated, eyes narrowed at the blonde on his right. Neither did I, but it happened. How do you wish to do this? Naruto asked, looking at the Kijis, one by one. I was already thinking of blowing up because this was so damn infuriating. The dare they talk like that while in their presence. I only have interest in the Kijis, Madara gave his response. But the Uchiha over there seems to be interesting, he said, looking over to Sasuke. He did recognize that the left eye of Kakashi was one of Obito's eyes. Arrogant fools. Aniki yelled at the two. They dared converse so casually despite the current situation? He floated in the air and charged a particle-style jutsu at both Uchihas. Naruto merely raised his right hand, and the jutsu disappeared without harm. He is indeed an interesting fellow, he spoke, continuing with his conversation with Madara. I've prepared a battlefield for you and the Kijis. This environment isn't best suited for a good battle. That is fine by me. Madara responded calmly. Kurotsuchi couldn't believe it. They'd just ignored his grandfather in favor of continuing with their conversation and had dealt with his jutsu like it was nothing. Utterly unbelievable. What is the meaning of this, Naruto? Tsunade demanded in a stone-cold tone. Sasuke was asking himself the same question. It was Naruto who told him that he and Madara didn't agree on certain things, however, they looked to be getting along just fine. And Madara did not appear to be surprised by Naruto's new change. He seemed older now, no longer 17 years old. Gaara and Mei were also not surprised by his change. It led him to believe that they had seen him before in this change. Naruto didn't respond to anything. Hello Mei, he said with a small smile. Naruto, why didn't you tell me that you were going to come here? Mei asked, looking straight at the blonde. There was no need. I'm not the main attraction after all, Naruto responded before releasing a wave of pure chakra that sent everyone backwards. Even Madara was pushed slightly away from him. Such chakra, and I can feel that it was only a little that he released. Damn, he is indeed a monster, Aniki thought glaring down at Naruto. To be able to release such chakra without even lifting a finger was something impressive, not to mention that the chakra seemed very potent, far potent than what he had felt of Madara's long ago. Is it me or has he grown strong? Tsunade thought, hands held in front of her face. She had brought them out when she was shielding herself from the chakra Naruto had released. Naruto pointed at all the Kijis, counting them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he said before clasping both his hands, putting everyone on guard. The Kijis disappeared in a flash of black and Madara followed suit. Where have you taken my brother? Temari demanded, holding her fan tightly. Naruto didn't respond, he locked eyes with Killer Bee. In an instant, he was right behind the Jinchuriki. The second he was faster than the Jinchuriki was all Naruto needed to send him away into another dimension where he would be able to extract the 8 tails without distractions. Sasuke quickly rushed towards Naruto and attempted a high kick at the blonde's temple. Naruto caught Sasuke's leg easily enough with his left hand, before pushing back to throw the Uchiha off balance. He made some distance between himself the guards of the Kijis. Stay here and don't make noise. Your Kijis will be okay, he disappeared after those words escaped his lips. Daru shook his head. This had just become troublesome, and he thought that the cage meeting was going to be dull. He couldn't sense the Reikage anywhere, and it also seemed that no one could sense them. He couldn't even sense B. This meant that they may be probably out of this country. If my brother dies, I'll kill that bastard. Temari promised. Somewhere. Naruto had teleported the Kijis and Madara to the place he'd battled Nagato. The place was good enough for Madara. Now then, why don't you show me the power of Kijis? Madara asked, looking at the Kijis before him. Looking at the notorious Uchiha, Gaara now knew why Naruto said those words. So this is why he told me to hit the training ground, or else I would be a disappointment. He told you that too? Mei questioned, earning a nod from the Kazekage. We'll have to work together if we are going to take him down, Tsunade said, looking at her fellow Kijis. Madara had the Rinnegan as Naruto, and the blonde seemed confident that the man could take them. Underestimating him would not do them any favors. I agree with the Hokage. If he is anything like Naruto, we'll have to combine our efforts, Mei said in agreement with Tsunade. She had seen Naruto battle before and even spared with him before his change during some time he'd come to see her. Fighting someone like that alone was not advisable to anyone. I snorted and activated his lightning cloak. You can stand here, talk, I'm attacking. The Reikage charged at Madara. Later. As soon as the Kijis were all lying down on the ground, barely with any chakra left, Naruto jumped down into the battlefield. He had watched everything, and quite enjoyed watching the battle. It was a bit sad though that the battle was pretty one-sided. Even though the Kijis were formidable opponents, Madara was a mountain that could not be moved by anything normal. They all seem okay, Naruto stated, walking around the fallen Kijis. Their clothes were shredded to pieces, gashes and bruises all over their bodies, and their bodies were leaking some amounts of blood. Really, they leaking blood, and if they continued to leak more blood, they wouldn't be okay, as Naruto put it. I figured you would have a headache if one of them ended up dying by mistake, Madara stated, looking straight at Naruto and his movements carefully. There was certainly something odd with the way he was walking. If his change in physical appearance was not enough to worry him, there was also the power increase. It would have been indeed a headache. 2 of them are allied with my country, it wouldn't have appeared good if they died. If anything, one could have just said I allowed them to be killed and was working with you to eliminate the Kijis, Naruto responded calmly, before standing over Mei. He placed his right hand on her forehead for a moment. They were all conscious, barely. It would not have mattered to you if one of them died. You don't really care for the other 3, Madara stated, standing a bit away from the fallen Kijis. Perhaps. But things are at a crucial stage right now, and I feel that I have been waiting for too long. I can't have anything going awry to disturb my preparations. Naruto responded while he was still standing beside the Mizukage. He then proceeded to walk away from her, but when he was passing the Reikage, the man grabbed his right leg. Be bastard, you will pay for this. Naruto felt a spike of chakra from the man. Despite having little chakra left, he was still going to use all that he had to try and put some damage on him. If it was not desperate, he would have applauded it. A burst of lighting shot from the Raikage's hand and ran through his body. However, he did not even scream. In fact, he merely looked at the man dead in the eyes. What will I pay for exactly? A gritted his teeth. He was barely keeping himself conscious and that last trick had drained him. For all these that you have done, for taking one of my Baijiu, you will pay. The Baijuis don't belong to you. And I have not yet done anything bad. I only allowed Madara to have his fun. You shouldn't complain if you're still alive. If I want to, I could kill you right now, Naruto stated, ever so coldly. You should be grateful that you're not dead, fool. I will get you for tea this, even if it is the last thing I do. And if you touched my brother, I'll kill you. How boring, Naruto sighed. The likes of you can't do anything to me. You failed to beat Madara, do you possibly think you can defeat me? I didn't respond, his eyes closed off as he drifted off to sleep. I wonder why you aren't finishing them off now. Madara stated in thought. He was certain that when they recovered, they would be planning to hunt them down. And it would get annoying to the point where it would result in their deaths. If they die now, the whole shinobi world will spring out of control. These Kages are what keeps this balance, however, should they suddenly die, each great village will be without a leader. Most villages hate each other and their leaders are what keeps them from doing anything. If they died, each village would become like an angry mob. Everyone would run free, Naruto explained as he walked towards his grandfather. It would be fitting for the last stage of this world, Madara stated. For the world you are planning, it doesn't matter what kind of situation the world is currently at. Whether at war or not, it doesn't trouble Tsuki no Mi, Naruto responded looking over the sky. Madara said nothing about it. Did you collect the 8 tails? Yes. This leaves only the Kyuubi, Naruto responded, never looking at his grandfather even though he could feel the narrow look the man was giving him. It didn't matter, he was certain that Madara would not attack him here. You work pretty fast, Madara commented. He'd moved quickly to seal the Baijuis within the Geto Mazo. If he knew where the Kyuubi was located, he would act now. Knowing Naruto, it would be better for him to act now with the blonde seemingly incapable of utilizing all his powers. But not everything was completed. He would have to wait until the last piece was added. When will you seal the Kyuubi? Soon, Naruto responded. How did they do? They were not so bad, Madara said, knowing what Naruto was asking. He was a bit curious how they would have performed against the blonde though. However, he got the feeling that he was never going to see that. But it didn't matter anyway. Naruto was silent for a few moments. I guess I should bring them here, he said holding a single hand seal. As long as the guards were in that room, they were in contact with his chakra, this means that he could bring them here to this battlefield. The guards were all spat out by a portal that opened, just away from the Kages. As soon as they appeared, they all rushed towards their Kages, checking for a pulse. Naruto, I suggest you stand down or we will be forced to take you down as well as Madara. The battle with the Kages must have surely taken a lot out of him, Kakashi said, raising his forehead protector. This is going to become boring, Naruto stated, as he disappeared from his grandfather's side. He appeared in the middle of the Kages again, drawing the attention of the guards who were ready to slice him in half. I'll see you soon, Madara, he said before disappearing out of sight with the Mizukage, Kazekage and their respective guards. What just happened? Killer Bee questioned at Naruto's actions. Madara also found it curious as he had expected the blonde to leave things as they were. Naruto took away those he sees as allies to his country, Sasuke responded. I can say that this was nothing to both of them. Naruto said Madara just wanted to test the Kages. It is obvious that Naruto would want to watch it since he was also interested. This would explain why no one died. Are you saying that he teleported the Kages here just so they could test the powers of the Kages? Daru questioned, looking at the legendary Uchiha, who seemed to be in thought. But he too disappeared. Yes. This was all just for their amusement, Sasuke said those words a bit bitterly than he intended. This was surely going to cause an international outcry, and Naruto just watched it happen. News was going to spread out fast that the Kages were defeated by a single man. It wasn't a secret that Naruto's strength was comparable to Madara's. People were certainly going to be asking themselves questions now. If our Kage couldn't do it, then who will? This just got even more troublesome. Both of them have the Sharingan, Rinnegan and can use Makuten Jutsu, Kakashi said. The battlefield was a clear indication that Makuten had been used on the battlefield. None of the Kages could use Makuten. If Madara had the Rinnegan like Naruto, then he had to be able to use Makuten like Naruto. You cannot forget that Naruto appears to be much stronger than he was, and I bet it has to do with all his physical changes, Sasuke reminded his former sensei. He was now starting to think that the banishment just gave the blonde enough room to work. Later at Kiri. I thought I was actually going to die, Mei said, looking over her bandaged body. She really had been hit bad. That man was a monster just like Naruto. She had never been so outmatched in her life like she was when facing that man. Naruto-san said you would say something like that when you came to, Kujiro said, smiling a bit to his leader. Naruto? He brought us back after the battle with Madara. I thought that he had betrayed us when he told us not to interfere. But now I realize that we would have just died if we entered the battle, the Miss Nin stated, a bit down that he couldn't do anything to protect his leader. He was glad that she was alive though. He had told me to hit the training ground if I didn't want to be a disappointment. I don't think I would have been prepared for that battle even if I had trained tirelessly, Mei responded looking over to the ceiling. So he knew that the battle was going to take place. He probably knew that all the Kijis were going to survive, but why do you think he allowed you to face such a man? Kujiro questioned, all but curious about everything. Who knows? Mei really didn't know. What would you have done? She looked at Kujiro with a small smile. She was curious how he would offer his response. He was not the kind of person to express his opinion. She would offer him a chance to express himself whenever she got the chance. It would do well for his confidence. I don't think I would have allowed you to enter into such a battle. I mean, if I was the one to marry you, I would never allow anyone to hurt you like that, not when I have the power to stop it, Kujiro gave his honest opinion. He did so carefully so not to offend the Mizukage. You are sweet child Kujiro. I am sure you will make one girl a happy person. Her warm smile and sweet tone made the boy blush deeply. Naruto knows I am a shinobi, pain is nothing for a shinobi. And we mostly learn through experiences. I can say that experiences are a whole lot more valuable than the things you hear and see. What experience could you have gained from such a dangerous battle? Even though I know Naruto, I was not sure that I would survive. And I was fighting that battle to win, not to put a good performance. Madara is not our ally, Naruto is. Even though those two seem to get along, not everything can go according to plan. Madara could have just decided to end our lives. When facing an opponent such as Madara, a lot of emotions are experienced. When the battle started, I was confident that we would win, but as the battle progressed, I realized we couldn't. We just don't like each other, but during that battle we learned to work together to defeat a common enemy. When we started working together, we appeared as though we would win. However, our hopes were crushed. Even in our combined efforts, we couldn't win. But even though the situation was hopeless, we fought till our bodies could not. Kujiro was silent for a few moments, but Mei spoke again before he could. In that battle, I learned that when people share a common goal, they can work together despite being enemies. I also faced a hopeless situation, yet I kept going. I experienced true fear, true power and what it means to fight a lost battle. I now know my limits and understand that what I believed to be true could be shattered before my eyes. Do you know what that does to me as a person, Kujiro? Mei smiled, a bit brightly. It makes me much stronger. Kujiro also smiled. Naruto-san must be a nice person to make you go through all that so you can become much stronger. I am not too sure about being nice, but he is not so bad. Does this mean that even his enemies learned what you learned? Mei shook her head. No, their hatred towards him has only intensified. Only I and the Kazekage possibly learned something this useful. The following day at Dragonland. I see you're no different from the humans you hate, Kurama growled, glaring down at Naruto with a hateful glare. Its tails were swinging in barely contained fury and the winds behind it picked up dangerously, uprooting the trees within the area. I'm no different? You misunderstand me, Kurama. To me, you're not a weapon of chakra and a pet that needs to be tied down on a leash. I recognize your existence as a being powerful and with as much knowledge that no other human than me has, Naruto responded calmly, looking straight at the beast before him. He wasn't the least concerned by the display of power from the Baijuo. Kurama sneered. You've only been alive for a handful of years, human. Don't you dare think that you know about this world more than me. A roar and more winds picked up in front of Naruto, picking up some debris. Naruto stood still while his hair danced with the air, still not the least wary of the Baijuo. I existed before you did, Kurama, Naruto said, but didn't comment further on it. What I'm doing is simply setting things right before my eyes. Hagoromo created you and others because he feared the rebirth of the Juubi. I fear no such thing, and will revive the Juubi. In doing so, you are going to deny my existence and the other Baijuas. Yes, Naruto didn't deny it. You shouldn't complain, Kurama. Your existence also brought the end of another being. Should you complain if the same is to be done? Some humans eat animals for their survival. Should they cry when animals eat them for their own survival? Kurama settled for glaring down at Naruto. It was indeed true that all 9 Baijuas were parts of the Juubi and were created by Hagoromo when he separated the Juubi into 9 pieces, and they were parts of that being. However, that didn't make what Naruto was planning to do any right. He was alive and his existence wouldn't be rejected and denied by a mere human. Kurama, what good has your existence brought to this world? Humans aren't willing to understand you and merely use you for your power. Jinchurikis are born because you exist, you are used to equalizers within the shinobi villages because you exist. I seek to a new balance that won't have to depend on you, and a new world will arrive where there will no longer be Jinchurikis and your existence will be a mere memory. I will return you to your original form and correct the blunder that Hagoromo made when he brought about your existence, Naruto stated, staring deep into the eyes of the Baijuu. Foolish human. Do you even know the danger the Juubi poses? Do you even understand its power? Kurama hissed, ready to erase the existence of this pitiful human from the face of this wretched world. Do not treat me like a child, Kurama. I'm older than you, older than your old man, Naruto said, releasing a wave of powerful chakra that froze the great 9-tailed demon fox. Kurama had never felt so much chakra from a human. No, this was chakra that no human should possess. Not even the old man had this much chakra. Still, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. He raised his right paw and attempted to swat away the blonde under his might. However, before his paw could even hit the blonde, an invincible hand grabbed it when Naruto raised his right hand. It wasn't exactly a hand that grabbed him, but it felt like it. He couldn't even power his way out of the hold. His tail swapped towards Naruto in a blinding speed with intent to do greatly harm him if not kill him. However, another powerful force hit him. This time, he was pushed backwards by the force that hit him. Naruto was still standing in the same position he had been, but there was a large crater in front of him, created by the jutsu he used to blow Kurama away from him. Naruto went through hand seals, Kushios no Jutsu, Getomazo. In a large puff of smoke, the demonic statue of the outer path appeared into the land of dragons. Kurama quickly did a Baiju Dama and fired it at the statue, but before it could even hit, it was sucked into another dimension, thanks to Naruto. Before Kurama could do anything, a portal opened above him and the Baiju Dama that had been sucked into another dimension was spat out towards him. He quickly brought out all his tails to protect himself from his own jutsu. The Baiju Dama hit the Baijuu and the contact created a large explosion that caused a mushroom of debris to pick up. Go Getomazo, take the QB in, Naruto commanded and the demonic statue charged straight into the mushroom of debris. A few minutes later. I have finally found this place, Madara stated, as he appeared before Naruto who was sitting on top of the Getomazo. He'd just finished sealing the QB, and this wasn't what he was expecting. Madara, Naruto said, looking down at the man with narrowed eyes. It can't be a coincidence that you happen to find this place just after I have sealed the QB. It is not. You have become too powerful and if I waste more time, you may just increase your power. I have no choice but to play my card. Interesting, Naruto stated, as he stood up. The Getomazo disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto fell down the ground on both his feet. At this stage I've to forget about my fight with you, Madara stated, holding a single hand seal. It was then that Naruto felt excruciating pain all over his body. It felt as though his muscles were being torn apart one by one. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He tried not to scream in pain. After a minute or so, his voice tore through the greenly land for a few minutes before it became silent. From shoulders to ankles, chakra rods sprouted around Naruto's body. He couldn't count how many they were, but almost his entire body was covered with those manipulative chakra rods. He was also panting and sweating heavily, a few blood drips coming from his mouth. How? I thought my death and being one with Kaguya would remove your hold over my body? Naruto spoke in a barely audible tone, eyes narrowing down at his grandfather. He didn't think that this would happen. This was the second surprise, the first being Black Zetsu. Hashirama cells infused with yours so that you didn't have to control them separately and didn't have to worry about them taking over your body once didn't have enough chakra to hold them. However, my cells are a different matter. I lied when I told you they would also fuse with you. They had no role in your awakening of the Rinnegan or Sharingan, Madara explained, walking towards an immobile Naruto. With the number of rods around the blonde's body, he had no doubt that Naruto would not be able to move for some time. You planted a seed for this in your own cells? Naruto asked, surprised, but it was still not evident on his face. How didn't I see this coming? I don't blame you not seeing it. You can't always see everything, Madara stated, stopping a bit close to Naruto. His Susanoo came to life, alarming Naruto. Do you plan to kill me? Madara merely smiled. Not at all. Why would I kill my only grandchild? Madara responded. However, his next action was contrary to his words. A blade of his Susanoo burst out from the ground behind Naruto and pierced through his back and came out of his gut. It was not to kill him, but to weaken his body. With a weakened body, there would be less resistance. I've no doubt that if I'd left you like that, you would have made things difficult, but I'm not quite done, yet. The blade was left embedded on him, even when Madara deactivated his Susanoo. Madara walked far closer to Naruto, prompting the blonde to ask. What are you doing, grandfather? You are much more powerful than me, I cannot even hope to equal you. I'd always known that you'd surpass me one day. However, even though I'm proud, I must succeed in the Moon of the Eye plan. Perhaps in that world, you will smile like your mother would have wanted you, Madara stated calmly. The last part caught Naruto's attention. His left eye widened a bit. What are you talking about? Naruto asked in a deathly quiet tone. When she died, she said some nice words to you. You just didn't understand because you'd just been born, Madara said, raising his right hand. That is for another day. What or why Naruto was cut off when Madara drove his fingers inside his eye socket. If he hadn't been in enough pain already, now this. He suppressed by all his might the urge to let loose of a loud shrill. Madara took out his left eye. Naruto's heartbeat began to beat a bit faster. He didn't like where this was going. The Geto Mazo must be in one of your dimensions and I can't summon it while you have it trapped in there. However, I know that I can't access your dimensions. This is why I took your left eye. White Zetsu also told me that it has a rather intriguing ability, Madara before pushing the eye into his empty right eye socket. He'd come prepared for this. What do you know of that eye ability? Naruto was growing paler by the minute and the fact that he was losing more blood was not doing him any good. I've restricted your movements, weakened your body, taken your left eye, and now I will take away your power. Though I've restricted your movements, you're not yet fully under my control. Naruto grit his teeth slightly. This wasn't good at all. If he allowed things to worsen than they were already, he'd probably end up unhealthy. However, he was not given much time to think because Madara clasped both his hands and the chakra rods begun to glow with Naruto's chakra. He could feel his chakra leaving him. The more chakra Madara took, the more his body weakened, and his hair color changed to white. However, the infamous Uchiha couldn't absorb everything. Why can I only take your chakra? Madara asked, feeling Naruto's power coursing through his body. The power he was feeling made him grin sickly as it was just unbelievable. To think that Naruto had this much power and he'd only taken some of it. That is you are using, and my ability. Naruto responded in between his labored breaths. Madara tried summoning the Geto Mazo, but it still failed to appear. He was not deterred though. It only meant that Naruto had gone all out when hiding the statue from him. Stay right here, I'll search your dimensions for the Geto Mazo, Madara stated before he disappeared into a portal. Naruto cursed. He couldn't even use his chakra, nor anything of his abilities. His weakened body and chakra didn't help any matter and the lack of his right eye wasn't doing him any favors. He would eventually recover his power. However, the damage was grave. A few minutes later, Madara returned. His Susanoo came to life, and its blade swept past some trees before hitting Naruto with a direct hit. The hit sent a weakened Naruto flying and crashing into some trees. Madara was upon him again, the hand of his Susanoo grabbed him, squeezing his body. Where is it? Why can't I summon it? Despite some of his bones breaking under the squeeze of the Susanoo, Naruto managed to respond. I never said that was, in one of my dimensions, and you can't summon it, even if you are using my eye. As long as I exist in this world, the Geto Mazo will only be summoned by me. Madara gritted his teeth and slammed Naruto down the ground. The chakra rods tore through Naruto's body, inflicting more damage. His perfect Susanoo came to life. Its blade sped towards the downed blonde, but didn't pierce him. It cut through to the ground and remained there. Relinquish your control over it. And no. Madara didn't think twice. He pulled out his blade from the ground before doing a downward swing at Naruto. The blade of his Susanoo hit the ground and the impact created a resounding boom. Madara turned away from the debris that had picked up in front of him. Naruto was crawling away from him. He is regaining his mobility, Madara thought, realizing what was happening. However, to be able to dodge that attack, the blonde must have sacrificed some of his power, weakening him further. It still worked well for him. He cut through the air with his Susanoo's blade, sending a power wave at the crawling blade. A number of trees were cut down and large amounts of debris picked up under the swing of his blade. The blast that was let loose hit Naruto, sending him further away from his grandfather. Madara dispersed his Susanoo and followed after Naruto. He found the blonde, barely standing, cloak torn apart, a few remaining chakra rods still fully embedded around his body, blood flowing out freely of his mouth, and some other parts of his body. Will you summon the Geto Mazo, or do I have to kill you and find it myself? Madara questioned, standing away from Naruto. Naruto breathed a bit, before falling down on his knees. Do as you like, he finally said. What I wanted was for you to relinquish control over the Geto Mazo, but you don't want to do that. I guess I've no choice but to take both your eyes. It should be enough for me to claim the statue. He started to take giant steps towards Naruto. Now, Naruto wasn't going to allow himself to become blind. The beating he'd received had broken off some chakra rods, and this gave him the spade he needed to dig himself out of this hole Madara had put himself. Before Madara could steal Naruto's right eye, the blonde held out his right hand, fists balled before opening it. A small black ball appeared. Madara didn't waste a second to make some distance between him and Naruto. Boom! A large explosion rocked through and created some gusts of wind. Dust picked up and Madara was forced to shield himself to avoid being blinded by the debris and being hit by the gusts of winds. When the explosion cleared, there was nothing but a large crater and no Naruto. TCH, Madara growled. He got away.